At that, I'll give the chance to the other audience to actually bring light to what their experience is like. Anyuak brothers, let's be honest. And please do not even come on this forum trying to make unfound history, trying to paint Nuer community as if we are a bad community. We are a retaliatory community that always retaliate when certain uncharacteristic stuff being committed to us. It's not that we don't want to. It's not that we don't want to live with people. It's just that certain atrocity has been committed to us. I'll give it to Comrade Mary and Tai Tai. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Kong. I'm just gonna ask some of our people there. Kanya Tungong, I know you have a Facebook platform. I'm not sure if you can connect our show here with that platform, if that's possible. Yene te ngai guide boltone to dongde guide bol marja ko milore show dan guam ako connect ke platform de ka Facebook tonga mi dera ni jegen guide bol show dan ko connect ke Facebook may possible. For those of you who are listening,
I think Guideball went live, but I don't know what the issue was.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, check out live video. Check here. Check here. Check here. Tag live video. Okay. Tag live video. Okay. Tag here. Check live stream already. Yeah, where you tag live video? Okay. Check out cái chỗ đó. Hello? Check your tag live stream. Okay. Tag live video. Okay. Tag Facebook. Well.
On live, so I think it's already started.
Okay.
So people are there, listening and commenting on our communication here.
Okay. I'm gonna nema bekon ribo wala bana na go for those who have listened to Edward Achek's show, if you do have some sort of analysis on what was happening yesterday, you can come up, you can raise your hand later on and just give us a brief analysis of what was going on based on your perception of what was going on. I personally believe that Edward Achek has joined the terrorist bandwagon of Anyuaks in the region, and we will need to analyze what he did yesterday. Because these guys are working together. These Anyuaks that are in South Sudan and in Ethiopia, they are working together. And for Edward Achek to join their terrorist cooperation and activities, it is very disappointing for a national leader to join these terrorist acts and campaigns against other tribes. We will allow you, those who were denied time and space to express your view on that topic yesterday. So that's why I said, we're gonna explore all the corners today. I just want to remind you of that. You can come up even if you just want to contribute to what was done by Edward Achek. You are welcome to come and voice your opinion here. We're not going to discriminate. I just want to score that point. Because these terrorist activities cannot be condoned. The fact that the Nuer community are mourning the death of the 4 people in the last month and the killing of the people in the bus, and wounding all those 13 people. It is very disappointing that Edward Achek can go and feature a show right in the middle of this chaos. And today, Tarpam Eaton is burning. It's burning. It's on fire. It's been attacked by the Anyuak, and these are the activities Edward Achek is covertly condoning with the Anyuaks. We were going to go over this today. So take your time. You will come up. You will be given a chance to come up. Brother Danny, you welcome. If you're available, take the mic, and then we're going to start bringing up people. Thank you.
First of all, thank you, Brother Tai Tai, for giving me this opportunity. My message today, it will be all about the cautions and the solidarity among the Nuer community. First and foremost, I would like to thank and extend my gratitude for all the people who are present here today, and also a special thank to Nuer House for opening this special events. I stand here as a person who have been in Gambela for a very long time, and also record some of the facts that has happened since 1997 to years 2024. I recall back from year 1997 to 2005. Our community has endured a maintenance challenge, shocking. More than 9 buses were attacked during this period. That means from year 2000, from 1997 to year 2005. If you give the perspective, you can see that every bus has been attacked every 9 months. So that means for this 9 buses from year 1997 to 2005, 240 lives were lost by Nuer community. And those are the people who were armed and who were also responsible by our people, our Anyuaks brother and sister in diaspora. So that means our people, Anyuaks, instead of claiming about the land, they also forget all the atrocities that they have committed. So if you imagine that each community, they arm themselves, going to the bush, attack every bus on the road. And that's the definition of terrorists. So another incident that I still remember very well is when there were a prisoner in the Anyuak refugee camp. Those are 40 people from the camp, and then the UN decided, to bring these people to Abobo, because Abobo is considered as an administrative area under the Ethiopian government. So there was one incident in Gambela. So what our brother Anyuak done, they went to that jail, that prison, and they killed 40 people in that night. All the people who were taken by the UN and keep them there under the Ethiopian administrative area in Abobo. So killing 40 people in one night is very shocking, just because they are Nuer, and those people, they have nothing to do with whatever happened in Gambela. Not only that, in the year 2003, back in Anyuak refugee camp, more than 70 Anyuak people were armed, and those people, they were responsible by the Anyuak in diaspora. They give them a lot of money. They go to the refugee camp in Block 12, where they kill 215 Dinka, including children. So they went to the camp at night and they killed them in a big number. And not only that, also, as we speak now, since 5 years ago, up to today, more than 50 people were killed every single day by the Anyuak in the refugee camp. They were armed, and one of the persons who were captured from Anyuak, he said that we were giving them money by our Anyuak brother and sister in diaspora, just only to, I think there was a background on, I hear the noise somewhere, Tai. Can you help me to mute that person?
Yeah, it's coming from Ubang. Hey, brother Ubang, will you mute yourself, please?
Is there a way for us to remove him? Oh, it seems okay now. So, to get back to my point, we Nuer, we have a lot of quality. That one of the best quality that we have is a coexistence to live with our neighbors, and that quality has been taken as our weakness by our brother Anyuak, and that's why they have done so a couple of times, attacking the bus. Now they attacked more than 15 buses from 1997 to 2024. And those 19 buses, you can approximately estimate it more than 1,000 people were killing those buses. In other side of the world, when you attack the bus, where there was children, there's elder people, that's a definition of terrorists. So I would conclude that we are dealing with a terrorist organization responsible by Anyuak in diaspora. And I believe our brother Edward should be very mindful that the show that he opened yesterday is not the issue of land. It's giving a platform to people who organize themselves specifically to target Nuer people. If they target the man, that should not be a problem, because we know that men should die everywhere. But they went to attack the women and the children. And this is something that should not be tolerated by Nuer people. There were no any incidents where even one bus were attacked by Nuer. But they have done that by attacking more than 19 buses on the road. Is that not a definition of terrorism? What is the difference between Anyuak and the Hamas? It's the same definition. So those people who are willing to give the Anyuak the platform, they should be mindful that they should be held accountable for all the atrocities that they have committed. And I believe our brother Edward know very well. Those people in diaspora, especially the Anyuak in diaspora, they should be held accountable by the either U.S. government, Australian governments, and also Europe government. Because those people, they are working very hard to sponsor the people who will be on the road to attack the bus. There was no issue of land. The only problem that the Anyuak have is a jealousy. Only that the Nuer, they have the highest population in Gambela. Nuer, they are the one who have highly educated people in Gambela. They are the one who also owns a lot of very big position because of the quality of education that they have. So that's the only thing that the Anyuak are jealous of. There were no even a single days where Nuer can even have a plans to kill a Anyuak person. But every time Anyuak, they are the one planning all the atrocities to kill Nuer. And the Nuer, they were silent about that. So I'm calling the Nuer community to take caution and also make sure that any move of attacking bus or killing even one Nuer to remain in the retaliation to Anyuak people. So this is a message we the Nuer should not ignore. And also warn other people who are making the proxy war to support Anyuak, that don't give a terrorist a platform. Because if you continue doing so, you will be held accountable for whatever you are doing. There is a lot of evidence that clearly show that there were some people who are sponsoring Anyuak to attack Nuer. Look at the recent incident that happened. They come in big number, they attack the people and they run away. If the Anyuak really want to live peacefully with Nuer, they should open a case in Gambela. This should be a land issue discussion that does not need a violence. And the Ethiopian government should put this into consideration. But why they are taking the bus if they think that the only way to find the solution is through peace? Second to that, in Ethiopian constitution, it's also written that if you live in any place as a refugee for more than 5 years, automatically you become a citizen of that country. We also know here in Western world, most of us here, we are refugees who were brought from Africa. But after 5 years, you automatically become a citizen of that specific country that you are in. And also this law also been applied to refugees in Africa, not only in Ethiopia. So a refugee, South Sudanese refugee who are in Gambela, they are automatically a Ethiopian citizen, and they have right to claim every single opportunity that the Ethiopian citizen have. This is not exceptional to our people, to our Anyuak brother. So Nuer are not refugees. Nuer are the citizen of Gambela. Those people who are in a refugee camp, they are not a refugee. Still, they can be called refugee, but they are the citizen of Ethiopia because they have contributed massively as the Ethiopian citizen. They have been entitled by Ethiopian constitution to become Ethiopian citizen. They can claim their citizenship. They can claim all the opportunity that they have. So for us, Nuer, we have to be cautious, and we also not even allowing them to continue killing our children and killing our women. And to people who are giving them platform, we should also ask them not to continue giving them platform and continue talking nonsense about the land issue. Land has never been a problem to African people, leave alone South Sudan, because we have enough amount of land. Some years back, people, they consider only that the owner of the land is only where you farm and only where you live. The rest of the land is belong to any person who come and live there. If I live in any place, I can give it the name I want because the land is belong to God, it does not belong to anyone. So if the Anyuak fail to have a coexistence to live with Nuer, that should be their problem, and they should ask themselves why they refuse to live with Nuer. I was surprised seeing Brother Edward giving platform to the people who are sponsoring the terrorists. Attacking bus is the first degree of a terrorism. And Anyuak, they should consider themselves that the terrorist people, we should not be given a platform to any clubhouse group to discuss nonsense about the land. There was no Anyuak land that were taken by Nuer. In fact, where the Nuer come from and where the Anyuak came from, they cannot even answer this question because Nuer were there, even Anyuak were there. Coexistence is the only way where we can live together. And also, not only that we live together, we have intermarriage among ourselves. There was many Anyuak now living with Nuer peacefully in a lot of area, many area. You can go to Akoba, you can go to even to Nasa. There is a good number of Anyuak living there. Nobody is threatening them. But there were some Anyuak who failed to live in a coexistence with Nuer, and they run away. If you run away, who should you blame? If Nuer continues to come to Ethiopia, maybe let me say to Gambela, some of the area, it's not a land that belonged to Anyuak, because there was no even a single hour that belonged to Anyuak that were taken by Nuer. The land belongs to God, and everyone deserves right to live everywhere they want. Let Anyuak make it this clear. Every land belongs to God, and you can live everywhere you want. Most of Anyuak now, they come out to the Metu. Is it Metu belong to Anyuak land? No. So for us, we should not allow only less than 1% of Nuer population and terrorize the entire population of more than 3 million people. No. We should say enough is enough. And if they continue doing that, we should retaliate and give them the lesson that they want. Let Anyuak make it clear that if they want to wage war against Nuer, let them make it clear. You cannot put war on the civilian attacking the bus. If you really need a real fight where you really equip yourself to fight Nuer, you can just come direct and fight Nuer instead of attacking the bus where there is a civilian there. Why there was no even a single day that the Nuer attacked any bus from Gambela? It's only Anyuak who attacked more than 19 buses from the year 1997 to 2004 to 2024. That means in every 9 months they attack at least one bus. So to us, Nuer, it is very important for us. To us, those who give a terrorist a platform to politely not continue doing so. Those people, they should be held accountable. Even the people in diaspora who are supporting those terrorist organizations, they should be held accountable by the US government, Australian government, and the Canadian government. That these people that are sending money to terrorize people back home. So this is all I can say. And I believe the people who are behind supporting this terrorist organization, they are listening. And they will take note not to continue giving those platforms. There was no issue of the land of Anyuaks taken by Nuer. Nuer were there since 80s or since 90s or since 70s. And Anyuak also, they were there. Let the two tribes find a solution to live together and live in peace. Because peace is more important. At this point, we need peace in our society. Let Anyuak continues sponsoring those terrorist organizations. Those terrorist organizations, they should be held accountable. So thank you very much, Brother Strata. If you have questions, I will elaborate more on some of the incidents that I may forget.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Danny. My question would, I don't want to divert our show, but my question goes to the gentleman that spoke yesterday on Edward Achek's show. I was really disappointed with Edward because I know this law conspiracy to unite, but then take the approach of terrorizing people, other tribes, particularly the Nuer. Edward Achek is a South Sudanese politician. He's an advocate for changing the government. As a matter of fact, he's a member of the roundtable groups. When he hosts these individuals from the Anyuak community, these characters that are funding terrorist activities in the Gambela region, you get an idea. You get an idea that the activities that the Anyuaks are doing, all these bus attacks, these coordinated killings of the Nuer, when Edward Achek, who is a popular character in the social media on Facebook and the clubhouse here, when he gives these terrorist sponsors a platform, but at the same time, the same people utter words like "We are coming at you, and you're going to see it." These are threats. These are threats from these highly educated, very organized terrorist sponsors. You get a sense. You get a sense of a guy like Edward Achek condoning these atrocities, these crimes against the member of Nuer community. It's disappointing. Have we confirmed for sure that these guys are the diaspora Anyuaks that are organizing these killings in the region, where I heard that for every Nuer that they kill, according to the way they organize it to encourage killing on the ground, for every Nuer kill, the person that does the killing gets awarded a certain amount of money, and it seemed to be a lot of money too, by the way. Have we confirmed these guys for sure that these are the same organized group?
Yeah, thank you, Brother Taitai. To answer your question, as I say earlier, our brother Anyuak, they took our coexistence with our neighbors as our weakness. As I mentioned earlier, based on some of the evidence that I tried to post earlier, there were no any community in which more than 19 of us were attacked and there is no retaliation. No. You cannot find it anywhere else. Only Nuer that have a petition to see that we still need peace with Anyuak. And those are the facts. From 1997 to 2005, Nuer has lost 250 lives just on the bus attack. I'm not talking about the individuals that were killed on the roads or attacking a house, because some, they even come to the refugee camp and burn people alive. Those are the worst atrocities that nobody even want to mention. And what really shocked me is people like Edward who really wish to be a leaders in South Sudan, giving platform to people who have committed all this atrocity. And to be frank, most of Anyuak, they admitted that we are against the policy designed by the Anyuak in diaspora to sponsor this terrorist organization. If you look at the statistics now, how many Anyuak are living in diaspora and how many were living in diaspora? We are 100 times more than them. But we never send any single dollar to sponsor anyone to kill Anyuak. But they have done so a couple of times, sending money for them for Nuer to be targeted in the bus, at home, individually. And this is the definition of terrorism. So that's why I thank the Nuer House for opening this show and condemn all the atrocities that they have committed. And I believe our brother Edward, he just got the first information and then concludes his remark that, well, Anyuak's land were taken. It's not the issue of land, it's the issue of atrocity committed by Anyuak. Because Anyuak, they are not only attacking Nuer, as I mentioned earlier, they attacks Dinka also. They attack more than 15 Dinka. They displaced them from their blocks and they come and live with us in a refugee in block 1, where we accommodated all the Dinka who were attacked. Among 215, 100 of them, they were kids under the age of 5 years old. Is this not a definition of terrorism? Just because they live there. So Anyuaks have a definition of terrorism, and we Nuer should be cautioned to make sure that any further killing of Nuer should be retaliated. Because if we continues allowing them to do so. They consider this is our weakness. And I believe Nuer have no weakness. The only weakness that they have is that they allow you to continue scaling them until they say enough is enough. And this is time to say for us, enough is enough. If they continue doing so, enough is enough. And let's give them a lesson if they really wish to do so.
Thank you very much, brother Danny. Kwertu, welcome.
All right, thank you.
But hold on a second. I'm going to give you the mic quickly. Many Ugota Nilowa, welcome to the big house, the Nuer house. We are today condemning the atrocities and all the attacks and the crimes being committed and continue to be committed against the Nuer community members in Ethiopia and in South Sudan. We are doing that today. And if you're here to contribute, we will give you the mic very soon. I see in your comment, the reason I brought you up is because you made a good point there in the comment section, saying that there are many armed groups in the forests of the region of Gambela. To the best of my knowledge, there are no Nuer groups that are armed that are still in the forces of the region of Gambela. If you say there are, I believe you will tell us who they are. And if the people that are attacking the buses that have been identified as the Anyuak, if they are one of those, and should anything else happen tomorrow, those groups will be the ones being pointed out to be the attackers. It would be good for you to educate us on that. But so far, according to you, there are many groups that are armed, that are lurking in the bushes of the region of Gambela. But to the best of my knowledge, the Nuer are exempted from that. There's no hostile groups that are associated or linked.
Hello? Malaga.
I'm really privileged to be part of this event today. I'm willing to visit some of the records in the slice of history. I will speak in length. Maybe perhaps I will take a little bit of time, unless if you, the moderators, restrain me on speaking in length in the areas of the history and the current developments. In the slice of history. With that being mentioned, though, let me start by saying my appreciation to you for hosting this event, or opening the room for us to respond to what is actually happening in Ethiopia as well as in the areas bordering the Anyuak and the Nuer. All of you who have spoken ahead of me have mentioned a lot of good points, and therefore I will find no need to speak in regard to all the issues you have mentioned. I will just keep on brushing some of them as I present my topics. Okay. First of all, I have to greet all our audience, those who are listening to us, and those who are following us on social media as well, on Facebook platform. The reason as to why we are sitting here today to talk or speak against these atrocities committed or continually being committed on us by our brothers from the Anyuak community is because we are fed up. You know, in life you can pinch someone, and you can continue pinching someone until when that person is actually tired of being pinched, and then when they reacted to you pinching them and they pinch you back, you will feel a little bit of pain, and not just the pain, you will see a bit of blood, because the response to continual pinching will not be easy. Therefore, today I'm going to speak on 4 to 5 issues. One, I'm going to talk about a little bit on the history. My second point that I will talk on or speak on the ifness of the Anyuak and the affiliates. And I will explain later what I mean by that term, ifness or the ifness, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Number 4, I'm going to visit few track records who my brother have already spoken in length earlier. And when I say my brother, I mean my brother Kwang. My brother Kwang spoke earlier on some of the records that pointed to the inhospitable character and the cultural characters displayed over the years by our brothers from the Anyuak community. And the last point I'm going to talk on is the issue of land. And when I talk about the issue of land, I'm going to put my argument for the audience and the fellow South Sudanese and the world over to judge for themselves when it comes to the issue of land, and whether or not somebody is entitled to say that a fellow community member from a different tribe is grabbing a land from them, and for what reason. Could this notion of land grabbing be the cause of all these brutalities that we have faced over the years from our brothers in our Nuer community? And also, could the latest attacks and the current, brutality that we are witnessing in the areas of Gambela be connected to these issues of land? Could it be and anger is spilling over from our brothers, from our brothers from the community of Anyuak. And what will the future hold now? So all these, I'm going to visit them, and I will try to rush through them. And I ask your patience to take them on with me. If there is any area that you, the moderators, think that it's not time for it today, because I know that we will come up from now on to talk on all these issues, especially the notion that there has been land grabbing. We might even host, more rooms regarding this issue. First of all, let me talk about the slice of history. And when I want to touch base on the slice of history, I want to point on the notion that the land, the entire land, or the entire nation of South Sudan, or Sudan as you wish, does not belong to one given tribe. There is no any piece of that country that a one given tribe can claim ownership and full possession without the acknowledgement of the other tribe. With that being said, let us all be mindful that whether you are Anyuak or the Nuer or the Dinka or any other tribe, all of us journey through life over the years from one location to the other until we find resident at our current areas. And therefore, if a Dinka would accuse his brother from Nuer community of grabbing his or her land, that would be incorrect. That would be a voice that would be seen as creating instability, and also that would be a voice that can be seen as non-South Sudanese. In the history book, all of us always refer back to the 1st of January 1956, where the Constitution of Sudan instated that anybody that was found in a piece of land or in a given area within the boundaries of the sovereign nation of Sudan is entitled to continue to live in habitation of that land, and also in peaceful coexistence to his fellow brothers from a different community or different tribe that is nearby. That is the constitution, that's a legal framework in which all of us South Sudanese should be talking on or speaking on when you want to talk about the land issue. Therefore, in 2024, for someone to come on a social platform to come and portray the other community who has lived in that land far more longer than the 1956 ruling, someone who has inhabited a piece of land for more than 100, 200 years, to be told that you are grabbing a land. This is indeed a crime. It is also what we call invasion of my right, because I have lived and possessed that land for the last 100 to 200 years. Where were you for all those years for you to turn up in 2024 to ask me to leave that land? And due to the fact that I'm not talking about the issue of land as an agenda, I'm not going to dwell much on. I'm just trying to tell us or show us that our brothers from Anyuak has actually started to open a Pandora box whose end will not be pleasant to them. This Pandora box should always be kept closed because the history will portray these people as the worst neighbors that one would always dream to have. Now, with that being mentioned, let me take us to what is the meaning of peaceful coexistence. Any part of land in South Sudan has somebody that lives in or on it. Whether you believe they have been there for 10 years, 1 year, 2 years, at least there is someone that has lived on that land. Even my fellow brothers from the Anyuak community, whose claims entail that they own the Akobo land. I believe before they moved to Akobo, they were originally travelers as well. They were traveling as far as I could remember from the western side of Africa as well, to the areas of Khartoum and also to the areas of western Baragazal. And then that would give us a bigger name, a family name that we all know as Luo. So now when you talk about the Luo, we have so many, different tribes or different families of Luo. We have the Luo that have traveled far east to the Eastern African areas of Lake Victoria, and now they are, citizen of Kenya and citizen of Tanzania. And I believe there might be remnants of Luo as well in Uganda. Now, we also have proud Luo that live in Baragazal. And when I say in Baragazal, I mean the region of Baragazal. I don't want to be specific on the states. So now, if there were remnants or some of the brothers of the bigger family of Luo that move eastward or toward the northeastern side, and they found home in Jonglei State and found home in Ethiopia. Could it not be true if I say the areas that they found now to be their home were once inhabited by some other people before them? I think all of us would answer yes, there were people that lived in those areas. And when the fellow Nuer simultaneously move alongside the Anyuak northeast to the areas of Jonglei and the greater Upper Nile, and now to the current Ethiopia, would it not also be right to mention that the Nuer found people in those areas? I think the answer would be yes, we found people in those areas. Where are those people today? Some of them might have left the areas due to other, other issues, maybe natural calamities, man-made, issues, and wars over the years. And I believe there were inhabitants whom we refer to them as Puny. I don't know where they live currently. It would also be good for your research. If you are an Anyuak, you also need to research about these people called Puny. Where are they today? And I believe they were, they were there earlier than the Nuer and the Anyuak, and also the Cholo. So now those people, could they come back and ask us to move? I think it would not happen. In regard to this issue, I think Anyuak has made a drastic mistake to come out and say that the Nuer have grabbed their lands and they want the Nuer, especially the Nuer of Akobo, to move to Wad, okay, or to move to the original land which was inhabited by the first low Nuer people. This will be regrettable in months and years to come. Why? Because the conclusion of the statement which was given on Brother Edward's show stated that the Anyuak are coming. Whether they are coming with guns and ammunition, we don't know. Whether they are marching in numbers, we don't know. Whether they are just going to bombard us with abuses on Facebook and social media, we don't know. But these threats will never be taken lightly, especially by the current generation of the Nuer, and in particular, the Low and also the Jikern Nuer that are living side by side with the Anyuak. Because the era the era that the majority of the South Sudanese people found that the Nuer are always lenient and they always prefer peaceful coexistence with the neighboring brothers and sisters from all the other tribes is far gone. The era when people can sit and be brutally murdered in cold blood by Anyuak and any other communities is far gone. The time has come for the young generation of the Nuer to be vigilant to every rhetoric, whether it is true or not. Any threat that comes from the mouth of an individual, whether it is a representative of a community or a tribe, it will never be taken lightly. Because the era of threats has gone. It's far gone. It is a history that we will not want to revisit again because most of our forefathers have suffered for too long because of their leniency in trying to make us a peaceful society. It is time for us now to pick up the torch and make sure that no one is going to threaten us. No one is going to use an issue threat in our watch or on our watch. So the statement that we have all heard being echoed by our brothers from the Anyuak, from now on, we are going to be vigilant and respond when needed be, and we will respond accordingly. If it is through social media, we are going to do that. If it is through force, we are going to do that. The lands in which we live today shall remain our lands until the day when Jesus returns. No one, especially those who do not want to peacefully coexist with the Nuer, no one, and believe me, no one is going to force us or make us believe that we can leave an inch of all the pieces of land that we possess today. No one. So now let me talk about the ifiness of the Anyuak. And when I use the word ify, I refer to the shakiness of the statement that which we heard from the room where they were hosted by Brother Edward. Most of the statements that were released by our brothers from the Anyuak community were very shaky. They were statements concocted to make them look as the beautiful humans in front or in the eyes of the South Sudanese that were watching or listening. But they failed to acknowledge that they are not the peaceful people that that we know. They're not the peaceful people whose statement we're referring to. Because through all the statement that they issued on the platform given to them by Brother Edward, they portray themselves as the peaceful people. They even went as far as welcoming the Nuer or the Low Nuer. But the record tells us that the Anyuak are so inhospitable. They are a community that cannot be able to sit and welcome visitors. And in fact, since when have the Nuer been a visitor in the land of Sudan or South Sudan? Our brothers from the Dinka community cannot say that the Nuer are visitors. And I believe our brothers from the Equatoria cannot even dare to say the Nuer are visitors. And a population which is less than 1 million from the Anyuak community would come out today and say that the Nuer were visitors and that we welcome them. Welcome us to do what? So what you term as land grabbing is what I call the Nuer expansion. And you can even call it the Dinka expansion, because what we did in the past was moving eastward. The more you grow in size, the more you expand your boundary. But if you find a neighbor that is not willing to live side by you, and they decide to move away from where you are, whose fault is it now? So if our brothers or our fellow citizens in our Anyuak community decided not to live side by side with Dinka or the Nuer or the Murle, who to blame? So if they allow themselves to move away as far as Ethiopia, and now they might even end up crossing the Red Sea. Who to blame for that behavior? Who to blame for such a cultural heritage? It is such a community that do not want to peacefully coexist with fellow human beings. But the Ifiness character that I term as Ifi is the fact that now these educated Anyuak who now found home in Western world would come today and tell us that, South Sudan, this land belongs to us, it does not belong to the Nuer, and these people should move away. But yet, they jump on planes, and now they are leaving. Next door to them is an Indian, next door to them is a fellow African, next door to them is a Chinese, next door to them is a white man or an indigenous person in that country. And yet they don't want to leave, they don't want out of those neighborhoods. See, this is the Ifiness character of these people that has to be well known now. That the Anyuak people do not want to live side by side by any other person. But I don't know why now in Western world they live side by side with other people. Yet in South Sudan they don't want to share, a fence. They don't want to live next door to a Nuer. They don't want to live next door to Murle. And this brings me to this point. On the room of Edward Ashek, one statement was which was said that the Anyuak own Akobo, and that Akobo belonged to them. On the record books, Salva Kiir, the president of the Republic of South Sudan, made a unilateral decision, whether it is through the advice of the Anyuak and the Murle, to move together. They were given the administration area or administrative area, where the Anyuak and the Murle were asked to be in one administrative area. Again now, as an example, a real example of our modern day, the Anyuak now don't want to peacefully coexist with the Murle. Now some of them are crying foul on Salva Kiir, blaming Salva Kiir for moving them together in the greater administrative area of people. And yet now they are the same people that claimed yesterday in Edward Room that they belong to Akobo, when they indeed has been moved away even further. My brother Kwang mentioned few things earlier. One, Kwang mentioned that he's a 42-year-old man. Simon Chenko, who is speaking now, is also a 42-year-old man. I was born in Akobo, raised in Akobo, lived my childhood in Akobo. And to be honest with our fellow South Sudanese people that will be listening to these messages, we might, over the years while we were living in Akobo, there were no traces of the Anyuak apart from individuals. You could not be able to see a community of Anyuak in Akobo. Myself, I've never seen a community of Anyuak in the territorial integrity of Akobo County. Perhaps they were living in the territorial boundaries of Ethiopia. Okay? Because of the hyphenous character of not wanting to live side by side by their fellow brothers from the other communities. I went to Akobo Primary School from year 1 to year 5, and I was not in a classroom with an Anyuak son or daughter. So now where are these claims coming from in 2024? And I believe, Kong, if you've been to Akobo Primary School, you might also bear the same witness.
Question was go through your points quickly and make a quick
summary. Okay.
A lot of people here.
All right.
I'm gonna.
Okay, thank you.
For those who are just coming in.
All right, thank you. Yeah. So all these rhetorics, I think they are meant to cause havoc and instability in the area of Akobo and the areas bordering the Anyuak all the way to Gambela. And that is what we are seeing now. Overnight, we have heard the report that one of the camps has been set on a blaze by none other than the Anyuak. And, sometimes we, the Nuer, are so godly. We respect God so much to the point that people can burn us alive. And yet we can say, don't worry, God will heal us. I think it is a high time for us to turn away from this belief that things will get better when things does not get better. We should be the one making things better. The other one I want to mention, the track record speaks for itself. Those individuals, especially those few families that were encircled in the areas of the Low Nuer, especially in those greater areas of Akobo, who happen to be Anyuak families, they have displayed a record that is not a great record. In Akobo, a lot of people have been disappearing in cold blood. Okay? The Nuer does not know how to kill people through cold blood. That is a record that everybody knows in South Sudan and beyond. And also, Nuer does not start things. We always react to things that has actually haunted us for years. Yet, in the greater Akoba, and I believe even the areas of, those of Gambela, you have witnessed all these brutal killing in cold blood. Sometimes you can wake up in the morning and you find someone floating in the river. There were stories also during our parents' day where the Anyuak would go at night, maybe one or two people would go at night and put spears in the river upside down, so that the first people that jump into the river in the morning, whether they are kids or women or they would fall victim to those evil acts. So now, when you look at the track record and a lot of things, maybe some of us will come and mention them later. These time and time again has proven that the Anyuak people are not hospitable. They are not, conducive to the peaceful that we want. And yet today they had the guts to come and tell us that they are peaceful people, that they welcome people. How do you welcome a visitor and then tomorrow we find the visitor dead? It is not in our culture as a Nuer. In fact, if someone wants to kill a visitor in the Nuer community, the person who has received such a visitor would be the first person to die in defense of a visitor. So all these rhetorics, I think they were generated somewhere, and I believe the notion that there is a belief that the Luo in the eastern side of Africa want to galvanize their family. They want to recognize themselves as one group of family. Maybe this is the spirit that is generating these social media rhetorics, and we are not going to give them space. Lastly, to my Nuer people in Gambela and to those refugees in Ethiopia, time and time again over the years, you have encountered a lot of brutalities from our brothers from the Anyuak community. I think it is now time for us not to be wounded while keeping silence. Because over the years now, it has been proven that our silence is the weakest point that is now being exploited by the Anyuak people. We never hated Anyuak, and we are not in advocation to exterminate the Anyuak, but should need be, and should the Anyuak people continue to do this evil act, well, we are not going to sit idly by and continue to encounter this brutality without using force. I think it is high time for you, whether you are in a refugee camp, time has come for you to defend your belonging and your livelihood. Because the neighbor that you once thought was your brother is no longer your brother. So thank you so much, my fellow moderators. That is one thing I will mention maybe later on at the end of our room. So thank you so much for lending me your ears. I'm your brother Simon Chankwa.
Thank you very much, Koy Chankwa. You had made some really great points. We are here just to refresh the room. We are here just to condemn all the attacks committed and atrocities and murders and crimes against humanity, against the citizens of South Sudan and Ethiopia, the Nuer community. We are here to condemn all of that. And later on, if you do have your personal story where you survive any attack against the Anyuak, you can come, even if it's for 5 minutes. You can come and narrate your story. In the last month, just to refresh the room, there's been 4 people killed in the area of Gambela region. The Nuer people have been killed, and just recently, as 4 days ago, there was a bus attacked. People got killed. As of now, there's 13 people still in the hospital who was critical condition. Hopefully, none of them dies. As we speak today, Tarpam in Eton is on fire, is burning. The Anyuak have attacked those communities living in Eton. We don't have any more updates than that. And these are the attacks we're talking about today. Yesterday, just to give you some of the reasons, yesterday's show comes up. Yesterday's show came up in Edward Achek's room. Edward Achek, for those of you who do not know, is a political activist from the Shulu community. Those who did not know what his show was about, it was about a land grab that was happening in Akobo. The Anyuak in South Sudan are complaining that their land being grabbed, and they're lacking representation. The other thing that came up in that show was that the administrative area that's been given to Anyuak and Murule, they have direct representative from that administrative area. So the Anyuak that are still in, the few Anyuak that are still in Akobo itself, they are also taking representatives that represents the Anyuak, and at the same time they have an administrative area. That was a question that came up in the show yesterday. It was challenged. To many people's surprise, people are asking, why are these few Anyuak taking big positions in the government of South Sudan, representing Anyuak in overall representation in Akobo, while they have also an administrative area that they are representing and taking high positions in the government of South Sudan, current government of South Sudan. So those things came up. The fact that South Sudan government just issued the parliamentarian recently issued a law, passed a law that says the land belongs to the people. To say that their land is being grabbed and is a land that being shared, people being there way before the law of 1956 boundaries came into act, it would be an absurd claim that the land is being grabbed. Later on, I just wanna bring to your attention. Earlier I brought Mini Nilowa. He's up here with us. He's one of the first people that have been up here for a while. Earlier he spoke about, he made a comment down there in the comment section saying that there's many groups lurking around, hostile group, armed groups that are lurking around. So basically he's trying to dispute that the bus attacks and all the other attacks should be blamed on those groups. If it's those militias being trained and arming the Anyuak individuals and groups that are sworn to do terrorist activities in the area of Gambela. I think you can come and tell us. So far, I only hear of few hostile Anyuak groups that are against the government in Ethiopia. He can explain to us. I'm going to give him the mic. Please, we are here to condemn the atrocities. If you can register your condemnation of the killing of the 4 people last month, and the bus attack, and the current attack in Tarpam, Itang, that would be great. Please welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can you give me 1 second? Can you give me 1 second, please? It would seem like you are condoning it. So please clear yourself.
That guy, before he can talk, please let's try to limit our time, because there's other people that wants to come up and contribute as well. So maybe like 10 to 15 minutes or so, right?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, my name is Mene, as you can see on the screen there. Thank you for giving me a chance to address my view to the audience here. And also I thank this audience who just gave that time to be in the room here to discuss on just sensitive matters. Before I could proceed, it seemed a little bit that I'm confused because this show was made based on what happened yesterday. The topic that was being addressed by the Akobo Anyuak in that clubhouse. I heard it has been addressed here, but I don't know if there are 2 topics here. There's a condemning all the atrocity which is committed by unknown, but it's said to be committed by Anyuak, and there is a Kobe issue. Which one now to talk about? That is the question.
Okay, I'm going to explain to you. The reason Edward Achek's show came up, Edward Achek personally heard that the Nuer community are mourning their 4 dead people and the people that were killed during the bus attack, and all the people that are still in the hospital with critical wounds. Edward Achek was advised not to go ahead with the show. And some people feel that he's collaborating based on his identity as a Luo, member of Luo community, supporting Anyuak, and Anyuaks are doing terrorist activities, both in South Sudan and in Ethiopia, against the Nuer in particular. For that reason, when Edward Achek's show comes up, we feel that he was diverting the real issue that's going on. And if some people feel that that's what's going on, I think they have the right to bring up Edward Achek's show, because Edward Achek is giving platform to terrorist individuals that are collaborating with those terrorist activities, killing people, the Nuer community in particular. If you wonder, that's why. Thank you.
Can I add something, Brother Taitai?
Yeah, go ahead.
Your question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your question. The reason why we're opening this show, Taitai, can you mute yourself, please? I've got some echo. Thank you. Is because a lot of atrocities were committed by our brother Anyuak, that is Nuer. And for them not to be held accountable, they're opening a show yesterday talking about land issue. We are not here to condemn all the nonsense that they have discussed yesterday, because we believe those are nonsense. Today we are talking about all the atrocities that were committed by Anyuak. As I mentioned earlier, if you can even dive in and talk more about 19 buses that were attacked by Anyuak from year 1997 to 2024. This is the reason why we are opening this show. So if you have any dispute or you want to acknowledge, you are welcome, and you are right. You are in the right place to acknowledge all the atrocities committed by Anyuak. So this is the reason we opened the show. Please go ahead, continue.
Yeah, well, thank you for clarification. Yeah, as I don't know actually how many people are here from the Ethiopian side, especially the Nuer who believe they are Ethiopians. If they are here in the room, that would be much appreciated because I came from that side too. Um, uh, yes, regarding of the title which has been put that condemning all the atrocity committed by X, well, first of all, we are living in educational world.
The atrocities were committed by Anyuak, not X. Please be precise. The atrocities were committed by Anyuak, not by X.
I don't have to mention something without tangible evidence because we are living in educational worlds. Anything that has not been supported by evidence, which means it is a hearsay. We don't have to act based on hearsay if we believe that we are intelligent enough. Because intelligent people, they don't act based on hearsay, but based on the tangible evidence that could be. Mena, can you hear me, Mena?
I think he left the rooms, maybe.
That's okay. Yeah. Okay, look. To be honest with you, my fellow moderators, we are not here to judge. We are here to press on an issue that is fundamental to us. Anybody that is coming to make jokes should not be allowed to have this leverage. So, Tai, I yield the mic back to you.
According to the reason I brought him up is because I wanted him to clarify.
Come, mute yourself.
I wanted him to clarify which terrorist groups, which armed groups that are lurking around in the region of Gambela, because he was trying to suggest that it's not the Anyuak. And so far, I told him that I don't know any terrorist groups or armed or hostile group to the government of Ethiopia or the region that has any Nuer members in them. So if he does not want to go directly to that and issue his condemnation at the same time, I guess we came up here to table a debate, and today we're not here to debate, unfortunately. We're just here to condemn the atrocities, including the crime being committed right now against the Nuer people. I'm going to give a chance to Dr. Chankwat. I believe Dr. Chankwat, you're here. Please open your mic later on. I think it will be Simon Juer, and then Dol Kavi will go. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Danny Chankot and Nimri. All the opinion on the matter. I'm very pleased to be here with you guys. This is a very important matter to our existence as a community. So I would really advise against bringing left-sided Anyuak who are here just to disturb the point we are trying to make here. We are not here to argue today. We are not here to make opinions. We are here to condemn the crimes against humanity
that has been committed against Nuer people by Anyuak people. That goes to the moderators. Uh, my name, for those of you who don't know me personally, my name is Chankot Yer. I'm one of the Nuer sons from the Eastern Jikai Nuer, Nasser. Uh, so I will concentrate more on the Ethiopian part of the discussion. Since I was born and raised there, I could touch bases on the South Sudan and Akobo situation, but a lot of people who know far better than me has already made some highlight on the matter and also will continue to make those highlights. So, in a brief history, I want to thank my brother Danny for creating a vivid image of the atrocities and all the inhuman crimes that has been committed against Nuer people, especially in Gambela. There is no question that Anyuaks in general, they are terrorist community. They are terrorizing everyone that live near to them. I have lived in Gambela all my life. Every attempt they made to kill the Nuer, every violence that has erupted between Nuer and Anyuak in Gambela, at some point, they were started by Anyuak. There is no question. Any Anyuak who can come and challenge that, including the years, the month, the dates, everything. Any violence that has erupted has been started by Anyuak. They start something out of nowhere. So the discussion that was held by Edward yesterday is not fair to the Nuer community. Also, as a leader or someone who aspires to become a leader and who is also challenging the current system in South Sudan, like Edward, I think this is not to be taken lightly, especially by the Nuer community. We should condemn this to the highest of terms. All of us who are using social media, all of us who has a relation with the South Sudanese government, we should voice our voices on the matter. And Mr. Edward has taken sides. He does not deserve the position, the neutrality that he has been claiming to have. Because even yesterday, you can see every comment that was made by Nuer, he goes on afterward and filter it, saying that that is not right, and this land belongs to Anyuak. So he already made his mind when he went on to conduct the show. And that is also not expected from someone who is moderating the voice from everyone. So anyone who was joining yesterday, we all know that Edward has taken sides. Okay. If we talk about the land issue, especially in the Ethiopian part, we have laws. If we talk about land and citizenship, so Anyuak always like to claim that Nuer are refugee in Ethiopia. They don't own land and whatever. And even the topic yesterday, it does not sound right because you cannot say land grabbing. People have been pushing each other from place to places all over Africa. That has been a known history. This land grabbing they were talking about, this happened in the 17th century, in the 18th century, in the early 19th century. Before even demarcation of the borders. So this is why Anyuak will never bring this to a court of law or to the House of People Representative in the parliament to be open up for discussion. For those of you guys or my fellow Nuer who are not aware about the Ethiopian constitution and the law, in the Ethiopian constitution 1995 first draft, Article 6, it clearly states how to acquire Ethiopian citizenship. Like any other country with rule and regulation, you can be born to it, you can marry into it, or you can get it by naturalization. Article 32 of the Ethiopian Constitution it states the freedom of movement within the Ethiopian territory. It clearly says any Ethiopian citizen has a right to reside anywhere in Ethiopia. And Article 33, it states the right of nationality. If you are an Ethiopian citizen, you have a citizenship. No one else can come and intimidate you to prove your citizenship or to disqualify your citizenship of the Ethiopian. Article 40, it is talking about the land. Who own the land? The land ownership belongs to the Ethiopian government, to the Ethiopian people in general. So, what are these nonsense that Anyuak are talking about the land, that Nuer have taken our land? In 1900, when the first current map of Ethiopian was drafted during the time of the Minilik, Nuer, for the first time when Nuer and Anyuak was incorporated to be part of the ethnicity living in Ethiopia, they were registered on the same day. On the same day, on Ethiopian National Archive, Nuer and Anyuak was registered on the same day to be ethnicity living in Ethiopia. How is that Anyuak are claiming that they have arrived first? When is that has ever been recorded as Anyuak were Ethiopian before Nuer was included to be part of Ethiopia? And why are we descending down to this nonsense? Why are we listening to them? Why are we giving them an audience? We introduce our own audience to them. And also to people that we call our comrade or our friends, like Mr. Edward. If they do something like this, trying to disqualify or trying to give our own rights of owning our own land to someone else, why do we view them as friends anymore? Why don't we condemn them any chance we get? So these are nonsense that Anyuak are talking about. But to divert the issue, that's why they are only arriving at the conclusion of raising money to kill people. Because if this was a matter that would have been discussed in a parliament and they would have gotten their right, they would have already taken it to the House of People Representative. But no one will ever listen to that, because the border demarcation and the registration of all the ethnicity into the Ethiopian National Archive happened long after Anyuak and Nuer already were in the Ethiopian land. Even if we go to a court of our international court of law, Anyuak themselves, they are our own witness, because they say Nuer chased us away from South Sudan until we arrive here. So if we take the notion of chasing someone, the imagination is that someone is running and someone is after them. So we must have arrived in Ethiopia land sometime in history at the same time. So how is that they are saying that now Nuer must return back? Nuer must return back. Why are people talking about the land grab that happened 300 years or 200 years ago, before the demarcation, before establishment of all the constitution that we are being abided by today? And why other ethnic groups are fueling this? So these are the questions that, as a Nuer community, there is a gang up that is happening all our neighbors, because back in the old days, at some point in the history, Nuer annihilated these people in the war front. Back when there was no government, when there was no law, and it was all about fighting and the survival of the fittest. The Inca knows we have defeated them at many battles. The same goes for Anyuak, the same goes for all our neighbors. And now that there are laws that protect everyone, now that there are constitutions that demarcate every piece of land, now Anyuak resort to killing people, claiming that because these people took our land at that time. So there is only one solution that Anyuak are looking for, and that is a violent way. So I appreciate Mr. Chanko that was saying that for the people who live in Ethiopia or at the border with Anyuak, you must protect yourself. That is right. Even tonight, this night, there is an ongoing burning down of the whole town of Tarpa. So some people say it is accident. No, it is not accident. Why are we covering things up? It is the Anyuak who are burning this town, because they know large population of that town are Nuer people. So they wanted that place not to be habited by Nuer, so that it will remain as a barren land like before. So the current global and African political dynamic, it does not go with anyone asking right now about new demarcation of borders or about land that they move away from 200 years ago. Mr. Wubong, can you mute yourself, please? You are making noise. So this is nonsense. So my message would go to my fellow Nuer people and also to Anyuak people. I'm very sad about how Anyuak people as a population or as a community are being manipulated by other actors into a blind resolution, because you cannot say that you will fight with Nuer. Time and time that has been proven. Oh, this will not happen. You will never chase Nuer away from this land. That is a fact. You know it, everyone knows it. So now you are using a violent mean that will only bring an end to the Anyuak ethnic group as we know it. And it saddened me, even Anyuak who claim that they are highly educated and they have find a peaceful place to live in the Western world here. Now they are fueling this conflict. How do you think this is going to end? Let's say all Nuer tomorrow realize there is only one end to this, and that is violence. Will Anyuak really resist Nuer people when it comes to direct violence and all-out war? This is a no. And you guys know it. And you want your mother, your father, and all the Anyuak children who has nothing to this, who are innocent. Why would you want to put them through this? Why do you advocate for ongoing killing of people that you know for a fact it will bring an end to your ethnic group as you know it if this continue like this? So that's my message to Anyuak. So my conclusion to my Nuer fellow is that we should not be crying on social media or having a non-stop meetings talking about the crimes that was committed by Anyuak people that we know where they live. They live with us, and we are not taking any action. And also our answer to Anyuak who say that the land do not belong to us, the Akobo do not belong to us, or Gambela do not belong to us. We should not be crying, asking them that you should recognize us. No. Even last time on Guidebook Show, there was one of the Nuer guy who was saying, you guys who live in Ethiopia, you should go and prove to Anyuak that you are not a refugee. That is a nonsense. How do you prove to someone that I was born here? Like you cannot prove to your sibling that your mother is the same as them. So that mindset for us to be crying as helpless people, we should put that aside and give Anyuak what they want. If they want a violence, that because they decide that we must protect ourselves, and we should encourage our people to protect themselves because they don't want us to live in peace. As you heard from Brother Coat, 19 buses has been burned down. I remember one incident in Abobo where they took the whole bus, 62 people, and killed them in line, one by one, one by one. Most of them were children, under 15 years of age. And also the rest of them, they were elders. So Anyuak people, they don't feel sorry for taking any human life at all. At all. Because even the way they kill people, there is what we call inhuman killing. They cut your head away. They take your gut out. They take your eye out. So Nuer people don't do these things. From our record in the history we fight with people, we don't do these things. So we should advocate for protecting ourselves. Otherwise, Anyuak or Dinkas or Murle or any other group that are bordering Nuer land right now as a whole will not stop coming at us. They will come at us hard and they will continue killing us until we start defending ourselves. So I will lay my case here. I will give back to the moderator. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to voice my voice on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shankar. Thank you. Excuse me, Tai Tai. I just want to give thanks to those who have heard, who contributed to the show. To my next audience that has not talked yet. When you are being called upon, please try to make it brief. Monitor your time, and also don't come on the show trying to make noise. Address your concern. This has become a problem right now. We have Brother Obong coming on the show earlier trying to make noise, and we can't tolerate something like this. Come on the show and respect the view that we're trying to lay down. We're not here to toy with. We are a community that has been endure a lot. If you come in as a guest, respect our view. We're not going to allow you to come over here trying to make it seem what we are talking about is just a mind game. If you're not coming here to respect us, we have to block you. These concerns matter to us, and we're talking about people's life here. Anything that takes life should not be taken slightly. So to my annual audience, if they come in here to think that they're walking in an empty house with no people, I would say you are in a wrong position. I will give the second chance to the next individual in line, and make sure you make it brief and go to your point. We'll give chance to Anyuak people, and please raise your hand. Don't just, if we're not allowing you to talk, it's just that you're not next in line. Brother Taita, you could take it over. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Korkan. I will just add to what you just said. It would be good too that when you start contributing, since this show is condemning the atrocities, it's not about a debate. It would be nice if you could register your condemnation before you start talking. I just want to remind you guys of that. Thank you. Simon, you can go ahead. After that, Zol Kabir will come, and then Toot will come.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Brother Taita, and thanks to all the moderators. I greet you all. All the audience who attend this live discussing rooms. First of all, I want to say to my brother who put a comment down here that Mr. Moonwalk, this is not the private rooms. This is the Nuer House, which is public. It's open to every South Sudanese. And that is the reason why we come publicly, than to let the other South Sudanese fellows Anyuak know that we hear what they have spoken, and we are here to respond. So we are not hiding, so we are not in a hiding place. That's what I just want to make clear. This is not the Nazca, this is the Nuer House, which is a public house. I was aware that there was a show conducted by Edward, something like that. And I did not bother
to attend to listen to the nonsense, because I know if the title is about these people claiming that their lands were taken and they claiming it, I don't have to waste my time and go and listen to nonsense, because I know nothing would benefit me on that show. It's a nonsense from the beginning. It's also nonsense though it was run. Nothing will change. I want to, I want to apologize first that I will not just mostly speaking. I'm preaching anyway. I just want to make some points, and I just want to be myself. And I don't want somebody to tell me that you talk like me. I want to talk to as myself, I did not even expect that this Anyuak and those call themselves law or whatever, law everywhere in South Sudan. They are in Kenya, they are in Ethiopia, they are in Congo, they are in Sudan. They're not anywhere. They're not in one place. They are anywhere. And today's people will tell us there's something talking about law and all this. They need to ask themselves first, if this call themselves laws, what makes them scattered all over the world? Is it us, the Nuer? No, nonsense. Let them just leave us alone and ask themselves from the beginning what makes them to scattered to be in every part of country in Africa. Let put it this way, especially in East Africa. Secondly, I don't even think that this show, this Anyuaks terrorists organizers should be given a chance to even come and talk nonsense, like trying to argue, denying the reality, and this is unacceptable. They should listen there. Yes, they should sit down there and listen. It's up to them. They take it as nonsense. It's up to, but we cannot just let them come here and make the same nonsense that they did yesterday. If they're happy to listen there, let them listen. The room is recording. If they're not happy to listen, let them just take the room to their room and then continue talking nonsense. So we're here to speak, condemning what we know is taking place. As we speak, the towns, the South farm is burning right now. And somebody say there's a lot of rebels in the bush, and somebody can just come here and say, I don't think, I cannot comment on something that is not, I have it. This is the only thing that I want to say it as Simon. I just want to tell my Nuer people, Neko Nenas, Yena, we cannot be here just smoothing, talking, like trying to convene this arrogant, being against us.
Simon, I kind of like that talk now. You can continue.
Yeah, I will continue. It's time to smoothing or try to be like for light, as Kangije mentioned in his songs. And go guide actually door. These are the results. When you try to be a welcoming person, who values other people, even though you are tough and serious, and you try to be polite, to be a nice person, to treat people fairly. Want this people that you try to treat fairly get a chance. They extract like a snake. That's what is happening now. And with my surprise, it is for my first time to hear that the Anyuak can say, "Be fair, we are coming." Oh my goodness, is it real? Anyuak are coming, and they are warning us that prepare and we are coming.
I can be a man.
So, Nas, Nuer, if it comes to this point, there's only this Anyuaks. Did they come tiang only? Who can deal with Anyuak and silence them? And now they try to tell us that prepare yourself and we are coming, and you will see Anyuak are making sense. Oh yes, because they know the lion is wounded. Because the lion is wounded. We have been bited on left and right and back. But let's tell my Anyuak people and brothers and sisters that the wounds of the lions are healed, and the lion is ready to strike. Allow at times, Lon mi cham ke chui ke cham ke jode. Nuer it was then go lon ki bot ka ki go is time within and the queer lon queer. All right, and Anyuaks need to be given these lessons if they really want us and aware, give us awareness that prepare yourself and we are coming. Exactly, they come. They said yesterday. Now the camp is burning tonight. They did say it yesterday. Come back ben kajan and worry ben camp farm is burning. They mean what they say. Don't call them terrorists. Call them the Anyuaks, and is taking wars to the Nuer nations. And let's prepare, and let's strike back. Again, they are gone. Panarway Gor con will penal take a kailo high. There will be peace. Lanet Katanek Yang Mogake Anyuak minority. Now they don't know that they are minority, and they even saying that they coming and destroyed, and they did. It's time for us to tell Anyuak, yes, we heard that you are coming. It's time to tell Anyuak openly that yes, we accepted that we have to fight. Banana lung until when? Banana lung until when? Dr. Chankot, you make it clear, and I agree with you. There is no need to go back to the history because these people will not listen. They will just listen what they want. Let's meet them in the field. Let's go to our people and tell them that did it the way they want. Forget about there is a government or there is a soldier or a police. No, take the actions. Meet with the police on the fronts when they come and say, we don't want it. My people, if they want us to die in buses, kill their bus, burn their village, they calling for it. They calling. Anyuak are calling for us to fight with them. Let's fight with them on the street, in the forest. Let's get into their villages and burn them down as they did it tonight in Sarfa. The death will be to eyes if the morning comes. And we should be here and try to tell Anyuak that we are giving you warning. No, we are not here to give Anyuak a warning. We are here to tell Anyuak that we accepted that we have to fight. Thank you.
Sorry. I send the invitation to Gatball, so if you get a chance, so you can accept my invitation and come up. So.
Thank you very much, Corey. Simon, you are down. I'm just going to take us through a quick break. I'm going to take us through a quick break. Next, after that break, we'll Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna send them an invitation. After a quick break, we're gonna listen to Dol Kabir, and then Gaibol will come, and then Uncle Bonguk will come. We will benefit. Brother Tuti, brother. Brother Tut will go after Dol Kabir, then Gaibol will come, and then Gaibol Bonguk will follow you. I'm just gonna give us a quick music break.
I can play it here also. I can hear you.
You want to play that?
Yeah, I can play it. I can play it here.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, it's like
My beautiful people, I'm into you more than anything. What we say?
Your hamburgers. Guy take me la settlement she come there.
Oh, okay. Well, no one can wait. I think I was outside now. I mean,
Okay, go. I can now wait till the end, but I should like to continue.
all right.
Okay, good.
Brother, cut. Me take a man.
My beautiful land, Gambela. My beautiful people, I'm into you more than anything. What we say? When I wake up at morning, I used to go to swim in Bad River, full of mangoes and trees alongside of the river. Gambela, Gambela, my beautiful Gambela. 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 We are 5 drivers, but no one knows that we are fast Tripoli. So this is big love, we chose to one another. So let's keep the love in that way forever and ever. Gambela, Gambela, my beautiful Gambela. 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 Gambela is land of so much then. I'm into you more than anything. The land full of natural resources. Gambela is land of so much then. I'm into you more than anything. The land full of natural resources like benzene and water, gold mine and walleye. Gambela, Gambela, my beautiful Gambela. Gambela, Gambela, my beautiful Gambela. Gambela, Gambela, Alice Perry. Let's keep the love in our beautiful land, Gambela. What is that? Tutla music, Zaila production, zero. Yeah.
The next song, Brother Chankot, you play it. Thanks.
Jagolo. Rajelo eram yanwan, Yangonga, we get the bite the moon. What are you doing one way?
Tagalong Chankot, thank you very much. Thank you for the awesome music you guys played. Very significant. I'm gonna give the mic to Dol Kabir. He will give us just a little bit of his analysis of Edward's show and just a little bit about the situation going on. Dol Kabir, if you're available, if you're ready. I seen your mic, your hand raised earlier. I wasn't sure if you wanted to say something earlier, but I think I was having some internet connection issues. You can open your mic and have the floor. Thank you.
Wow. Here we go.
Yeah, wow is right.
I say wow. It is simply because it looks like I'm really the true son of this community, the nation that calls Nuer. Why I say that? I don't want to take the pride and own it without all of you. It is actually the prize that each and everyone among us here, he deserves it. So what I mean is, the time I was about to come up and give my few remarks about the rhetoric and provocative language and statements been given by none other the people of ours, the people of Upper Nile. They target us, they come up, and they are trying to tarnish this powerful community. So the pride that I do want to mention, that each and everyone might own it. It is a pride that when it comes to be my time to come up and give my sense, then you came up with the artists. Mention a lot that can make you think about how that this community, the power he has, he had and is still having it. So for this reason, thank you very much. Let us share all this prize. So let me remind you first before I get into my comments. Here we are, we want South Sudanese to hear what they couldn't know for their benefit. When you see the room is at weight, people are just drop. Think and come up with a technique that might attract them to come back. So when the song was been singing, seemed like there is so many people drop, and those many people drop, I need them. Although they know you first, and they know me as one of you. So I need them to hear what we are actually going to discuss tonight. Well, let me go back to topic.
Are you suggesting that you should suspend your comment for later on? Or are you going to proceed?
Okay. Yes. Let me, because I started. Let me actually give a very brief.
Okay.
And then when I will actually go and patrolling the rooms and see the face that I want to be ears, actually to hear from this powerful community, I will repeat myself. But actually, they are not here no more. There is the people whom I want. I actually love. Friday is still here, and the rest are here. I want those of some thought to be here so that they will take the message into their side and look at it. So let me briefly go into the point. The topic here is a condemnation of the serious atrocity and inhumanity that our brother Anyuak did to Nuer. Then let me not, when as far as I have to, I don't want to fast greeting you. First of all, I start with moderator, the panels, including myself, and those beautiful people there, our beautiful sister, our sound-minded brothers and sisters who are really listening down there. Please, I say to you, and I acknowledge you, you are being here. It make us to actually to give whatever someone among us, those who are up here, my side. If you are not down there, I don't think I can bother myself to say something because no one will listening to me. So I acknowledge you guys. There's no any exclusions of each and every one of you. To me, you are being here, it is paramount. Moderator, me, I'm actually going straight to give some of my points on. Also, maybe I will reserve the rest of the points for later and for the couple of the day coming, because these issues, it become very serious. We never ever let it go that way. We must deal with it thoroughly and intensively. We must to deal with it. Simply because there is an involvement that we seen on the back of other people. Let me actually come and start with the room that was being conducted back last week. It was from Pralia Apanar. This community, for you other South Sudanese, listen, this community of Nuer, now, they alert you. They send you the signal that we are feeling something is looming again our communities. The question is, what is it? For the number is 1, 2. The first number, which is number 1, it was the activities of the policies and the politics of none other the government of South Sudan against this powerful community. A cold wall was being detected and was actually put into the security record that he is doing something behind there against these communities. One. Second, this community alert all South Sudanese that our brother Anyuak, they are planning to murder Nuer from the Far East in Ethiopia. That was actually the room was open by these talented and powerful sons and daughters of these nations called Nuer. Is it true or not? I think it is true. All South Sudanese were being alert. Now he's in action. Now we are talking, he's in action. Well, let me come back into the reason why actually I love to have time to contribute into this serious topic. I would love to actually start with the second room that followed the new room that was when discussed peacefully, lovely, allow everybody among the people of South Sudanese to contribute. The room was the room opened by none other. My colleague, engineer Edward Ashep, deliberately, Edward Ashep opened the room simply because he wanted to send his malicious message. Malicious message that he wants to galvanize all South Sudanese to listening to him and send them that message that Nuer, these people, Nuer, the bad people, punishing them. He collect his brothers from other side, other law, the law that I have a big question later that I will have to ask Edward Ashek, and I need a very correct answer about it. If not Edward alone, he will actually that question include Emmanuel Ajawin to get fat of that answer. Who are Law? And where are they now? And why they are like the way we know them? They will answer it. So Edward Ashok went and collects people from Anyuak communities, the intellectuals, Anyuak. They came, they opened the room, they tarnished the Nuer community. Let me now going over the rhetorics and provocative that was being given to their room. First, Edward Ashok put the topic up there, grabbing land. Let me not forget to give some in front of each and everyone in the room here tonight to my sister, Nyafini Doltian, because she was strongly dispute the so-called grabbing land. I was actually sitting down thinking like, is it with that title, or it's actually really know what it means? It was saying grabbing land. Why? Let me ask you here, you people in the room.
Hold on, Uncle Yen, hold on. There's somebody that opened up their mic. Continue.
Okay. Although I miss to actually have a people whom I'm actually sometimes when I got up to say something, I want them to listening to me. Some of them, they are my colleagues. I've been in school with them. They know me very well. They know me to the extent that they know me. I fear no man except God. This is really me. Edward Ashok, in his envy and jealousies, he failed to actually put the topic in the correct words in English. Very simple. Put your correct word, say that Nuer expansion. Everybody was listening to you. Nuer expansion. Yakwana Kalina Nasal. The Munu, who's actually grabbed the land? Is Nuer grab the land of somebody? This community called Nuer, are they grab the land from somebody? Nowadays we are talking. Do they grab the land? Let Edward come up and answer me. He be the real man. No. I never grabbed the land. I never. They expand. Nuer expansion. Due to the reason why Edward doesn't want to put it that way, he say grabbing the land. But for me, I have a problem. And not me alone. Nuer intellectual, they have a problem, and their problem is to ignore somebody. Yes, now we are in 21st century. Do we continue to ignore somebody? I don't think the answer would be yes. It is be totally no. I will not ignore somebody like Edward, because I know he mean it. When the Edward come up and put the topic that grabbing land, while Nuer are innocent, although this word being innocent, it is very naive. For Nuer, they don't deserve it. Nuer never been innocent. There are people. An innocent person sometimes is a person who is powerless and helpless. Yes, Edward put the topic, he said, grabbing land. Okay, let us walk through why, what is that? Yes, there was a rhetoric and provocative language that has been given by intellectual Anyuak. I will go through the points so that I don't want to take a long time because people are waiting there. For some, I captured into those rhetoric discussion that was being given by our intellectual Anyuak. Some of them, then first, let me not forget. What I was expected from him to come up with is to condemn the killings of Nuer civilians by Anyuak in Ethiopia. At the bus, it was news. He known about it, and he never condemned it, and it was even never tell the people who are listening to him that let us take a while to mourn for the loss. Are you interested of the people who are being murdered? Never. He didn't say that. Arizona parent. He failed to even mention that. And he was being told that Nuer are mourning. Nuer community, they are not safe. Lena, Nasum Katalo. Then, it would have the reason to do that. Well, let me go through Isaac Ajibo, those of all of them, intellectual, Anyuak. They mentioned so many things. They went as far as they said the people who has been actually taught in Akura was been taught by them. Like they want to dispute that Nuer was not an intellectual by that time. Young man, let me tell you this. I'm told that 58 Mudir Lam and Mother Akoba is my uncle. I'm the one talking to you. It's my uncle. A goal Nyatiel Nyapaja could libliatip. Kagan would Michali Lam see a goal libliatip. This is not the reality and the evidence. I want somebody like Isaac Ajibo to come and argue me. That was 1958. Golio was a headmaster about Kola Secondary School. Followed by who? Followed by Uncle Miritain, who was later murdered by Jalaba within Nakoba, together with his colleague, Asatisa. And don't forget also, let me remind you and put it in your record, although now it's not in our topic to discuss, it will be discussed later, because this issue has become very serious. We have to deal with. Anyuak were being moved Atu inshallah. Ya kwana Uncle Peter Garkoziawo Raja Anyuak fi Akoba. That will simply answer the rhetoric that was given by one of our Anyuak intellectuals that they went and met with Nafia al-Nafia. And Nafia al-Nafia was told them that, no, we are not doing anything with you Anyuak. Simply because you are not the communities that used to fight himself and kill. Sorry for that. Javana, you are the judge. A person like Dr. Nafia al-Nafia Gary, there a bar with Jogan go, yen ni chaka better care ke yen simply because yen ke yen community you are not killing yourself. That is simple logic. Then I will leave it there and you put it in your record. Then our brother intellectual Anyo, they went as far as they came into the governor of Jongulesh. They said that governor of Jongulesh has 17 ministers within the governor running the affairs of the state. They are not there. Yagwana, to take somebody very simple and put him in a way you want to put him, this is where you judge. You South Sudanese, not Nuer community, you South Sudanese, come and actually know the person that called Edward Ashek. When Edward Ashek heard that, he forgot his being intellectual. He forgot that a person who's actually known by other people, other South Sudanese, like I am, and the rest, he failed to consider everyone. He just took everything on his mind, come and comment strongly, astonish the Nuer community. Together with Dinks. They are. I'm also saying like, this idiot, why is actually exposed himself? Why we dodging him sometimes, we don't want to deal with him. All right, come to the reality that I want him to sound like intellectual. A person who actually been study in University of Juba, engineering. You heard from you call them cousin. And I don't know the reason the cousin got different language, different dialect. I don't know. They will answer it. You heard from your cousin, then my cousin are being humiliated somewhere and being marginalized. Turning Nuer and Dinkish. And instead to give yourself time, look at the situation, why there is no any single Anyuak. Women participated into the government of Congolese. You're going to let us judge the situation and to it correct how it is. South Sudan government, it is a government that being run by none other the parties. Leave alone Anyuak are not, they don't have any presence in Jongle. Leave alone that. Go into the reality that a country being run by party. Yakwana, is ya loma for Anyuak. Fifat with Shagodina Shagor. Gary, if there is any logic that can prove the complaints of Edward, who is his big cousin, and if there is no logic or there is logic, I will leave it to you, for you. You will judge it. Edward, and instead for him, a person that been coal engineer, he leaves the temperature, occupy his body, he come up with the wrong emotions, punishing these two tribes, Nuer and Dinks. All right. Today, these are the realities. If you go and meet Edward and ask him, Edward, come and tell me exactly what you found last time that you tarnish us with these two community. I want you to come and justify and convince me. Because you and I, we believe we are intellectual and we are so Sudanese and we will be remaining there until then. Yes, I'm not biased with yours because I have capacity to analyze you. But what about the rest? The people who were been listening you down there, they don't have that capacity. You blackmail them. Are you responsible for that? What can Edward say? If he's really a rational and sound-minded person, what can he say? I believe if there is any something called shame, Edward will feel shame. So let me come to question the people who was in Edward show, our brothers, Anyuak people, who give that rhetoric and provocative language. Yakwana, they munubukun intellectuals, if not all South Sudanese, for Anyuak community, more than a person named Real Mailang, Pilibubong, Munu, Hatta Isaac Ajupo himself. I believe Real Mailang, if otherwise, Allah Yaram. Some almost maybe 25 years ago, or 30.
Uncle Ian, I think you're muted.
Sorry. Shut muted. Let me repeat myself. So I come down into the question of the Anyuak intellectuals, those who were in Edward's room. Let me tell you this. In entire South Sudan, who is intellectual more than Real Mailang? Pilibubong. And if not also Sudan, in Anyuak community, who is intellectual more than Philip Ubong, Real Mailang? Who is intellectual more than Simon Morris? Who was intellectual more than Polanadi? The name Paul Ningori. Also, Ouattara was there, and followed up by the rest. For my belief, I the Gajipo, and I love that Friday Awo is here in the room, and I wish you will take all this room and give it into the so-called Anyuak intellectual who was discussing and porn issues in Edward room. They will go and sit on it and analyze it. If I do ask, who in entire South Sudan, intellectual person, more than Real Mailang, Piliwubong. And you know who gave the name Real Mailang? Jama, you better really celebrate one day and proud for the goodness of you, Nuer community. You are a good people. Wallahi lazim, you are a good people. Real Mailam, the name was being given by name, by Nuer. Piliwubong, Pilipidak. They were being colleagues. Till I see a real they went to school together, and I don't know, they depart from where. I believe, on my belief, he was the first intellectual Anyuak. Simon Morse was the second and the first intellectual Anyuak. Paul Anadi was the first and the second intellectual Anyuak. Okay, come here. If we are really, actually dealing to correct and give the benefit to these people of South Sudan, Yakwana, let us actually say the truth. Taif, your brothers Anyuak, you say Nuer Matakarin, another tablet. Mashiyana Jimna Satis Finyum, Uja, Darazunas, Shakoba. Ah, is it true? And your so-called cousin, Idiot, was actually very reluctant and happy to hear that from you. Then I will ask you, and you will answer it later. Who the first intellectual Anyuak out of Piliwubong and Simon Morris and Paul Anade? Leave alone for Nyongore and Joseph Watar. Who is that? You will come up and tell all South Sudanese. Otherwise, you will come and apologize. Who that person? If the first intellectual people are the very people I mentioned their name, then why you excluded Nuer? It is the acting that you said that Nuer, then as with our belly circuit. While I give you the name of my uncle, by blood, no says Golio, K68, K58, the Midir Kamadrasa Akoba. You were telling lies yesterday. There's no hesitation. Yakwana Jinu Gare, I see la Batoriga Zeda. La 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 la. Masa. My Kunsa. Yes, our intellectual Anya. They went as far as they was trying to deny it for a real. And they came up from Anyanya one that Paul Nyongore was the leader of Upper Nile Zone. Haram Alib. In a Nuer community, Mahanakuna Masaki in Yapan. Had to figure out why we see. Why? Why you sing like that? Timasa. Who's Paul Nyongore, by the way? It's among Paul, yes, up and all Paul. The first Paul is for what we do. From Lone Nuer. And the second Paul is for Aweli. From Apada, Kawen. here in Punjab area. And the third fall is fall Nyumuri from Anyuak. And the last one is fall Dung. You denied it. It is up to the room to listening very careful and judge it. So, brother and sister, let us actually discuss the affairs of our countries correctly. And I'm very happy with Brother Abel Kon. He was here from the very beginning, and I think he's still here. So he is still here. I saw him before, and I think he have what he have. Because I'm now toward conclusion of by what I actually mentioned earlier. I have to send my message directly to my colleague, engineer Edward Ashep. Edward Ashep, you need to be very really pay attention. Yakwana, if you see Edward Ashep and Emmanuel Jawen, if you went back into the events and the situation that is actually going on in our beloved country, you will see them clearly with no footing on your glass, and you actually know them who are they. Let me briefly going toward conclusion of my remarks to remind you about the time that I actually come and study and follow the man closely and intensively. That was the time the Punjab incident occurred last 2 years. You see, when it happened, Woolons been bought and have agreement with the government of Kur. He decided to go and attack Punjab. And whoever is living along there, it is up to him to harm it. Olon came with his vice going toward Punjab. Edward Ashek was in his live show. If you followed it, he didn't ever attempt to comment whether to condemn what Ulun is going to do, nor to come very clear if it is a side of supporting it. While we knew it is a supporter. After Ulun wins, if I could remind you, Dr. Lama Kola Jawin, he came up, he wrote the article, directly advised Ulun. And he told him, say and quote, Ulun, my son, my brother, please have peace with your neighbor. Have peace with Nuer and have peace with the government. Because those batch of yours will not accommodate all Chilo. And until when you will remain in the middle of the Nile. That was actually the advice was given by Dr. Lama Kolocha. I think those of you here in the room here tonight heard it. Some of you, those who actually record the matters. Wolong refused, he went and he conducted the killings against this nation called Nuer. When the Nuer came, they fed up and the response under the leadership of none other, the spiritual leader, Makwai Tut. Then Edward came up. He came up bitterly, tarnishing Nuer. Lebarai, Mashaba. Then a girl from Dinka, from Twitch her name Lina Farag. Lina Farag come up after Edward, conducted so many shows. Lina Farag said that, oh, you, Chulo, don't do that. We South Sudanese, we know actually what is going on. You are so cool. Ulon, he was the one who went and killed her. If no response for the defense, is it your problem? And then that exaggeration you giving blackmail all South Sudanese that you have thousand and thousand being killed in Abu Dhabi and Abuj, you are lying. We got people there, and they know there is no any such that number being killed by me. First of all, yeah, Edward Ashek and Emmanuel Ajawin, you always been talking. Kir is stupid. Kir is what? Blah blah blah. Then the problem is, and the question that need to be answered by you, the same Kir that you underestimate. Why it become the very Kir that serving you now? He took your king. He harbored him. He's in Juba with him. In which I never see a person who command his community run for his own dear lives and left the rest behind. That one, it is only you, Shalom. It could never happen from any community. So Edward was slow down from there. It was slow down because he knew the reality has been said by other twice, not Nuer. So, guys, like I mentioned earlier, that whenever I see the face of the people whom I actually want to take my message, I would actually feel happy. It doesn't matter. The room will remain there, and everybody will check it. These are the reality. If we work, we talk here day and night, so that to fix our country. Yagwana?
So we want to give you a couple of 2 minutes to.
No, thank you. I'm toward our closing. We actually mean to tell the truth. And telling the truth, it doesn't mean that you channel and you paint up there with a different color, and behind here you say something different. No, it doesn't work that way. We tell the truth as it is. We tell the truth as it is. To me, he did a Jawin plus our brother. Those who call themselves Anyuak intellectual, they are wrong, and they really wrong. And if they of our country, always I love to conclude my narrative by saying that, and it is actually me, saying that we are not here to vilify nobody, nor to dehumanize anyone. It is you who will put yourself in that definition. You will vilify yourself by yourself and dehumanize by yourself. Like to me, I regard Edward plus intellectual Anyuak that the rhetoric and provocative and wanted language that they give to all South Sudanese, that show they dehumanize themselves. Because I have my own way to judge somebody and value him. So completely, they dehumanize themselves and not me. Yakwana, from here, I will say thank you very much for listening and yield the mic back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill Kabir. That was a significant contribution. We appreciate you for that elaborate and detailed contribution submission. We will give you another chance later on, even if you want to go down and listen. You can do that. You can come up whenever you're ready to come and contribute again. I'm gonna give a chance to. I think it was Toot. You haven't spoken, right? I think you are after Dol Kabir. So Toot, if you're available, please have the mic.
Yeah, greeting to you all, brothers and sisters, up and downs. I was about to sleep. Sorry about that. Actually, I really condemn the topic being done by the Anyuak community, Anyuak intellectual of yesterday they did. That was not very, very good. What I wanted to contribute here is the facts that when we advance from the northeast of Africa to south, I heard actually that we expanded trying to look for where our cattle can graze, where we can get food for our cattle and ourselves. We migrate from there to where we are today. And by moving that way, where we already settled at that time, when we wanted to move to other places, I heard that we sent people to go look towards if there are some grasses for our cattle and food for ourselves. And if that person return back and tell people that there are foods for our cattle and ourselves, and then we move. We keep moving like that. It doesn't mean that you move first or you move second. Whoever get there first, the others come after. When they come after us, and you don't want to live together with those who come after you, maybe you move forward. So in that reason, it wouldn't define the term land grabbing. A land grabbing is another term that has its own definition. When our brothers and sisters of Anyuak community define the term land grabbing with our expansion as opposed to release people, that is completely wrong. That is not true. They cannot define it that way. To me, Anyuak community are terrorizing our community this time, and we have to respond that. We have to respond that. So when people leave where there is no government, when civilians live where there is no government, civilians defend themselves. When some is and if we're going to switch right thing being researched and confirm that they're working goods, we switch them into opposite right now. How our communities will exist? I think we're gonna live with fear and pain. We might fear and pain in our communities, and that is not very good. I think, in my opinions, we have to respond. We have to respond in terms of violence, if that is what they want. We have to let our young people that are now convert themselves too much into Christianity, making themselves too naive in a Christianity level. They didn't even know that Christianity is not a religion that cannot let somebody protect themselves. We have to let them know. Otherwise, we're going to live with fear and chaos. And that is not very good. I really appreciate those who came up with this topic. Yesterday, I was in that room, the Edward room. He was dictating people. When you wanted to speak your opinion, if you not say something that he like, he's dictating you, and later on explain your opinion wrong. When you finish talking, he's telling people that what you say is wrong because you did not say what he want. Talking is telling people that what you say is wrong, not good, because you did not say what he want. People spoke their mind, and then maybe you can even also get some ideas. I'm very sure that also get some ideas. A way that they can coexistently live together with Nuer, with any neighboring communities on that area, whether in Sudan or Ethiopia, South Sudan or Ethiopia. They have to find good ways, peaceful ways that can make them live together with their neighbors. They are members of South Sudanese people. We have a government right now that even if it's not a very strong government at this time, it will be a good government later on. Government come and government go. If this government is weak now, tomorrow there will be a strong government. If there is something that their neighbors are not doing right to them, they can forward this in a legal system. Forward this to the government in a legal system that this is not right. They cannot do things violently like this. What would bring that violence to them? Killing children and women, elderly people, shooting them randomly in the buses, villages. What would, even now, if I am a Nuer big boss that can even order people to go fight Anyuaks, I cannot even let them go and tell them to go kill kids and women. And that is not good, because these are very weak people. They know nothing about what people fighting for. Why Anyuaks people are doing that? Huh? If they want to be leaders of tomorrow, leaders of South Sudan, they have right to even lead South Sudan. With that, you might find killing kids and women, let them lead. Is that the right way to do that? That's completely not good to me. I would really encourage Anyuaks brothers and sisters that are here right now not to fuel the problem between our citizens or members of our communities fuel their problem. They are making them enemies. We are not enemies. We are brothers and sisters. If we are intellectual, telling our young brothers and sisters down there that do this and do that negatively, so that they're going to feel the pain, and then we will exist or chase them away for that violent issues, violent process way of that is not completely not good. It's not good. To me, let our brothers, Anyuaks of diaspora, let them, if they hear me right now, let them not do that. Let them not fuel the problem and let the young people go kill Nuer members so that they get money. This is not good. I heard even that when one of the Anyuak kills a Nuer guy with marks, get more money than when they kill Nuer with no marks. When they kill women and children, they get more money than when they kill a normal man of Nuer. So this is not very good. They're encouraging things that are completely bad. We must condemn. We must condemn this. And thank you very much. This is my contribution.
Brother Kong, you are the lead moderator. Please open your mic and yeah.
Hey, thank you, audience, and thank you to the moderator as well. To the next audience in line, please try to make it brief. The line is long, and most of us have been waiting on this line for 5 hours since the line was opened, and they did not get a chance. Be fair and make it even each one of us. Try to make it brief so we could have enough time. I will give this chance to Dr. Galwak, and then Gaibel, Bango, and then Mike. Follow each other and please make it brief. Thank you.
I thought the Bango came before me. I don't know whether you go with line, but I'm happy to go.
Brother Mahmoud, would it be okay if Dr. Galwak go before you?
His name is Bango.
Oh, Bango, I'm sorry.
Okay. I think
he's our eldest. So I think, Doctor, you can go ahead and later we can get the mic to Elder Bango.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you to all the people who are down here listening and also to our social media viewer. I really wanted to be brief, but first and foremost, I wanted to condemn and pass my condolences to the family whose relative have been brutally killed and lost their life as a result of what had now been going on for quite some time. We are with you. We are praying for their soul. So please see my condolences. I also wanted to make it a brief. I wanted to say a few things about what happened yesterday. Yesterday was exactly, I don't know, I found myself going to try and ask a question from a guy that I never knew much about him, but his character is revealed itself yesterday, Mr. Edward. I thought, based on what I heard and read, I thought he was a political activist who advocates for change in South Sudan, that his party can also play a significant role and bring about peace in South Sudan. But what I saw he did yesterday, and what I believe many of you have seen, he did not only just fill in what has already been going on, but he actually created a new front of war. He's actually created a new front. What I thought could have been done different is not exactly what we have seen. He made a site, many of you have said earlier, he made a site. He's actually advocating for elderly Anyuak, I believe some of them might be innocent, to come and expose themselves negatively and naively, where they expose themselves negatively and naively, where none of the people can even understand the kind of point that they were trying to make. And the guy end up insulting people, using hate speech and making himself unprofessional. And I believe for those of you who also may have access to him and probably will have any sort of relationship with him, whether it's a political affiliation or what have you, try to advise him that with that, his political party, if he's a spokesperson for the political group, his group will lose people because what he presented is not exactly what can gain him anything. So that is what I can say. All of the argument was to start. He wanted to tarnish Nuer image, Nuer name, using language that really do not have do not hold any water whatsoever. Character of Nuer is not what he actually tried to present yesterday. Nuer are loving people. They love peace. Nuer love the unity of the people of South Sudan. Nuer can share things with people, including the power, leave alone food. Nuer can welcome people who live in peace in the land. Even their home, they can actually share it with people. Nuer are people of hope. They also have patience. Even if you wrong them, whether you are a huge people, you are a huge in terms of whatever you presented, or small, whether they're small be minority or huge be in power, they can give you a benefit of doubt. That thing may also change. They're not what he actually meant. Nuer also do not fear. And he might need to read more about Nuer. You can threat them, but not really going to change much of that. That's all I can say about what I can tell, and I hope this will be my last attending any show with him, or even try to ask him a question, because I think it does not represent the logics, and also does not represent the knowledge that he professed that he had. Now, Anyuaks elder talk about land issue, land grabbings, and also brought the question of whether Nuer came in late and when they got there, and then they shouldn't be there, they had to go back. I don't know whether anyone really, whether we're using books that were written by biased European occupier, or books that are now written by the very people that are actually killing people, what books that you are actually using. Because if Anyuak left Barigazal, as I said yesterday, in 1545, when Anyuak and Nyikang and Dumo first separated in Barigazal, and they came towards this part of the world, particularly part of the east part of the country. Then when did Nuer really got there? Because if you were thinking that Nuer were there in 1800 after Anyuak, then when did Anyuak actually arrive to that location? Some people also saying Nuer might have also left at the same time with Anyuak, maybe even about 16 or 1700. Who knows? Because if you can actually even look at the Mundeng, whom they say is in the 1905 die in another area, And then, of course, you go back to the British when the South Sudan and Ethiopia was demarcated in the 1902. By then, Nuer and also Anyuak and some other group were already there. When Wundeng died, Wundeng already had been in all those locations. Was in all those locations in 1800. And actually, Wundeng would come when there were already other Nuer in that area for almost close to 200 years. Who knows? Because actually, there's still a historical challenge to get some written document from anthropologists or ecological. So migration of land or settlement, it in any significant sense, you cannot hold anything. You cannot own anything and think anybody that might have lived there at maybe at the same time or even lived there for close to 10 years, you are better than anybody. Even if you are not using the contemporary document that we are having, some, like constitution that have already been mentioned by other people earlier. Even by the fact that the person have just come and have been with you for over 10 years or 20 years, already built their own home. They're not living in your home. And they actually cut the wood in the forest and establish their own cell. If they're not taking anything economically from you or affect you socially or politically, you actually do not have any right whatsoever to claim that this individual should be murdered because it does not live up to your expectation. That's not right. All you could do is figure out a way you can coexist with. And some of you already talk about what it means by coexisting. Currently, let's take the world, look at the world in a perspective of today. We are, whether we like it or not, the world has changed. We're not going back to 1900 or 1500, whatever that time has gone. We're not going back. If you're thinking you will go back to whatever happened before, then you are misleading yourself. We're not going back whatsoever. We are moving forward. But from now to tomorrow, let's look at where we are. Where we are, the world is getting closer. Where we are, people are getting to live together, regardless. Whether you like it or not, you will live with people. Because if you do not want to develop your area, somebody else will take it over from you and develop it for themselves. If you're not utilizing your resources, someone else will come and take your resources away from you. And that's what is happening now in most African countries. China is going there, taking all the resources in those countries, and the indigenous, or what you call quote unquote indigenous, actually they're getting nothing. The government in those countries right now are signing contracts, selling all those land to China with interests that they are not going to live up to. At the end of the day, those places, those land, those resources will belong to China or the other part of the Western world. So what is it that China, Anyuak will benefit, or even Edward will benefit from that? Even law, for that matter. There's nothing like that. We actually have to think of how we can actually live the life today to actually be able to have tomorrow. Global warming, food shortage, war, all of this are not going to have a border. They're not going to have, say, this thing is not going to get to your area. How are you going to exist? People have to exist by working and living together. That's where the coexistence is coming in. Gambele will always be Anyuak and Nuer and other people in Gambele. Even the Highlander will not leave Gambele. Akuba, if Anyuak wanted to come back, they will live in a relationship with Low Nuer and Akuba. It will never be left to them, whether it was bored or not bored. It will never be going back to Anyuak. Anyuak has to come there and will live and will be welcome by Akuba. So, my brother, if you are here and you are pretty much misled by few individuals like Edward and those that he were able to employ, I will tell you this: be ready to change, because our world is changing. If you wanted to exist, if you wanted to be relevant, accept to live together with people. Why Anyuak do not like to live with people? Why? Is it a curse? Or where do the thing they come from? They come from Adam, right? All of us are Christian, right? From the same mother and father. Why hating your own people? So yes, I agree with those of you who say Nuer will have to defend. I mean, there's no way you can allow anybody to come and kill you, and there's nothing you can do to protect yourself. You have to. But we're not calling to eliminate Anyuak, to kill Anyuak or create genocide Anyuak. We're not going to do that. That's not what we are calling for. We are calling for Anyuak to change, to accept the fact that Anyuak, Nuer, Denka, and all of the other groups, either in South Sudan or in Ethiopia, must start to live together as people of the same background. We all came from, whether you came as a law or you came as Nilotic, you had been somewhere before you are at where you are. If you track back your route, you will find that you might have gone through 5 different nations, if not continents. And therefore, we shouldn't really be relying heavily on creating hate speech and insulting. We should be intellectually, we're meant to be intellectual. I heard one of the guys say yesterday he's a researcher and a scientist, but the message that I was thinking of a person of that caliber is not what I'm hearing yesterday. And I had another person who was elder and has done stuff for people before, but none of what I heard yesterday reflects the fact that they can actually be coming from that point. We should accept the fact that we are educated and we are living in a world that is evolving. If you are in the Western world, accept the culture in the West, what is right, and take what is right and be as it. It doesn't really make sense to me that I live comfortably in here with my family until the innocent Anyuak or innocent Nuer in Gambela or in surrounding Gambela to go and ambush or kill their close neighbor. And then I'll give them something, just they kill them and create them a war, which I'm not going to be part of it. What sense does it really make? How would that make you if you really consider yourself being intellectual? If your job is to research and search, what are you researching? To kill people or to provide an evidence base where you can actually change the life of the future generation? That's exactly what a researcher does. And researchers, whether you're looking for better ways to change the life, better way to help to improve the culture, the current status of people. That's what any person with a bright mind would do. My brother, Edward, stop what you're doing. And for you Nuer people here, stop associating yourself with Edward if he does not change. Because insulting people at a platform that's supposed to be for creating a dialogue, what I think he should have done yesterday is inviting some people. If the focus was on Akuba, bring some Akuban residents who are from Nuer and Anyuak. Let them discuss that. If that's what he wanted to do, he could have done that. He chose not to do that. He chose to just call Nuer to a level where Nuer is not represented. That doesn't really make sense. And with that, I wanted to thank this group. I think we Nuer should live into the level. We shouldn't really let go our culture. We shouldn't really let go our value. We shouldn't let go who we are. Our enemy is not Anyuak. Anyuak are our brother, like anybody else. They might be carrying on somebody else's agenda. We should understand that. Let deal with them, but let also not apply the emotion in dealing with them. Let know that this thing comes for a reason, but let also look strategically on why we can, what can we do to stop, put this to stop, whether by letting Anyuak know that we will always be here. We are brothers, and your suffering is also our suffering. If you are talking about being neglect in South Sudan, if you are talking about not being representing in South Sudan government, who is actually doing that in South Sudan? Is it Nuer? If it is Nuer, then discuss it in a format where it will make sense. But we know what is going on in South Sudan. Let all united. We Nuer do not have a problem with the minority. I heard in the past there was one low Nuer who are pretty much 80% or 90% in Akobo had one low Nuer who I believe, I don't know, I don't want to make a name here, but ran for the position, and a York guy ran for the position. And Nuer, by the majority, 80% of them chose to follow the York guy and let their brother go. If this is not the heart of love, what do you call it? If this is not the best way of coexisting, they're now looking for the value of the person to deliver what is needed to the people in that particular area. Is it not how we can actually live? Judging person of what he can deliver. Like Martin Luther King say, my kid has to be judged with their character, not because of who they are, not because of that Anyuak, but it's because of what that Anyuak can deliver to the people of Akoma. I think that's how we can actually live. Maybe this is not the time yet, but let's know that even if you are now here, you know there is also going to be tomorrow. And if you don't work for a positive tomorrow, today will never be changed just because you talk like that or do things the way they are. You have to talk differently and do the thing differently. With that being said, I yell back and thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Galwak, for shedding light on this matter of the position being with knowledge of how
I think, Brother Kong, you have a problem on network. Your network is not very good.
How about now?
Yeah, it look better.
Okay, thank you very much. I was just making a remark indicating to somebody like Friday and Edward to see for themselves who's Dr. Galwak. I was surprised yesterday they were even trying to call him Galuk. This Bear community they're trying to tarnish yesterday have intellectual. And they're thinking for the well-being of the entire community, not only Nuer in particular. Most of our speaker has indicated to them that we need to coexist. We are not trying to chase anybody away. South Sudan or Ethiopia, these are our both homes. And we need to face the reality. I'm not going to dwell much on the past. I just want to give the second chance to the next speaker. Let us be reminded that we have to consider our fellow citizen, and let's be specific on the topic matter. Tonight, we are talking about atrocity that has been committed by the Anyuak or Nuer community. Without further ado, let the next speaker start your topic, and let's stay in 5 minutes. If you trying to exceed your time, I'll stop you. Thank you.
Yeah, the next speaker is Brother Gash, and then it will be followed by Bangkok, Elder Bangkok. So, Brother Gash, is now your term, so take the mic and contribute, please.
Thank you very much, moderator, and also those who are below. And thank you for your coming, the non-Nuer who are just listening. Thank you for your coming also to the Anyuak community in particular. Thank you for listening, and I think I encourage you only to listen, because it will be impossible for you to come to the here on the podiums to say something, because you will never admit your wrongdoing. So the last speaker from Anyuak community, we should never give him to come to this area. We need only Anyuak to listen, because they will never admit their wrongdoing. So thank you also for your coming. Thank you, everyone. Today, we're talking about something that is disturbing us for generation to generation, not in our generation, not our father generation or our mother generation or grandfather generation, probably like maybe 20 generation, long, 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 long time before the independent African countries, long, long time before the coming of European. We lived side by side with Anya community for a long time, and we fought and we made peace. We fought again, we make peace, and this is how we live our life. Today, in 21st century, everything has changed. You can see a lot of Anyuak here. They come to the Western world like Nuer and other South Sudanese. And you see also the Westerner, they went to Africa. Anywhere you want to go to, you have to go there and live there, live your life. Land is the same thing. There is no permanent place for you as a human because land it belongs to any living thing. You can live for 100 years, you will die. Someone will take over. That's why any land, it belongs to any human. All right. When we talk about the insecurity in Gambela, we talk about the Anyuak community. We're not talking about the Nuer community, Amari community, Oromo community, uh, you know, those Majangar community, Ofo community, all the five tribes in Gambela. We're talking about particular community, the Anyuak, who are watching today, here now. We talk about that. So every single day, like the last speaker talked about, the 19 buses have been attacked by Anyuak from 2020 until today. 19 buses have been attacked. People got killed. This is being done by Anyuak terrorist community group. They never condemn their people because they are sharing the same attitude. That is the community of violence, community of terrorists. There is no way. We make a lot of peace to discuss the issue that is facing our community. All the time we end up peacefully, meaning we end up by attack again by Anuak terrorist community. Again, and we talked about peace yesterday. The next day they come and attacking our people. So what will be the solution for Anuak terroristic activity on us? How are we going to do this? We can never talk and waste time talking about the violent community who can never listen, who can never admit their wrongdoing. They just blame the victim community and they think they are right, when in fact they are not. They will. For me, to talk about Anyag issue, I think we don't need to talk about the nice word for Anyag. We need to do the same thing. How they act, this is how we're going to act because we are dealing with the terrorist community. There is no Anyag intellectual. There is an Anyag terrorist intellectual. The way they talked yesterday on Edward Cho, the same thing. Cholo and Anyuak are equal one tribe. They all terrorists. The same thing to Morley. We have we've been surrounded by the group of terrorists who can never listen, who can never admit their wrongdoing, who just blame the victim community all over and over again. So the talk we heard yesterday from Edward Cho, we knew Edward is from Chuluk, and Chuluk equal to Anyuak. An Anyuak person equal to Chuluk. Same attitude, no change. On this regard, we have lost a lot of life in Gambela. In Pinyudu, only 90% are Nuer refugees who were brought to Ethiopia. A contract between government of Ethiopia and the United Nations is not a contract between United Nations and Nuer in Gambela. It is a government of Ethiopia and the United Nations. They were brought in Pinyudu every single day from probably like from 10 years until now. Some people they have no idea how many people we have lost in Pinyudu alone. We have lost 725 people. Innocent Nuer from South Sudan, Nuer. They were not there in Pinyudu because they fought themselves to live there, pushing Anyuak. They were refugees. They don't have nothing to protect in terms of protection. They were brought by UN. They were promised by government of Ethiopia to protect them, but they failed to do so. In Gambela state or Gambela Kilip, all major governor or president of Gambela, majority are Anyuak. We have only Nuer, three Nuer or two Nuer president from the leadership of Meles Zenawi until today. We have only two Nuer president. All president in Gambela were Anyuak. From Agua Alemu until Umot, majority are Anyuak. Anytime Anyuak become a president of Gambela, the issue of killing Nuer start. Anytime the Nuer become a leader of the state, and then there will be a very secure for the Nuer and the Anyuak, for the people who live in Gambela. Because when you are president of the state, of the governor of the state, your role is to protect every life, not your ethnic community. On Anyuak side, when an Anyuak become a president, what they do is to kill Nuer indirectly. They act like they don't know what happened, but they are the one who do the work. So right now, the president of Gambela is an Anyuak. The Anyuak guy Umot Ujulu Ubub is only protecting the Anyuak in Gambela. You can see in Itang, the Mekelkia or the federal troops were stationed there to protect Anyuak. In Gambela too, in Abol, you know those area. Everybody that and all those area, the federal troop were stationed to protect Anyuak only, not to protect Nuer, the victim community. Where on earth a president of Gambela request a federal troop to station them to in Anyuak area, Anyuak zone, and not to the victim community, the Nuer? When the violent community, when the terrorist group organize themselves at night or daytime, they come and attack the Nuer. When after they attack the Nuer, they run to their village. They believe that they know 100% the Nuer will follow them. When the Nuer try to follow the terrorist community, they will be confronted by the National Army, Makelkia. And that is the setup. That's how the Anyuak do their smart move to finish the Nuer. To make the story short,
Brother Guy, you have a minute and a half to make your closing remark.
I think I yelled for a 2.5 minutes, only 2.5 minutes. I will make it quick and brief. Thank you. On that regard, I think enough is enough for Anyuak terrorist community. We cannot let our people being finished 24/7 by the group of terrorists, those who are less than us in terms of population. This is the right time to respond to the community of violence, and we can never waste time talking about peace. Only if the terrorist community understand that what we are doing is wrong. Therefore, we have to change our mind. Anyuak, they don't understand that they live in 21st century. We are not in 18, 19, 16, 18, 15th century. We are in 21st century. In that regard, they have to understand that any land they are living, a Nuer zone, an Anyuak zone, an Oromo zone, Tigray zone, or any zone in Ethiopia, it belongs to all Ethiopia. All right? So Nuer are 100% citizen of Ethiopia, like Anyuak. We never claim that we are the only citizen of Ethiopia. Anyuak also, they are citizen of Ethiopia. To stop Anyuak atrocity, terroristic way,
and
Burun, yes, Maban. To stop the Anyuak atrocity on us, I think we should give something up for the sake of protecting Nuer. We are too much about democracy, about forgiveness. I think we cannot do that because we will finish our people. We are dealing with the terrorist community called Anyuak. We have to reduce our democracy by reducing like 35%. We have to deal with the Anyuak the way they hope to do so. And this is how we're going to protect our people. For the White Army of Gambela, all of you never listen to nobody. Whether a federal troop, whether a deputy governor from Nuer, never listen to nobody. When an Anyuak kill Nuer today, the next 30 minutes we have to kill the Anyuak. That's it. And this is the only way to
Brother
do it.
Guy, you have successfully exhausted your minute.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Brother Guy, for clearing the air. Your contribution is well received. Brother Danny, call on the next speaker, please. Or Chamkwat. I think the next speaker will be Michael. Brother Michael, come on up. Or Bango.
No, I think it's Uncle Cook.
Okay.
Yes, Uncle. Yes, Uncle.
You next, yeah.
Yes, Uncle. Thank you. Don't cut me short later. I have something to tell you.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for our meeting tonight. So our question that we are looking, or everybody in us, to me, I think it is a question of what do the Anyuak want? This is the question we are now looking to answer. What do the Anyuak want? And everybody of us condemn this terrorist act that has been done by the Anyuak for so many years. Therefore, in that one, I will come to tell us some of the things when those things happen, and then I'm one of the eyewitness for some time. Sometimes I just heard them. Mostly, I will be talking for the two places, Pibor, which is Wanding, and then plus my refugee camp, Ita, during Anyanya 1 to Anyanya 2. I have one of my friends also, Thomas Wakoyak is there, and then David Biel. They are the people who were fought on those wars that I will touch some of them. The question that asked, what do I want? It started from 1961 when I'm still too young. There was people from Kenya Thol section who were friends with the Anyuak person. That Anyuak came to a place called Telus, I mean, and then he took those people, 10 of them. Some of them went to look for getting some smoke, and then others went to get some stick called camp. So when they went there, they were set up. Those people were killed from the place called Mininga at Jur. So those people were killed, and then 7 of them get killed. 3 of them, 2 of them got shot, and then 1 of them were free. He was not shot. Then he just took a lot of so many days out without food, anything. So from that, the Nuer were arranged to attack you. Then you were attacked in 1961 in February. So that war has been the beginning, which I will witness. Even though I was together with Anyuak, I grew up with them. During that time, there is no any bad thing that they have been done, and that was the beginning. So, in that year, in 1961, at the same time, in the summer, in summer of that year, which is June. So another war happened between Nuer and the Anyuak of Bel or of Shiro. So we fought again with them. My people fought again with them, and that was the first war that started. And then from there it comes to 1975 during the Akuba incident. This is where the Anyuak start to scramble and kill people from western part and then the eastern part, western part, which is the people western part in low area,
and then eastern part from Gajuk, Jikeng area. So they start killing because they got chance. They got a lot of guns which have been taken out from Akobo by the Anyanya. Some of them were selling, and then some of them get them from their friends. So that they start hunting people, hunting the Nuer. Myself with my family will become a victim because those of Anyanya one who started when the pilot Jor came out, and then there are some people who came out after them. During that time, they formed a camp in the place called Utal, so that the Anyuaks has been sent. They came with a group. They came at night. They killed people at a place called Ujulu. 60 people were killed by them, children and the woman plus man. Those killing is targeting only my section. This is a beginning of killing, and then they start killing each individual. They were hunting. They come by night, taking people out from their houses, and then they kill them. We were shocked. We don't know what to do. And then in January, they came together with the government of Akobo. They fought with the Nuer in a place called Tora. And then when they fought with people, then they defeat the force of the people. Then they took all their cow, they burning all the grain, and then flood the villages. During that time, those guys who were defeated come to Itang and join the Nyanya 1, Nyanya 2, I mean. This is one of the things. And the same thing, the same year, 1976, they tried to kill Kwai Latjor, and then some of them also were killed. They were attempting to kill Kwai. Kwai were not killed at that time. Then other people, few of them got killed. In 1977, there were 2 attacks. A student left Gambela to come to Itang, and then they were ambushed at Abol. During that time, something like 6 people were killed, 3 women by them, and then 4 soldiers from Ethiopian people. At the same day, they were attacking Itang refugee camp. This is where I mentioned Thomas Wako. Thomas Wako was one of the young men who fought with Anyuak during that time. Those who are protecting the Nuer. And then there were 2 places we were attacked, Bezabuny and then Telul. So it takes something like a full day or half a day, people fighting until they were defeated. They killed so many people. There's somebody called Polanco and his wife plus his son, and then the rest of the young people got killed during that time. Those are the activities of Anyuak. There is nothing wrong. They will just come to refugee camp and kill them for no reason. From that year, the attack that took place becomes serious. And those refugees doesn't have anything. They don't have gun. Just only they have spear. God help them. So in 1981, they came. The killing in Pibor still continue. They came and attacked the villages. So the people in both sides, west and east, that is where the Akobo problem started. Now go to war, and then you can't go to war. And then Anyuak were defeated, but we took their way of killing, like what they are doing now. And that is why I said, give me time. Because Anyuak, what they started by killing people secretly or murdering, if we will not apply it like they are doing, we will not succeed. Because they know how to do that job. So the young people in that area and people, they were adapting the way of Anyuak. And then we defeat Anyuak in front line. We kill them, and then they kill us. So when we start killing them, and in Abu, they stop coming, and then we follow them until we defeat them and we burn their villages. So until today, Akobo, both Akobo of Tiergol and Akobo of Bilkay, as they said, I mentioned last time, they are free from Anyuak. There is no, if it is not applied by the young people or by the way they want, until today the killing will continue. Therefore, this one, if we want Anyuak to understand us, there's no more forgiveness until when we make a peace or when they make a peace. So in 1982, they were taking attack. They came from Jor and then Adongo. They went to the middle of the people called Dembong. This is the middle part of the area of the village. They took all the cow and then they burned people. They killed people. So they took all the cow and then they went with the cow. So those cows were been taken out from them from their hand after they reached the place called Tiergol. So Lau and Jikai were united, and then they went and take those cows from them. Then they were separated. They were killed, and then even the leader. So people become free. Those are the things that have been happening. If we compare our way, even though we have marriage with them, Anyuak and Murle are better than Anyuak. Because Murle doesn't kill children, doesn't kill women, and doesn't burn houses. So until the change came recently where the Murle were doing the same thing like Anyuak done, but it's still it is very good. When people were killed in Matar, I was told that the Matar people were killed women, only women were killed. Before I did not know anything, I told people who talk with me that if the women were killed on that attack, it is Anyuak, it is not Murle. Murle doesn't kill women. Murle came to get the cow, and that is it. And if you find the man, he can kill. And after a while, it become Anyuak who did this, who killed him. So those are the things that I should like to mention. Again, including the speech of yesterday, I raised my hand 3 times, but people did not choose me to be. There is one thing that they miss. When they start killing Lao in 1911, Gadafai got the gun from Ethiopia, and that was the first time. In 1911, they took an attack to the Lao in June. They killed Lao, they defeat Lao until Gawar area. So they took 1 year in Lao area. All the children, all the women were captured, and then plus cow. And that was a serious strategy that has been done. So when they took the children, those who did not get killed from them, they took them. Now they kept them in one place. They called them Tumakwai. They were not added to the Anyuak community. They were treated like a slave, and they are still there as Anyuak, but they don't get anything because Anyuak never take any slave, never take any prisoner. They just kill people, and this is the law, not Anyuak alone. All the law will create that way. One of the things that they were missing yesterday, let me call it is a lie. In 1964, which they were talking about, when Arena has been attacked by the Arab, it was not because of the Nuer. That was 1964 when the Arabs started to killing people, even in Pailwantan, in Wad, in Wow, during Sadek el Mahdi. So Arena there were some people who came from Anyanya, from the same area, and those people were accused by them. So Arab came from Akobo and then attacked Reno. So we killed all the men during that time in that year. It was not the Nuer who started, and it's still also the town of Akobo and the villages which are around it were still Anyuak. So this is not the correct way. So when Law came in that area, they are talking, was the only one person who came first. Lualtian came, and then he gave the leader the cow. For example, let me try to think, if you go to the other place, can the Anyuak or Chutu can give you the land without paying anything? It happened even the area we are now in our area called Tiergol. The same thing when we get Tiergol, we sell it, we buy it with a cow. The same thing, it happened to any area. So they denied it. The only thing that they will be looking, but there is no people who can identify this, so the history is still there. When we come to the migration of law, during that time, they were in the place called Witch Patch. That Witch Patch was in east of Bar el Ghazal. So they remain in eastern Bar el Ghazal, which is now, we call it the Sarkodali. This is where they began to say that place. So they say Harmony, and this is the place where they began to quarrel. So from during their quarrel, Ditima went to the south, and then Newcastle went to the west, over the Nile, White Nile, and then Gilo were cutting the river Bar Ghazal, Bar Jabal, until it came to Sobat. I mentioned this, they got those places because of the migration. Even the Shilluk themselves, when they came, the land where they were in is not free. It was Puny who were occupied the area. And then they defeat Puny until they got that area. The same thing from Anyuak. Today, when Anyuak claim that Law will go back to Bentiu, what do they mean? By force or by court? There will be nothing that should be done in that way. So Akobo is Akobo of Law and Anyuak. If Anyuak left Akobo because of their bad activities, whom can they blame? They blame themselves. It is not Law who chase them away, then don't come. It is them who kill Law. Like they say yesterday, they were killed by Law. They are the one who killed Law in a daytime. During that year in 1982, they come and attack the area called Mer, and they killed so many people. You heard it from the forces before. So our Anyuak today, as we are going ahead, let we ask ourselves, this is the question, what do Anyuak want? If Nuer are having an ability, they have to protect themselves. Like today onward, let the Nuer protect themselves. When Daniel were counting all the passes, all the people who killed in the camp, and then now there are some others which I come up with. How many people, if we count the death? A lot of people. Even last year, how many people they killed in the same bus? When you heard the children cry, the children whom their mother had been killed, is another disaster. So if the government of Ethiopia doesn't have any ability to do, we have to work with our people, we have to talk with them, we have to tell them what they can do, and then let them protect themselves. And then my last word is that if there are some Anyuak here, coming about 10 years, that Upeno will be lost by you the Anyuak like Akobo. It will be second to Akobo. Mark my word, and if not the Upeno altogether, the Upeno of the west part should be taken by Nuer, because it is what you have what you are forcing Nuer to get. It is not Nuer who will defeat you to, or who will dismiss you to go and move. It is you who are forcing Nuer to take action, and then you will run away. Then we will get the land without people. A land without people must be given to the people without land. Thank you.
I am done. Thank you, Uncle Bobo. Thank you for being such a story archive to the community. This has shown from the remark that you have made. We are appreciative of having a great elder like you. With no further ado, I'll call on Brother Michael.
Thank you, Ngimji. I think you're doing a wonderful job, brother. I commend you and the other moderators as well. And also thanks to everybody that is here today. First, I would like to send my condolences to the people that we lost in Gambela. We continue to lose for a very long time. It is becoming obvious now that the road between Eton and Gambela has become a graveyard for many children of Nuer and defenseless people that are just traveling between the two cities. It is very sad for day for sure. First, I would like to send my message to my Anyuak brothers. This has been going on for a very long time now. And as you have heard from all the speakers, it is very clear Nuer and Anyuak been in that land for a very long time, going on to 100 years now. And it would be impossible to evict Nuer from that land by force. I would suggest that you go to your community, especially those who are the intellectual of the Anyuak, to talk to your people and say that if you have grievances, especially you have land grievances and political grievances by nature, the best way to forward or the best way to advocate for your rights is not by killing innocent people traveling in buses between cities. This will actually backfire on you on two fronts. Politically, it will backfire on you because the government itself will not be listening to you, and they might join force with Nuer and hurt your chance of actually making yourself whole again. And if you keep killing Nuer over and over again, by number, it is obvious that the Nuer are bigger, have much force, that they can actually force their way through your land. And that's not what we want in Ethiopia. That's what we want as a neighbor. We want to be peacefully coexisting with you for now and also forever. And my second message would be to my Nuer brothers. This is about peace. Peace does not mean that you have to sit in your hands and say, hey, everything is up to God now, and God will very clear the government of Ethiopia and also the government of South Sudan are not capable or not willing to defend the civilian. They were they borrowed. There's nothing wrong with Nigeria. There's nothing wrong with the people of Nigeria. There's nothing wrong with the land of Nigeria. I can say the same thing about South Sudan and Ethiopia as well. But there's nothing wrong with the people. There's nothing wrong with the land. But there's something wrong with the government. The government is not capable. It is not willing to protect the people. I think maybe 2 years ago, that this was like a public speech. Jalar very clear, community no I will not be involved in it. I can't imagine president me young naga ram chabong chep bebe ko yala this is my first time hearing it. So this tells you, Kumedan, Janam green light on Nagarodun. So Michel, I don't know, I don't control anywhere. Crying about, our people being killed, I think it's becoming numb to some of us. We have very, very capable young men of defending the land. There are a lot of self-defense in anywhere in the world. It's not a crime. You can go after them on the ground. You can throw the first blow or grow the gangaja. No, still self-defense. So they instead of to United Nations, to the Gambela government or to the national government of Ethiopia, to the government of South Sudan, this is becoming redundant. Very clear. So Michiko Ramulong, the Chikon God can belong a gun, you can man gun belong a gun, then lie you got along a gun. And instead of just keep talking about it over and over again. I'm not saying each and every win and go can channel go magic channel go, but self-defense is self-defense. Even in the eyes of God, you can defend yourself, you can defend your kids, and you can defend your property. That does not mean that you're a violent person. That actually to me means a peaceful person. Go Michiran nyot ka chiapale run be nyok then be nyok then we'll keep going and keep going. So until when? Until China by will I think being called a peaceful person while you're being killed, I think just to me, it's self-blamingness to me. So any conjugal motin no more tewal chika tewal, and let's defend ourselves, let's defend our community, let's defend our kids, and let's defend our property. I will talk a little bit more, but Sheila and Benapeg 5 minutes, so I want to respect your time. It's lovely as a moderator, and thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Brother Mike. This is so nice of you for respecting your time, and I think you have touched a lot of points which are clearer to us. We appreciate you or applaud you for that. Next speaker would be Yoy or Uncle Blood. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Kong, Danny, Chankot, Zolkabir, Guy, and then Michael, and then the rest of Audi that are there. Yeah, I mean, like, to be honest with you, this thing doesn't need a sugar coating. We have to tell them exactly what they want to hear. It's not that only to hear, but to know. If there's some Anyuaks down there that are listening, their language, you will understand whatever I'm trying to portray to. Be it in Amharic or Arabic or whatever language you would understand. Because, first of all, I would apologize if I would hurt anybody's feelings, but I'm not here to listen. To be honest with you, this Anyuak people have done a lot. My own mother is a victim of their crime. Just crib as I'm dealing with a lot of problems. If there's an Anyuak down there that's listening, I'm from Akobo Cherbo. We've been on this for a century. And to be honest with you, at the bottom of my heart, I want to end this. And how I want to end this, you will understand. If Anyuaks in America are giving their people money to kill your people, right? All I know in America, there is Anyuak in South Dakota, there's Anyuak in me speaking right now, there's nothing left. As I said, I'm not here to sugarcoating anything. You have killed enough Nuer people. I know that the Ethiopians, the Anyuak in Ethiopia don't understand English that very well. Bawunu said, Anya Yalinibat, Gizay, and they drew an idol. Metafaligachit Nagar, Taginyalach. Ethiopian government is protecting you. You're pushing so hard so that we can fight with the Ethiopian forces or military forces. That is what you wanted to do because you can wage war against North directly. But this time, instead of you asking to take a piece of a land, even an inch of a land from the Nuer people, I will assure you that we will take more land from you. And I can advocate for that. I can really advocate for that. Instead of you telling us that we can leave Gambela, we can leave the refugee camps, we can live anywhere there so that we can go back to South Sudan, because all of us came from South Sudan. We all know that. Our migration history is clear to everyone. It's clear. It's documented. We all know it. And if you're asking us to go back or leave your land, it's not your land. It's a South Sudan land or Ethiopian land. And if you're asking us to leave Ethiopian land, for Ethiopian is a government land. For South Sudanese is a people land. You understand? So we can drag you back if you really want to do that. Like, you're killing us every day. Thousands of Nuer lost their life because of you people. To be honest, we will take more land from you. We will literally take more land from you if that's all you want. Because you guys are deaf. You can hear. You only see. That's the truth behind everything. That's your truth. You only see. You can hear. And we'll make you see. We'll open your eyes 100% for you to see what exactly in front of you. You're just a minority, a partial part of a bigger population. We have tried our best to live with you with peace and harmony. But all you could do, stab me in the back. Anyuak, you have done so much to us, more than we do to you. But this time, it's a new generation of the Nuer people. Listen to me carefully. Open your ear. If you can hear, try to hear today, because you only see. I know you don't see. You don't hear. You only see. But try to listen to me as I speak. My grandfathers deal with you for past 100 years. You killed my uncle. It's not the right way of killing someone. You chop him to pieces and use his hand to beat your drums. I was a child back then, but now I'm a man. Do you want me to do the same thing to you as you did it to my uncle, chopping him to pieces? So that he was just 12 years old child. He was just 12 years old child. If I can do the same thing right now, every Anyuak and everywhere in this world, if I want to revenge the same way, like cutting them into pieces, would you guys be happy? No. There's so many Anyuak in America and I know where exactly they live. If you guys really want a war, we will start killing you here in America, in Australia, in Canada. If that's exactly what you want, if it's exactly what you want, we will do the same thing. We know America. I can bullet you to go to jail. I can literally bullet you to go to jail to make this. You guys been like, we did everything in our capacity to make sure that we're living together as the same people. But you guys been arrogant enough to kill our people every now and then. You have killed enough Nuer people. And you're still pushing forward. And instead of killing us is not enough to the point you question the land that we're living in as Nuer. Our land. Imagine our land. You have killed enough. Now the Nuer are not responding, and then you go all the way to us for our land. When Tujuk ask for the land, ask him for us. For extermination. And we will do that if you guys want it. We can exterminate all Anyuak in every land and everywhere in this earth until there's no Anyuak exist in this world. We can do that. As Nuer, we can do that. But we're good people. We say these people, no. They are friends, they are family. Matter of fact, my own brother married from Anyuak. We're family, but you don't understand because you can't hear nothing. You only see something. We can exterminate you, including your cousins. What they call them? Shuluk. Greater Alpha Nile belong to Nuer, and we decided to live side by side with you. But we were bad people, as you portraying it to South Sudanese, to the world that we are bad people. As we to that, we will drive you out of Upper Nile, including your own link, your own Murle, everybody. We capable as a Nuer to drive out everybody from Upper Nile. Simple as that. And that's the honest truth. There's nothing. Now, because the Dinka's government supporting you, giving you guns, thinking that you can drive Nuer away from their land, my brother, you're not thinking straight. To be honest with you, you're not. You're not thinking straight. You're not thinking straight because you know at the end of the day, I'm not going to kill Dinkas, but I'm going to kill you. And knowing that my population and your population are the same. Simple as that. I can victimize you. Even if the white people are going to say, no, you guys, you're wrong with white people. They kill themselves too, the past. There's no code. Simple as that. We can't.
Uncle, can you make it brief? Thank you.
I understand that there's a lot of people want to come up, but this topic is very, very good. And we should actually speak more because I want these people to understand. And I'm thinking, most speech. We'll give it to you. If you guys just want to die, because it seems like the Anyuak community and let me say that the laws people, they seem like they don't have any agenda at all. The problem is Nuer. What did Nuer? What have we done wrong? To be honest, 80% of the army, when we're fighting for the liberation of South Sudan or South Sudan to be precise, 80% were Nuer people. They were fighting Arab for us to have the country. Where were you guys? You were stabbing us in the back. Oh, the Anyuaks are killing people while we were fighting the Arab. And now we have the country and the people that and the power, they give you the power thinking that you can overrun the Nuer people. That is a lie. They lie to you. And who will start with you? If you're thinking that the Dinkas or the Dinka government, whatever they thinking, because I know there's almost 7 agendas they are planning against Nuer people. The South Sudan government, right? But you, as in Luo people, as in Emmanuel Ajawin speak about it and everybody speaking about it, we can bring this to an end. Period. If you want to shut down everybody to the point where they cannot say nothing about Nuer people, we can do it. And that is how far you guys are trying to push us right now. And to be honest with you, it wouldn't be long. It wouldn't be long. And to be honest, it's not going to be long. Sorry, Brother Danny, Brother Chankot, and I took so much long, but I'm so mad because there's nothing that we have done wrong to these people, so that they can do us the way they do us right now. Thank you so much for giving me time, but I was having so much to say. Thank you.
Okay, before I hand it to the other moderator, if there is mother of earth, our sister, our mothers that has been patiently waiting since the onset of this session, I would like to give you opportunity to add some remark. Chairman Mary, Comrade Danny, Sister Shaina, if there is anything that you would like to add after we have a sister, and then you could go ahead. I would like to give this chance to our women. If there is anyone that would like to add something, this would be your opportunity to be able to talk.
You guys can move the line. I'm at work right now. If there's somebody that wants to come from down.
Okay, I could see some few name here. We have African.
Can I have like 2 minutes, Brother Kong?
Yeah, before I hand it to you, let me. Is Danny, not Danny? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead for 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you to all our speakers for the wonderful discussions that they have brought in. And also thank our audience for their patience and their contribution to the comment section. I want just to reflect on what happened last year, because I think Dr. Taj and Zol Kabir and many speakers here, they mentioned the importance of coexistence between the Nuer and our brother Anyuak. Last year, when the government of South Sudan decided to kill Anyuak in Puchala, our brother in Akoba, Lord Nuer, they welcomed thousands of Anyuaks because they were running for their life to Akoba. So they welcomed them. They give them all the hospitality. If you look at that, this is the meaning of coexistence. And all these things they are forgetting. And now they are seeing us that we are the enemy, killing us and attacking the Nuer civilian on the bus. And I never have a story mentioning that Anyuak has welcomed Nuer at their difficult times. but we always welcome them. Even in 2003 in Gambela, when they were fighting the Ethiopian Federal Force, all of them, they were running to Newland. It was the Nuer people who hiding them. Some of them are alive today because of the Nuer. They welcome them, they give them all the hospitality. But when it happened that Nuer have a problem, they cannot run to their brother Anyuak because they are not welcoming. This is the importance of coexistence, and this is what Anyuaks thought that Nuer are weak. Because every time they have a problem, we stand with them. We show them a solidarity. But at the moment we have a problem, they always make allies with the enemy of Nuer. So to our Anyuak brothers who have been used for this proxy war to fight Nuer, you can never win this war, either through dialogues or through the violent means. Those two ways, you can never win those two ways to fight Nuer. The only way is to have peace between these two communities. Because no matter what, we will remain as neighbors. So we have to show the goodwill to live together. As I mentioned earlier, there is no any community, not only in South Sudan, all over the world, that can remain silent after more than 19 buses were attacked on the road. More than 240 lives were lost just on the road between Pinyandux, the refugee camp, and Gambela, and Nuer is still silent. No community can resist it. It's only Nuer who see Anyuak as their brothers, and they still welcome them. Because we welcome them in the two very difficult times for our brothers. When they were genocide by the Ethiopian Federal Force, there were no community. Even the Ethiopian community, they never welcome Anyuak, but they run away to Newland. Imagine if the Nuer continues killing them as they always dance to Nuer people.
Danny, what was the cause of that genocide? Actually, what happened?
Well, exactly. It's good that you have that point. Thank you, brother. Because the cause of that, it was the Anyuak who were responsible by the Anyuak in diaspora to kill Nuer. So they start with Nuer actually. They killed the Nuer in refugee camps. And when they heard that the refugee camp is going to be relocated somewhere else, they killed the person who is in charge of the UNHCR, the guy called Binyam, is the Ethiopians. When they killed Binyam, that was the time the federal government say enough is enough. And even the war, because they start the war by killing Nuer, attacking the bus, Nuer still welcomed them when the federal government was killing them in their area in Women. So thousands of them were running to the Nuer, and they take shelter there in the Nuer community area in Newland. So they are the one who start killing Nuer, and now Nuer are the one who welcome them. Look at this heart. Which one in South Sudan can have this kind of heart? You cannot even find even a single twice to have this kind of heart to welcome people who have been killing you. But we have done so a couple of times.
Engineer, young engineer.
Zul Kabir, go ahead.
No, I'm not going ahead. I just want to remind you about the very, very, very important point that you mentioned early. I heard you, but you didn't elaborate in the accent that it would be very mindful to each and every one of all South Sudanese. The point was our brothers Anyuak, I think I don't know their location. Maybe Pinyandu or Pinyandu, maybe. They decide to kill UL. And they used to call Dinka UL. They kill youths, they conducted their killing, and I heard like the numbers that they murdered communities was, if not real, it might be around 300.
Yeah. Why they kill? Why they conduct that killing to Dinkas, and they have no border with them? What was the reason actually? Is it because he's in their running in their bands? That is part of the culture in their blood to murder any person that they decide one night and tomorrow they are going to execute it, or why? So I want you to elaborate, sir, young engineer.
Thank you very much.
Actually, the years and how it done and what was the reason for the benefit of this room.
Brother Dan, if you can hold that thought, can we give our sister like maybe 10 minutes? She just got back from the break. If we can give her like 10, 15 minutes.
And I want Engineer Edward to actually get attention about this situation to his own cousin.
Yes, definitely. A lot of white army, a lot of red army youth that were being recruited. Tons of them, they lost their life in the hands of Anyuaks. Please, Danny, you're gonna come and continue from that point. Sister Africa, you can come up and have your 10, 15 minutes if you can.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Tata. Yeah, thanks for having me up. First of all, let me greet you all. All the panelists. I just want to say, you guys are really doing a great job. Well done to you. I cannot salute you any more than this. And all to the audience, greeting to you all. But the topic is very, very sad indeed, but it's necessary. It's very necessary. But I want to focus my point to the women of South Sudan, or the women of Anyuak. Because for you to be a mother today, you'll have to understand that losing a child is not an easy thing, or even giving birth. So if you believe that you can encourage the mothers of Nuer to lose their kids and cause them pain, that's the end of it for you. Because as of now, we're all going to grieve as women all together. Because if you believe that losing a child that is painful, then you must feel this pain until we learn that every child's life is valuable. Instead of going killing kids in the buses, all the life we lost and all the children we lost. If women of South Sudan, they really want to undermine this, all the killing that's happening to each tribe, and you want to keep quiet, and you want to preach hate speech, and you want to support all this, I'm telling you, women of South Sudan, prepare yourself. This pain is going to touch everybody until we say enough is enough. It's not going to be one-sided anymore. I've seen my people go through so much, but they still all uprise because they're not going anywhere. And you're not going to define them. And your opinion will be your opinion. As I always said, you, Anyuak, you do not define Nuer. You accept Nuer for what they say they are. We're not trying to say we're perfect. We're far away from that. But now, I think we're starting to realize that, you know what? This brotherhood that people been saying all the time has been our weaknesses. This whole South Sudan has been our weaknesses. So let's go as North. Let's go as North and see Where is this name of us take us really? Even though it's not our intention to cause chaos, but we cannot keep dying. Every life is valuable. And if we believe that every life is valuable in this South Sudan, or Anyuak believe that Nuer lives are matters, and the children of Nuer matters, then you better treat us like we matter. Because we are not going anywhere. We don't need any justification from you. But if you believe that we do not matter, then you will not matter as well. You will not matter. Because we will not keep sacrificing ourselves in South Sudan in the name of let's try to be united. Let's try to be one people. We're not going to do that anymore. We've seen it in our politics. We've seen whatever. Our people are suffering. Our kids are dying. They're getting killed left and right. All these things. And at the end of the day, you want to come and shame us and make all these allegations and everything like that. If it wasn't because of Nuer, South Sudan would not be here today. Appreciate the people of North. The rubbish that you have in your head. The rubbish of domination. The rubbish of other people don't matter. All this rubbish, this politic of manipulation that has been given to you, you Anyuak people, Basal Pikir. Bring it on. Bring it on. As of for me, I had enough. I hate the fact that, you know what, the women of Nuer have to suffer. Agony after agony, no break. They've gone through a lot. And at the end of the day, no any other woman come up and say, you know what, enough is enough. What kind of country that has females like this, or what kind of countries? As a matter of fact, we just encourage. We might as well encourage our men, our fathers, our brothers, because it's their duty to protect us. We will remind them that they have to protect us as women and as children, that these Anyuak today decided that they want to take it up on themselves and kill them because they don't have guts enough to go and face the men. We will remind our men that is your duty to protect us and protect our land. For that reason, we'll be able to live. They're going to save our children from now on. They're going to save our women from now on. Enough is enough. This South Sudan, I always said, is a shit hole, and I mean it. Because there is no government, there is nobody. And if it means we're going to destroy ourselves, then we'll all destroy ourselves. Because at the end of the day, we got it together. We bought that country together. Nuer is not going anywhere. And you Anyuak people, nobody's really saying, you know what, we don't want to, we hate you, or we're not brothers or anything like that. No. We're not going to do that because at the end of the day, we understand we're all one people. And it is not worth it to cause each other headache, but we should be able to live in harmony and be able to build the generations that are being killed today. The Nuer little kids that you're killing today, you're killing our generation off. This is pure politics. You know what you're doing? Because if you're going to go target the kids and the women, what are you actually doing? You're killing off that. You're doing ethnic cleansing. You're doing ethnic cleansing. And then here we're sitting like, okay, you know, they are brothers. Let's give them. Oh, they don't have this. I said, stuff it. Stuff it. Somebody who doesn't respect you, why would you respect them? Somebody who just wants to come and kill you, why would you even give them the space to do that? Respect is earned. If Anyuak today do not earn respect from Nuer, why should Nuer keep respecting them? We shouldn't have to. We don't owe them anything. The fact that we feel like we owe people something in South Sudan is the same feelings that we always feel short. The same reason why other tribes will feel like they have something to say about us. Because we feel like we owe some people something and we let ourselves down. Because we always like to encourage ourselves. We're always the first people to say, you know, don't do this, don't do this. Let's do it for the country. Why are the people doing that? Why should it have to be us? If everybody wants to be ruthless and gangs and whatever it is, killing it's okay, then why are we not doing that? Life evolves. And if this is the culture that we have in South Sudan, then we must adapt to it and evolve to be able to survive. These numbers that we've lost in South Sudan, are we going to get them back today? No, but imagine if they were here. Imagine if they were here. If you want to live, you must reject death. We must reject death if we really want to live. Because life is for the living. It's not for the dead. When somebody's gone, somebody's gone. If we decide today that we're going to let other tribes or let this Anyuak to keep every day terrorizing the people of Gambela, this, these lands are not theirs. If you have your guns from the government of Salva Kiir, go ahead. It's not a matter of guns. You think we're not capable? But we don't want to go to that direction because we know how it is to feel pain. So what is the point of us actually causing you pain? But if you don't want to learn, then I say it is what it is. Nuer, don't sacrifice yourself for nobody. Those people who are there for you, you stand by them. The one who does not touch you, they're your friend. Like they say, a friend is a friend indeed. A brother is a brother indeed. There is no such thing as, oh, it's okay, let me go do whatever it is. Those people that sometimes we have this mentality, this quote that is always said, someone who cares, it's like when friends don't catch up for a long time, they get to know each other. No, I say no. Because if somebody really cares about you, and they really mean it, they'll be there by you. They will not bomb your kids. They will not kill your elders. 2013 would have never actually happened. All this killing that have been done to us would have not happened if these people were really for us. Until they decide that they're going to be there for us, then we can say, you know what? Let's be there for them as well. Those who are standing with us, we stand by them. Because a brother is someone who holds your hand and says, let's walk together. A brother is someone who, if you're sick, will come and visit you. A brother, if you're grieving, will come to your house and come and grieve with you. Not open social media and mock you or be laughing. These are just basic human relationships. We know it very well. We do it. We have that within us, or we forget it. Always seeking for the best. No, I say enough is enough. And you are woman. If you don't want this pain that you have conflicted on the Nuer tribes for generations and a generation, my sister, level up. Because we are tired. We are tired of our pain. We've wiped up everything that we can. We're even immune to the suffering. We're even immune to the pain. Now you take it over. But if you really don't want to, then let's live in harmony. And I'm very proud of my Nuer people for this. Because they have already proven enough point that this is not the way that you should go. And this is why they will also react instead of start something. But we're not going to react anymore. We're going to defend what is ours regardless of what. We must exist. There is no South Sudan or anything. Even God himself is not going to cleanse us. We decide when we want to live. And I say from now on, let's live. This death that's been happening in our community, we reject you. Anybody who wants to go for it, you bring it on and we're going for it. We don't want death in our communities. No more of hearing that Anyuak came and bombed Gambelo or did this to people anymore. And I'm serious. It's been going for so long, they've let it. We don't want to hear no bust anymore, or this, or this person being this. If they want war, let's bring it on. When war comes, you take up your guns, you go fight. If you want peace, you must have war. Those two in hand. Life is not perfect. Doesn't mean we're not going to fight each other as people. Fighting, suffering, all that stuff, we're all going to do it. But at the same time, we must learn. We must learn. Every time there is pain, we must learn. We at least have to get something out of it. But these Anyuak, it seems they're not learning. They're not learning. What is it do they want? Do they want a lesson? Get off our back. Get off our back. Have some respect and dignity for us. From now on, we're going to demand everything that is our rights as human. We're going to demand it. We're not begging anybody anything anymore. We've never actually begged. We're not a people that begs anyway. So if you think we're going to come and beg and say, oh, Anyuak, please leave us alone. Nah, we don't beg. But if you want us to demand respect from you, we'll show you. We'll demand it. We'll take it. But yeah, thank you so much, guys. I'm just on a short break. I'm gonna finish work soon, so maybe I'll be able to help you guys with moderating. So thank you guys once again, and yeah.
Thank you, sister African woman, for shedding light to these so-called atrocities being committed against us. We are appreciative to have such a caliber woman in our community. And this could go to our Anyuak partner to know that the pain is not only felt by men of this community, the entire community is being affected by it, and it's not something that they should condone. They live along with us. And since that they would like to toy with, I think it is what it is. Brother Taitai, if you're there, you could add something, or Danny. I know Danny earlier we cut you.
I think we can give opportunity to our sister Tidmar. I think she came up, and I think woman representation is important. I think if she want to add something, we can give her a chance, and then we can continue later.
Yeah, Brother Danny, you can take over from that point earlier where we cut you off. And if we need to go back to it, just to remind you of where we were, we will do that. So let's our sister go. I invited a few more women earlier just to have their say, because, women, they're important to all our societies. Sometimes they do bring a balance, of course. So we need to appreciate their contribution. Thank you. Sister Tidmar, anybody?
Yeah, Tidmar seemed to be new too, so she may be struggling. Oh, I think she got it.
Yeah, you could go ahead and say something. I think your mic is on now. Sister Tidmar, are you able to hear us?
I think the best thing you can do, Tidmar, is you have to leave the room, and then you can come back. You can exit. And
yes,
then you can
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Go ahead then. Can you open your mics? Your mics. Please unmute yourself. Tidmar, if you hear us, can you unmute your mics, please? It seems like you have some technical issues. I really don't know.
I think what Tidmar needs to do is exit the room and come back to the room normally instead of coming in through a link. when you come through the link, it's you run into some difficulties. Sometimes you cannot, people cannot hear you. Sometimes you cannot hear people.
She mentioned in the comment that she have a poor network. I think she will not be able to continue. Her network is not good. I just want to answer the question for 2 minutes from Zul Kabir, and then you can move the mic. You can move the line.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you, Zul Kabir, for the question. The incident that you mentioned, it happened in 2003, back in Piniduk. I was actually there. As many speakers mentioned earlier, our brother Anyuak, they just started a war out of blue. They never thought about the consequence of war. They just decided, oh, let's just kill them, and then they come and attack people. There is no any cause or anything that can, feel the tension between the Nuer and Anyuak. So there was a lot of tension at that period. So Anyuak, they were attacking the bus, killing Ethiopians, which are they killed Ethiopian, which are people in Addis Lakuroma, people who are living in Gambela. They were also killing Nuer. They also killed Dinka. So there were a couple of incidents at that period where they want to attack the refugee camp. So they attempt some of the attacks to come to where the Nuer live, but they do not succeed because the Nuer, they were defending themselves. So then after a couple of months, they decided to attack the blocks of Dinka. So that was an incident where they killed 215 people, where 100 of those people that were killed, they were less than 5 years old. That is a very horrific incident. So then they displaced the Dinka, and then Dinka, they came to where the Nuer live, and the Nuer accommodate all of them. I remember even from where we live, we accommodate more than 5 families from Dinka. We welcome them to our blocks and live with us for even 2 years. So this is what happened. So our brother Anyuaks, they always start a war without any root cause or anything that that can cause the conflicts. This is what happens. This happened in 2003, and few months after that incident, that led to what they call Anyuak genocide, when they attacks and kills the head of the UNHCR, who just went from Gambela to Lare to look at the survey of the new relocation of the camp. So that was a time when Anyuak were killed, and then they run back also to get accommodated by Nuer in new lands. So overall, they started something, and also they end up, being held by Nuer, even if they start by killing Nuer. This is the importance of coexistence and the important hospitality that we show them, and now they see this as our weakness.
Danny, so they killed the head of UNHCR. Was the UNHCR actually trying to relocate the refugee from Peñudo to Lara? If that is the reason, why would they actually kill the head of UNHCR? Because that is what they demand. They want the refugee to be removed out of there. Did they have a change of heart and try to prevent the relocation of the refugee, or what is it?
Well, I would not say that they have a change of heart. If I take you back a bit, the towns, the Warda called Gog Warda, where the Peñudo refugee camp is located right now. Before, there was only Anyuak there, and in that Warda, there is a lot of instability, and even the hunger is a one cause, where the Anyuak, they were moving out of that Warda because they have no way to survive. So when the refugee actually lived there, it was a refugee that provided them with the food, that provided them with the shelters. And because of the refugee, there is a lot of markets. And most of the highland people who are Ethiopian, they moved there, to have a shop. And then now Gok become one of the best warda in a term of economic because of refugee. So some of the Anyuak, they feel that if the refugees are going to be relocated to another camp, they knew that there will be a lot of suffering for them. Because the foods that they are eating, they are getting today from the refugees, that they are claiming that they are so Sudanese and we don't want them. They are the one who actually give them opportunity to be there. Even the schools, the best teachers, they are a refugee who are giving Nuer kids education. Because, most of them, they don't went to school, So based on those opportunities, there are some Anyuak who don't agree with those who demand that refugee must be relocated. And I believe when they see that this is coming and it's going to be real, that the refugees are going to be relocated, that's when the attacks, the head of the UNHCR, the guy called Binyam, and that led to Prime Minister, the Prime Minister Meles Zenawi, to order the Ethiopian Defense Force to clean up all these terrorist people. So this is the one thing I can mention to your question.
May I add some point on that?
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Shamur, for 2 minutes, and then Tata, you could take it over.
Who just spoke that wanted to add something to
it? That's Dr. Shankot.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Chankot, and I think Zol could be want something to say too. We're going to keep this. I'm going to want some recounts from Johnson after that too. Go ahead, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again, guys, for giving me opportunity. I think Danny elaborated very clearly. I just want to add on that, referring to the current situation. It's the same things. Like Anyuak as a whole, or as a tribe, they just want to get as far away as possible from Nuer. So as a tribe, they claim they don't want Nuer. But when it comes to removing the refugee, the Anyuak who are specifically located together with the refugee, because they have so many advantages from the refugee, they will finally see the negative part of removing the refugee. Even now in Jawe camp or in Penyudo camp, they are killing people. They claim that they want the refugee to be gone. But last month when the UNHCR went there and actually had a meeting with them for 5 consecutive days, asking their consent if they don't want the refugee to be there, they all concluded that they want the refugee to be there. But what they really want is they want the benefit of, but they also want to continue killing them. It's the same reason even in Gambela City, the Anyuak don't want Nuer to have their own bus station. They want bus station to be in their local area so that they can collect more money from people at the bus station, from Nuer. But every time something happens, they want to kill Nuer in that bus station. So it's the same thing like Danny explained. They have too much to lose by a refugee going away, so they don't really want the refugee to go away. They want to take all the benefit that they can from the refugee, but at the same time also kill the refugee because they are Nuer. One of the other reasons that, one of the other things that I want to point out that is very, very particular about our discussion is what our sister or our mother mentioned earlier. So yesterday I followed Edward's show from the beginning up to the end. The unfortunate thing was that not even a single Anyuak, not a single one of them, had something to say good about Nuer people, or no one even attempt to talk about peaceful harmony or coexistence with Nuer people. Most of you guys were there yesterday and you can testify to this. all of the Anyuak, they concluded their discussion with the saying that we must remove Nuer from Akobo area. That area belongs to Anyuak. So when we organize discussion like this as the Nuer people, it breaks my heart because even us from within, we speak different voices. Even though our people are dying daily, some of us come out and say that we should live with Anyuak in a peaceful manner. How do you get to advocate for peace when you are not the one killing people? Okay, it would, for people who are supporting Anyuak or who are supporting peace between Nuer and Anyuak on this forum right now, it would have their words or their discussion would have carried much more weight if they talked yesterday at Edward's show and tell Anyuak and other low community as Anyuak that we need to find a peaceful means to live together with Nuer. Coming to us as the victim, we are the victim of these atrocities, and someone coming to convince and calm us down that don't retaliate. Why talk to us? Why don't talk to people who are carrying out the killing daily? And for us as a Nuer, why would we try to convince ourselves, let us not retaliate? The dying of our young generation is not good. Our women will suffer. Of course, we know that, but there is no way to avoid that because people are coming to kill us. We are not the one going to kill people. So if anyone has something to say or you want to talk to people who are killing people, why not go and talk to Anyuak? Why come and try to convince Nuer that they should not retaliate and they should keep dying? Is that what you want? You want us to keep dying without responding? So that would be my point. Thank you. Back to the moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Chankwas. We value your time. Brother Tai Tai, go ahead with the line that we were following earlier, and then they could pick it up from there.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe Dol Kabir wanted to add it to what Danny was saying. If you could make that quick, Quer, we're gonna get some recount from Johnson after that.
Thank you, Heavyweight Man.
And don't forget that Yale is actually before Johnson.
Johnson is okay.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to keep the stories like in line, but yeah, we will fix that in a bit.
Well, I think I will be very quick because it's not the last remark for me. It is just the compliments for the question, not the question, the reminder that I gave to young engineer, the geologist, Daniel. Since he elaborated, I'm happy. Look, but our being here, leaving everything that is, one might say, his own benefit, work or take care of your family, calling people of Africa, and etc. It is because what we after here is not a joke, by the way. It is not a joke. For me, as a person who actually tries best to take what is normal and what is serious, take them together and treasuring them in the back of the head that moving me. So I have rise to remind somebody so that for the benefit of them. I heard that our brothers Anyuak, they killed things by that time. And it was not enough for me because I was not an eyewitness. I need somebody like engineers and Dr. Shankwas to come up and verify it into the fullest for the benefit of the room. Now it is cleared. But the question is, why our brothers Anyuak kill our brothers Dinkas in a cold blood? They have to answer. Is it because they actually very serious questioning Nuer every day by that time that we used to heard that the question Nuer that why you brought the UL? This UL is UL Marai. You don't want UL. Is it would it be the good reason for them to kill things because they don't have border? Denka got no expansion. That might be reason for them to let them kill Dinka. Then it is them whereas it was a ship to come up with a good reason and tell us exactly why they killed Dinka. Is it because you brought UL and they don't want UL? Or what is the reason? I treated it on the back in my head, and I have to brought it to the eye of everybody to be clear, and we have to find out the reason why. So, young engineer, thank you very much for clarification. So I'm happy to hear it, and I think everybody in the room now is satisfied. There is no reason, but we leave it for them. Not to rock alone, or my hygiene. يقول السبب هنا شنو؟ قاموا وقتلوا الأملاك دينكا. ما عندهم border. It doesn't need sign. It's one. My conclusion for this few word I said, أنا أشوف إنه أشوف جونسون جابوا قلنا Johnson is the one of our brother from other side in our country, and he's from Reps. I always call them when I went discussing issues with them, call them that you Reps, you are radical, and you are radical for nothing. Come and convince South Sudanese why, what is the problem? So now Johnson is here. Reason? No, I'm confused for the names of these. Yeah. In a cultural that was information I got it, and I got it from Vietnam, and I got it from a VA inside, and I got it from Twitch. The room. Talent and powerful young lady and young men of South Sudanese, leading by Nuer Talent Boyanka. Johnson, welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Lam. Actually, I'm really happy to be in this room. I would like to say hello to all the moderators from the top. Zul Kabir, really, I appreciate you. You always, like right on point, and you like putting things in joke and putting them in wisdom sometimes, Brother Yin Lam. And I'd like to say hello to the audience. I know that in details actually, what happened then, and also put my point. What I think about all these issues regarding the problems between different communities in South Sudan. and especially between Nuer and Anyuak. First of all, what happened in 2003, I was in Panyud, I was in Block 12, and I was a chairman of Bar al Ghazal. And then we had the overall chairman of the Block 12 was this chairman from Panaru. His name is William Sisi. William Sisi was the overall chairman, and the deputy to William Sisi was was Onyongo. Onyongo is an Anyuak, was the chairman of Anyuak community, and he was the deputy chairman of Block 12. Then William Sisi left for Addis Ababa. He went, like for a holiday or something. And before he came back, Onyongo was the leader of the whole Block 12 because he was the deputy chairperson. He started to plan some crazy things like attacking Block 12, and especially Dinka. They had a big plan, and we heard. I was tipped by one of the wives, that belonged to Dinka Will, and she's an Anyuak lady. She told me everything, and then I went on and talked to the boys. We had Will boys were actually the majority in that Block 12, living in one compound. So I went to Pushala and coordinate with people there in Pushala because I was sort of well connected at the time in Pushala. We bought, we had some guns from Pushala and then some, some hand grenades. We brought them to the camp, and Onyongo realized that things were not easy because I was in charge of the police in Block 12 or the Shurta. That was, and the head of the Shurta was from Bar al Ghazal, from Awil actually. I told him, look, we got a problem here now. We will be attacked very soon in our area, especially the Dinka area. And people were, close to the area where the attack would come from, where Awil, and then the Boer community. And I told the boys, look, women, we have women and children here now. All we have to do is we always have to, at night we have to patrol. No sleeping at night. I told all the young men not to sleep at night. We patrol. We move around in the old Block 12. Then what happened? Onyongo realized that because I was about to leave, for Australia, and Onyongo said, look, he postponed the plan, saying that Johnson is going to leave very soon, and as soon as he leaves, we will execute the plan. Let him go, and we will show these thinkers, and they will realize that we Anyuak can do something too. We tried to investigate what is the real problem, and we realized that the problem was was about the capturing of Pashala. When Pashala was captured, this guy Onyongo was not happy because, and he was well educated, and he speaks Arabic very well and English very well too, like well educated person, well diverse in terms of knowledge. And for some reason, he was not happy about the capturing of Pashala when Pashala was captured in 1996. He was not really happy with that. Because some people who were aligning with the enemy were killed in there. There was one of the professors who was killed in there, and then I think he was not getting benefits that he thought he would get from Anyuak, from the government of Sudan. And for that reason, he said they have to really revenge. So one day, we were talking, and I just asked him, why are you not happy about the capturing of Pashala? Why don't you like Pashala being the head of the SPLA? And he was so bitter talking against the SPLA and all the things, and he was not really and also because we used to give some ration, some food to the SPLA soldiers in Pashala. He did not like that. We used to take those things secretly, and he did not like that idea. So what we did was we would take these things without his knowledge. Later on, when I left, I informed the elders and the young people. I told them, guys, these people will attack. And I left immediately 2 months exactly, and they attacked the camp. And 47 people were killed. And people were killed in that because Block 12 was composed of, was composed of people from different places. You have people from Equatoria, Yep, one Equatorian was killed, and about 3 from Nuba Mountain. Nuba people were killed, and but majority of people were killed were Dinkas. Even one of the Anyuak was killed, by accident by these boys when they attacked the camp, and Nyongo became wild. So and by then I reported this. I reported the plan to addict the security sector in Ethiopia. The ADIC were aware of what was going on. They came later on when they attacked. They came and tried to round up, Unyongo. And there was this guy called Ujulo. There were people who were really planning the whole thing. And these guys, they are from Poshala. They're not from Ethiopia even. They were part of the camp in Fonyido. So he was on a run, and he would attack all, like any vehicle of Ethiopian and all this. And one day they planned an attack at Aganga. They attacked the Aganga, and Ethiopian authorities became sick and tired of all this mess. And they attacked when they ambushed him with these boys. Most of the boys, including him, were killed. And he was like well-educated person. And when you look at that, you just, I just feel sorry because it's something basic, something that has got no base whatsoever. Because if the SPLA or the South Sudanese freedom fighters captured Pochala, what is bad about it? And when Jalaba were in Pochala, every night they would ask all the Salatin in the area to collect girls and women to go and stay with them overnight, and then later on in the morning they will release them to go back home. And this I'm saying that this is a true story because I know like that very well. I was a radio operator. I was part of the intelligence community within the SPLA, so I know exactly what I'm saying. It was a bad treatment, done to the people of Poshala. And when Poshala was liberated, Kulibobang was really happy about that. And you could see sometimes, like his videos on the YouTube when he was speaking, to late chairman Dr. John Garang about the capturing of Poshala. But some people were not happy with that. To me, I would say that was a stupid mission that took the life of a bright young man that would have helped in our country, in rebuilding the country. So really, these people that come up sometimes to kill people, when Dinka were killed, the Block 12, all Block 12 was evacuated to all the blocks of Nuer. And we were living with Nuer until now. Some, like we have people there from Awil all the way. They're still living now with Nuer community in Panyudo. And because, they would be killed any time if they are by themselves. And then also, and that's where I'm like come in and say, look, when you look at it, it's just a stupidity. Okay, and then you turn it to targeting Nuer and all the rest because Nuer, we're supporting the Dinkas and the Nuba and the other South Sudanese communities who were living in Block 12 when the fight was happening. Then they were repulsed by the Nuer young men, and they were fighting, trying to wipe out all these vulnerable people. And then also they have problem in Gambela because all these things is connected from South Sudan all the way to Gambela. It's not like one single thing in one country. No, because in Gambela they said Nuer are majority in Gambela, and they are and Ethiopia like them more than the Anyuak, and because it is a simple reason. Everything, the whole world is all about economics. Nuer contribute economically more than Anyuak in Ethiopia. Because Nuer, they got cattle, they have a lot of resources that they could bring to the market. And when you have people are the market. And as a result, Nuer would be like seen as if they are being favored by Ethiopian authorities. So, and I'm like, well, in this case, for example, the most close brothers to Anyuak community are Nuer, both in South Sudan and in Ethiopia, because that line is all linked to Ethiopia. Somebody from Anyuak, from South Sudan, would just go to Ethiopia and become Ethiopian anytime. They could have work in the government, they could do anything in Ethiopia. The same thing where in that area too could do the same thing in Ethiopia. and then the Nuer from Ethiopia or Anyuak from Ethiopia could come to South Sudan and could just be like a South Sudanese and become normal. You guys, that area, these two communities, you guys are very lucky. And when it comes to like fighting, of course, like Anyuak cannot fight head to head with Nuer. If people become mad and go back to like, let's say, Stone Age attitude and just ruthlessly fight, kill each other, I don't think the fight would be really that fair in simple term. And that's where I'm like, what we need to do, but especially the Anyuak elders and Nuer elders, you guys need to work something out because both the governments are not ready to solve that problem. The Ethiopian authorities would intervene sometimes and only isolate or get rid of the bad apples. That's what they do, and they don't really look into trying to solve that problem. The same thing in South Sudan, I suppose. There's no one willing, no government whatsoever, from both South Sudan and the government of Ethiopia. They are not willing to solve the conflict between these two people. And the interest of Anyuak is with Nuer, and the interest of Nuer is with Anyuak. But in the worst case scenario, Anyuak need Nuer more than need Anyuak. But all in all, you still need each other. That this problem needs to be solved. This ruthless killing within our country is something there always. But the Anyuak way of killing, or the reasons of killing, I would say they are baseless. They are not really that. Even yesterday in the room of Edward Chik, I was there at the very beginning when the whole room started, like right at the get go, like that. When first person started introducing the topic, Edward was introducing the topic and everything. I was there. I think it was Isaac. Isaac was explaining the whole story very well. The way he started it, he said the cause of the problem, the cause of the incidents of displacing Anyuak in Ethiopia, in Akobo, was that one of the nights Anyuak men had cows, and one of the Nuer people was coming to steal a cow or something. One of the night, then Anyuak person fired a gun into the night where the cow went to, and then the cow came back, and then in the morning, a dead person was found, in the area where he fired a gun. That person turned out to be a Nuer person. Then the Nuer community in the area realized that one of their men was killed by Anyuak, and they were organizing themselves to come and revenge. But it's a normal thing in our country when certain community kill one of your own, you're gonna attack and revenge. That's how things work in South Sudan. When Anyuak realized that they will be attacked by Nuer anytime soon, they packed their things and left. They ran away. All right, they ran away from Akoba and they left the area empty, running for their lives. They ran away. They went to to different areas, and the person who was in charge in that area was with Jalaba. And Jalaba realized, say, look, you guys know what? You got to leave because these guys may try to revenge. They stayed away. Then suddenly, what happened? That was like in 1970. 5 years now, at 1960. 5 years later, Benson Pandit a rebellion in Akobo. Then boom.
Sorry, moderator, excuse me, Johnson. Can you please give me just one? So I want to say something.
Okay, go ahead.
Helping your narrative to be in a good track for giving the reality of the situation. Johnson, you and I, plus the rest, we are Nilotic. We are nomad. We are Persian nomadism. We are really rearing cattle. There is no doubt for that. We have a behavior for rearing cattle in which all of us sharing that behavior and character. Johnson, let me help you, ask you, and give you this matter to judge and to put your narrative in a way that those people who are here in the room will believe your judgment is correct. Look, Johnson, You are in your locks, in your settlement, your house. Somebody like me came and robbed the cars, take one of the car, and then it happened. You heard the song, and then you come up, you just shoot nobody, and the bullet fall on me. Then I'm dead, and your car was been taken by me. Are you really a real man of Nilotic who is actually running after his car being robbed by somebody, unknown person, and just going and shoot the gun on the air and come back and take his nice living? For you, Johnson, as a person whom I actually knew, that makes sense. And Tlakilanua come up with this narrative. They don't care. They shoot the gun and they come back and sleep. And they couldn't know the car is where the car go. Yeah, look at this, Johnson. It is a mere light. It is a white light. But I don't want you to take what I'm seeing. It is up to you to judge it in the way that you see it. Our brothers Anyuak was the cousin of all of us who is Idwedaship. It is up to them to feel like they dehumanize themselves. Johnson could judge this. Did it take it?
All right. Thank you for the input there. Actually, yes. And then to conclude on the story, then these people they ran away for killing a Nuer man. All right, and they left their area, whom they share together with Nuer people, because that this is an evidence that Akoba is a share land. That's why you have Nuer people that are living around the area. When they ran away and left, the place empty, what do you expect? When we ran away from Jalaba occupied our areas. This is a simple common sense. And then the human nature is all about migration. That's why we even ended up in Australia, some went to US and everywhere. These people that are living in Australia or in US, they came all the way from Europe for years traveling around in the waters, and they conquered those areas. What about somebody ran away and then left the area? What do you think will happen? Of course, people would settle in that in empty land, and especially when you kill people, when you kill a person, that would happen. And now, if now we have a country and we have a system in South Sudan, what could be done is that case that took place in 1960 was not solved. The person who was killed is not investigated yet. Why he was killed exactly, and what should be done to compensate or solve the problem of killing that innocent man. Also, if the people want to, like now, I believe, like the way people were talking yesterday, we have some Anyuak now living in a Kobo. There's no way you can kick all those Nuer that are living in a Kobo now, kick them out. But you find a way to accommodate themselves with these people, the Anyuak that are coming back, come and settle and live in there in harmony. We have a country in the first place. Having a country is very, is a big complicated thing. It's not like even running a village alone. To run a village is a problem, let alone a country. Country is a huge thing. To do that now, of course, the fighting between the communities will not stop. It will go on. People will be killing themselves. But at the same time, we should think of how we can solve the communal fight, and especially the Anyuak problem in the Nuer. But they are both citizens, like you find some Nuer as citizens in Ethiopia. You have Ethiopian Nuer and Anyuak Nuer and Anyuak of Ethiopia, and you find the Nuer in South Sudan and Anyuak in South Sudan, and they're just living next to one another, like right there. The problem needs to be solved. But this madness of just killing randomly, like I said before, this guy called Unyongo, they start killing people. Okay, I'll conclude now. They started killing people just for the reason that Fashala was captured. And in Fashala, when Jalaba when Jalaba was in Fashala, they would collect all the girls, the Anyuak girls, in the villages at night. You come and sleep with them at night. Then tomorrow morning they will release them back to the villages, and the same thing tomorrow night. That was not good. That was a bad thing. And now people came and liberated the area, and even the commissioner of Pashala became a son of the land, become like an Anyuak person in the administration, in everywhere, collecting taxes and everything in the market. But all Anyuak, and people are not happy with that because that is madness. Where in South Sudan and Anyuak in South Sudan, I'm like, this madness needs to stop. You guys, as brothers and sisters, there has to be a way to, and always politician will politicize everything. People are not careful sometimes, and that's what happened in the room yesterday. The whole issue was itself and can explain itself. But why they left? It is because they caused problem in the area and they ran away. What do you need to do when you run away for being, because you're wrong. You're wrong. You apologize for what you have done and say, look, that was a mistake. Now I want to come back. Is that okay? Instead of coming and shouting at people, insulting people, the government of Jongle is owned by Dinka and Nuer is the governor, then the Dinka will be the governor, and all the 17 ministers are all divided among Dinka and Nuer. I mean, like, you have to find some ways of explaining it. And recently, like a few minutes ago, he was explaining himself that he was a minister for 5 years in the state. He was a minister, and now he said like the ministries are divided among Nuer and Dinka. They politicize the whole thing. When you politicize something, the actual story will get lost. All right, and the killing of Anyuak people killing people is not a simple. They used to do that even 1989. They kill. They used to kill. There was a fight in Ponyido. What happened was they used to put the spears in the water because all the Jesh Hammer will go into the water and throw themselves in the water, jump into the water. They would go at night. The Anyuak people would go at night and put the spears upside down in the water. And when these Jesh Hammer come in and jump into the water later, the spears will hit their stomach and all this, and people will just cry and all and everything. People died. We just kill innocent people, young people from age of 5 to the age of 16 or 17. All right, they just innocent people like that. Later on, when the SPLA soldiers were pissed off, they came in the commandos. The commando was traveling to Kapoita. They attacked the Anyuak villages and they killed many people in Anyuak village because they were killing young people. If a young boy, Jajama would go to the village trying to go and beg for something to eat because food was scarce or something, they would kill them. What happened? They were the people retaliate and they were upset. They were not happy with that. So sometimes our people in South Sudan, they do things in stupidity, and in stupidity they just randomly make some decisions and do mad things. And when people retaliate, because if you do something bad to someone, of course that person will retaliate, and when they retaliate, somebody cry and then try to bring in politics and confuse the whole situation. But in the beginning, you were the cause of the problem. All right, I'll just stop there. But I'm just saying that with all this mess that people are doing, but I know that area very well. Who keep cattle and who does what and whose behavior are this and that. I know because that's where I grew up. I went to Ethiopia when I was a little boy, and I know that I stayed there for a very long time. Travel almost every corner. I know every river, everything, every village there. I know them one by one. So we know all our behaviors. We should not stress on that too much. But all I'm saying, peace is the best way to go. And politicizing the whole thing and then turning it around, like what happened yesterday in that room, was a big mistake. It was completely a big mistake because the fairness was not even there. And I really, I even wrote down in the comment section, to Edward, like, look, this thing, we need to hear the other side of the story too. But that was downplayed for some reason, and that was not fair. And this is all come back to whole thing being politicized. And when you politicize something, sometimes it doesn't work that way. Things don't work out. Like, let's say, for example, the focus was like, we are Luo. Okay, we are Luo. We have Luo from Kenya, from Baral Ghazal, the usual, all the way to Madinga Ul and Wow, and we have Shuruk in Malakal. If anything happened to Anyuak here, are they really going to run all the way from Equatoria or from wherever they were running from and come and help these Anyuak people? Of course not. The only brothers now to Anyuak, the immediate brothers to Anyuak now are Nuer community that are living with them, and Ethiopian too, because they are living in Ethiopia. So the Abish and then the Nuer and are the close brothers to Anyuak. If anything happened, they are the first. Even during the killing, when Anyuak was killing people in the end, and when Nyong'o was killed later on, what happened? The same Nuer came back and said, "Look, you guys know what? Allow these people to come into the camp. Came into the camp, they would get their rations. See, it all come back to being brothers and sisters in the end. Okay, and then despite all that, they will still go. If you travel from Punju to going to Gambela, you would be taken off the bus and killed. If you're traveling from Itang going to Gambela, you'll be taken off the bus and killed. All these things. So the best way to solve these things, communities need to sit down and look at their interest. Look, what is the common interest of Nuer and Anyuak in that area? Instead of saying, oh, this Nuer and Dinka, they are this and that, they destroy our country, they bandits, they take all, they loot the country. Nobody would, sometimes there's a time when the world will go crazy one day. And when the world go crazy, we never know which generation will do it, will decide to go crazy too. And say, okay, if you guys think that the South Sudan belong to Dinka and Nuer, we run it the way you guys think, and it should be running as Dinka and Nuer country. Nothing is going to work out well. Okay? So really, we have to our brothers from Anyuak and all the Luo, we have to we all Nilotic in the end. We all brothers in the end. We come from the same area. We came from Senegal. We all came from Senegal. So the best way to deal with this thing is let us not cause division. And I can understand politician like Edward is a politician. There's no way he will never be fair always. He will look at his interests as a politician, and through that, and you can see that he will deny it completely. He will deny that, oh no, I'm fair and all this. But that's how politicians talk. They lie all the time. Okay, Edward would not solve any problem between the communities, but he's looking for his interest. But the more problems occur in South Sudan, you will get an opportunity as a politician to grab the power, because that's how politicians take the power in any country. They cause problem between the communities, and then as a result, the chaos will happen, and through the chaos, they will jump into the change and will become part of the change. That's what I can see, when it comes to the room of yesterday. And I think the Anyuak need to realize that the whole thing is turned into politics, and people want to exploit this and take it as take it for advantage, for their own benefits. For that reason, Anyuak and Nuer should really focus. And this is not this area. This problem is not only in South Sudan in Akobo. No, it goes all the way to Gambela. The Anyuak community are killing Nuer community in Gambela now, and the vice versa. So these things has to be solved, because that region, people in that region are very lucky. All the way to Nasser, they're very lucky. Because you can travel anywhere, travel to Ethiopia, you are welcome. Travel to South Sudan, all good. So all you need is to have peace between the communities, and you travel freely. But that area has got a lot of resources, really, natural resources, things like agriculture and the rest. A lot of things could be exploited in that area. So don't dwell a lot on Edward Sheikh, because Edward Sheikh will politicize the whole thing, because he's a politician. He will try to twist it around for his own benefit as a politician. And I hope Anyuak will understand that it was a setup for them to go that way. Explain instead of explaining the whole thing in a nice way and try to have a comeback. How would they come back? Okay, and if they succeeded in coming back peacefully and live with the people in Akobo, obviously after that the demarcation will happen too. which part of Anyuak is, which part of Anyuak belong to the Pibor administrative area, and which part of Anyuak, belong to Akobo. And from there, they will work out what could be done, and then which part of Anyuak will be part of the Jonglei state, and which part of Anyuak will be part of the Pibor administrative area. I think I've spoken too much, but thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Brother Johnson. That was a great recount of your your incident there while you were at the refugee, your experiences there while you were at the refugee camp. Kanyamaran, I'm gonna leave if you're not busy. I really want you engaged. The line should go as follow: Gadiel, Guyball, and Peter. That should be the order of the line. Ganyamran, if you're not busy, you can take the lead in moderating, and Kong and Mary can help you do that. I'm going to take the back seat for a minute and get the other guys engaged. I think Adil, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Quartet. I think I kind of losing my voice. I will try to be short and brief. I don't have much because many people have took all the point that I was going to talk about. I was extremely busy early, and I will appreciate the Nuer, all the moderators, and Nasser for mastermind, so sure and Gizila. I think most of the things that I want to talk has been taken already by those great speakers. Brother Zul Kabir took a lot of points, and then Dr. Shankwat, then Young Danny, and my last point were taken by Sister Africa. I pretty much don't have a lot to say. I just want to mention a few points. I always try to be a peacemaker. Sometimes that's the point that you're going to be pushed to the edge, and you have nowhere to make the peace. Just to defend yourself, then you can think about peace later. Assassin, Moldova is simple. خلينا نجنوبين كجنوبين أساسا. خلينا نخلي شوية قانون 1956 ده نخليه شوية برا شوية. أصلا لما قسمنا الجنوب، نحن قسمنا الجنوب ودود أنا وين مع جلابة. We say we نحن جاي من شمالي من مروي من الجنة لخرطوم. عندنا جزيرة توت. توت في مناسبة توت غير نور في جنوب السودان. حتى في مصر توت ده منود نوراوي طبعا. Only person called Toot is Nuer. No one else in this world except Nuer. We have Jazira Toot for Khartoum. Did we claim Jazira Toot when we divided South Sudan? Machine Jaziraba. Did we claim Jaziraba? Robek. Did we claim Robek Jabalin? Did we claim Jabalin? After Magan is the Bagulsta. And we do that, Sadama, do that assassin. Okay. That's 2011, right? Okay. Ikai bita aradi bita Gambela, aradi bita Koba, or Koba, in a Gulo Koba, Ma Koba and more Gulo Koba. Nuer Karin fi Koba.
Gadiel Chune, let me give this signal. My joke, you are there. I want you to have chance to come and comment on this topic. My joke Didi, you share your name, Didi. I want you to come up and comment. Also, Mariel, if you have chance also, you might come up and comment. I want you, the radical of Rex, as always, I'm not want to change that name. It doesn't mean it's a bad name. It's not a bad name. But my joke, you make your way up comment.
I think they need to be invited. They need to be invited because I think the rest is been turned down. So,
okay, thank you, Gadiel. Continue.
my point is this: Nuer has been there since 1700s. The proof is that Gabli Italian Mayim fi Ethiopia before they even have a country called Ethiopia by itself. Nuer has been there. السبب أساس الكلام ده ما يعملوا استثمار للنوير لما الحرب بقى صعب معهم شالوا ناس من النوير عشان يساعدهم في تخطيط الحرب جماعة ماشي يساعدهم لما نجح في الحرب طروا Italians and then now the Menelik decide not to take these people back to Ethiopia, to Sudan. So he decided to include them to be part of Ethiopia. That's the reason why nobody knows. That's the reason why that part of region was cut to Ethiopia. Menelik is the one who decided to cut that land to Ethiopia. And then he decided to give out the Kassala to Sudan. So check the history if I'm wrong. So we can come and debate. Maybe Zul Kabir can help. Zul Kabir, you have comment on that?
Sorry, I missed it. Can you repeat it, my dear?
I say Nuer has been Ethiopia in the land before Italian came to Ethiopia. The reason why they were annexed to Ethiopia because when the war became more in Ethiopia and the Menelik came to Nuer and asked for help to fight the war. And then when Nuer went and helped fight the war, they defeated the Italian. And then Menelik decided to take that piece of land, carry it to Ethiopia and give away Kassala. I just want to verify that correct or I'm wrong on that.
Thank you very much, Gargaga. These are the reality of the situation that we actually have to come up with and make each and every one of our love follow. When we decide to expand the territories within that geographical territory, which is today being called South Sudan, they decided and they were inventive. I don't want to mention how long and difficulties that they face. Let me simply come up based on the question you asked. During that fight, if you went back, not orally, in a written document, based on history that is evidence, started by Nom Shagiri. Nom Shagiri was the first person who was written short history of Sudan. I'm pretty sure into the fullness you read it. If you come and trying to fought the colonialists for almost 30 years, depending everybody in that territory. Also, okay, let me come to the part of his survey after they crossed the Nile. Mudum was among the people who has history. He had killed the airflow with the globe in English. With in Nile's language. If you come to find out the Eros who fought One of them was Shol Joey. And the next person was Moyongwan Don Moyongwan Don Yu bin Nipket Bishop Shodul, Thola Dul King Jogi Joki. Pula Jodwan. They were the liberators who fought for the betterness of that we actually enjoy today. The betterness that our cousin or brothers Anyuak try to make it as something of nobody from the past father. In short, Shol Joey, Myongwan Don Yui were the heroes who fought the war. And they were the people. Now, if you go to the archives in London, where the English law are made, you will find that I'm really sure. Let me guess. The record is there. The record is there into the extent that the plans and how to fight the war and win and defeat the enemy that all were adopted and put it into the law was taken from Nuer. You know, there is a say that Kawaja say when the report was brought back into the command, the report was about we defeat Nuer. The commander said that you defeat Nuer. Really? You're sure? Okay. Tell me what type of Nuer that you defeat in that war. They say and said and said and said. Conclusion was you defeat the Nuer with one hand, the Nuer who used to stand with one hand. You defeat them? The soldier said no. You didn't defeat them. Then the commander came to the conclusion that you failed, you didn't defeat them. Because those Nuer, they have couple of tactics and plan for attack. In which today, in the modern life we are, it's called plan attack. But we call it plan attack. Plan attack. Of course, you cannot judge them because
don't reveal that too much secrets.
Okay. All right. I will stop there. Thank you. So, Gariel.
Thank you.
Nuer fought the war. They fought the war into the acting that they give the tactics that are been stopping from heavyweight man. That I want to reveal. Nuer come and give the very powerful plan to the rival enemy. And the enemy they are in east side. That if you want to defeat Chileans, by that time they call it Chilean.
Italian, we call them Chilean.
Italian. They say that because they came through the river, please make fear. Let me fear it. Here, man, fear it. English said, okay, how can we do it? We said, okay, we do it this way. We show you how to do it. They went and cut the wood. Chicken wood, chicken can know. Chicken a balance a year. Charling leads yoga gin. And wood the tea. The chaka kia year, you chop the year, pijamia. Me take a move open.
We're waiting for you over here.
These are a part of the tactics was been taken by from Nuer.
Your network
And it worked.
Lord Kabir, your network kind of cut out when you said they told the English these piers from when they put the piers from one side of the river to the next. You can go back there. I think people want to go there.
Okay, sorry. And now you getting me? Are you hearing me?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. The part that I was being stopped by Gargega was the part that I want to elaborate, but as a person who is actually abides with his people, I stopped from there. Then I came into the part that Nuer was benefit either side. Actually, the part of the enemy was with them. When the war was intensified, they gave the ideas. They told Interlists that now we are being defeated at a Pelbacks. You know, it is because those people, they detect us. What we do, you make a wall within the river. Let us go and cut the wood and brought the wood and put them in the middle of the river, from the side into other side. That one, it will make us safe. Simply because when the enemy came under the river, of course, there will be a very tangible signal that will let us know this is the enemy. It's not the pitch, because we know the pitch, we know the movement of the pitch, and we know the movement of other things. Yes, they say, okay, let's go for it. Let's do it. They did it. That is the part of what is today called plan attack. Attack is military. That is been an idea of who? Of this community or nation called Nuer. They wanna let us benefit from our generosity and our being. And how God created us, it's not we, it is the God given. So we first thank God because it's the gift. It worked. It worked. So, in short, Gargega, for you to get back into your comment, the very heroes who fought for the dignity that we actually enjoy today, and each and of everyone of South Sudanese enjoyed it. They are the people of ours. It was none other than Chol Joey and my young one here, and Mudu, who killed the airplane by Kulof. Are you not a very great? Are you not a very great? Are you not a very great nation?
I'm proud of it.
Are you not a very great nation? And if you went as far as one day, you will put up the room that maybe me and the rest of the colleagues will talk about. We will elaborate more into the extent that that country, that geographical location, also Sudan, guys, we are very great there because we are the one protecting everybody there. A people who fought the colonialism for 30 years, who are they? They are Nuer. And they fought to protect who? Protected all South Sudanese. They sacrificed and the values. This community is deserving. Is to be acknowledged by each and everyone. Not a fraud. It is not me to come up today to talk. Because I'm a person always reserve my dignity. I cannot say lie. Simply because I went to school with other different South Sudanese in which tomorrow I reserve maybe one of them will questioning me that Lam, I heard you say lie. And I will say no. If that thing is not true, I cannot say that. It is true. It is true. 30 years, Nuer was been fighting with the invader, protected each and everyone. It was a fight that lost the life of great people, of forefathers of ours, including the son of our prophet, Mundembunga. Gwangundang was killed in Tarbiga, right there, Jongyang, with so many men.
Yang kwa na tungo nga da yena mo ke time they locate da ne ru those are kabila to go along, but now for another contribution it aram can mo ke 10 minutes give 5 minutes we should follow the necessary property.
When I'm not going to dominate, but my feeling is actually being captured by emotion. And I first ask to each and everyone to pardon me, forgive me. If I went is emotion, actually is not a part of my character. So from here I have to stop. Gargega, any continue.
Thank you. What the point I tried to make is, as you elaborated very good, is that today I don't see the point that Anyuak would say Akobas belong to them, Belas belong to them. If we fought Arab Italian, my Ethiopia, so it proves that the land is not longer to Anyuak. It's our lands. If they are part of it, they are part of it, but it's not belong to them. We liberate Ethiopia, we let that country free colonization. Bidurama is Yamola smart, you know. السبب أساسا خلاه يكون هناك Gambela region Nuer بكون هناك قطعوا إثيوبيا عشان أربعة لأن ده قوة ما ممكن تخليه أنت دول thinker like Menelik was a great thinker, so great kings, and then he decided to take that part of the land because of the great people who would help liberate the country from the enemy, external enemy, with Italian, the colonization. Ethiopia never colonized because of that. Okay, today, 21st century, you try to reclaim the land in which nothing proved that it's your land too. And as an Anyuak, lokalina kulaki kalam jerma usasa karam givel. Tawan, they normally stay by the riverside, say beside us smart. They fishermen, right? So you fish today at this village. Next month you go fish over there. It's not yours. You just go for fishing. You know, like if you are I'm a nomadic pastoralist. If I took my cattle today to graze over there, and I didn't make no work, no cattle, it's not my place. Until when I make a house over there, now it's my place. If I live there for a year or so, it's become mine. But if I just make a little Rakuba, I move tomorrow, it's not mine anymore. Someone else can come tomorrow and stay in that land. Likewise, the same thing. When people move to Akova, they settled there as well. They went there and they settled there. When they decided to move, they moved. They went other side and to set their smarkachan. You went and fishing somewhere else, and then nobody there. So actually, it's everybody land. That's the point I try to make. Lemon West, when we separated West Jalaba, did we ask Khartoum? Did we ask Jiziratuti? Did we ask Jiziraba? Did we ask Robek? Why we didn't ask them? So that question belongs to Anyuak. They need to ask for that question. So I won't take that much. I just want to make clarification. If the reason why they causing problems is that because we call them brothers and sisters, we're no longer brothers and sisters. We are neighbors. We deal with neighbors. If any other tribe in South Sudan misunderstood and using our goodness as a weakness, get hell with it. There's no more brothers. If they're killing people, like shooting the bus, burning places, and we think the brothers, to me, they're not brothers. When we have understanding that we need to live have a coexistence, as many people said, we will be brothers. But today, we're not brothers until we have a common ground that we have understandings as a people who can live, who can understand. Now we'll be brothers and sisters. But now at this situation, no brotherhood. If we call people brothers and sisters and they don't call us brothers and sisters, what does it mean? Your own brothers don't want to call you brothers? Get ahead with it. But when it comes to time that we need to say, no God ka akhwan, bina God la se lo no akhwan. Lo de no kuna dawa, kal no kun. Lo da is not a year so I said, I think the only people we see our brothers now, they will be as Mabans. And anyone else who call himself brothers, we show that he's a brother. You don't show that? We don't show to you no mercy no more. If our mercies, our, like, is that the case? All right. Kaliya kun, and near I say, I'm opinion and talk sarajin. I'm a big opinion and talk sarajin. Talk a tarikan. Thank you. So, my point is, anyone who don't want to live as a neighbor, and that is not a neighbor. It doesn't want to live as brother and sister, it's not brothers and sisters. So you cannot call this person a good person, it's calling you an enemy. What does it mean? It's useless. So thank you from there. Thank you.
Yeah, our fellow moderators, I have to suggest now that we have to be serious about timing, because we have got people that we have given ample time and others restricted. So I have to suggest that we have to be serious about timing now. Yeah. So Taita and Kong, who's next?
I think I'm the one, guys.
Oh no, you just came, Elbow.
I think I'm the next
A lot
person.
of people have been repeating themselves in morning.
Okay. Yeah. No, hold on, Elbow. Come on. You just came. We just brought you in. Thank you.
Brother Helbo is new to the. I think he has been at the very bottom.
Elbow and
individual. Yeah,
Elbow and P.I. they just joined us. Yeah.
That was one individual whose name has been appearing on the screen, and he has been going off and on From the look of the names, I think he's from Anyuak community. And this particular individual, his name has been fluctuating. If I'm happen to see his name, I would give him opportunity to come.
I already sent him a invitation, but he turned it down.
Brother, if you're still there,
I'm the next person.
You will come up. Are you the next person?
I'm the next if we go by order.
And who are you? Who are you? Sorry.
Quar Gaibol, you already spoken earlier, right?
Yes, correct. Yes, he has.
So why can't we go through the list of the three gentlemen that hasn't spoken yet?
Okay.
We got Peter, we got Thai, and we got Elbow, and then we can refresh back.
Okay. Peter.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said Peter, Thai, and Elbow.
Okay, Peter goes. Peter should be followed by Thai, and then Elbow will be the third person in line. We are sorry, as a moderator, we got lost in a little bit by allowing more time. I'll be restricted on your timing. I'm gonna narrow it down to 5 minutes now because we have a lot of people that are waiting in line.
I think you guys violated your rule. You said earlier 5 minutes each, and some happen to be some people 15 to 25 minutes.
Yeah, well, I started with you guys. I give you 10 minutes.
It's okay, Kong. It's okay. It's all right. I agree with you, Quer Gaibul. Thank you. Just forgive our team of moderators. Sometimes we make mistakes. Let us just go with what the moderators just told us.
Yeah, I think Gaibul is true. Gaibul is correct because I was hearing him, but he was cut off.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's why I said apologies on our behalf.
Yeah, I think this is my opportunity, right?
All right, Brother Peter, go ahead.
Yes, it's you, Peter, and then Thai, and then Elbow.
All right, thank you so much, moderators and audience. I think there is 2 rooms there, so I have to say hi to you all in the room. First of all, I did try to come up early, and then I raised my hand up a couple of times, but no one is letting me go up until I sent a message. My message was, I think you guys have read it. My message was like, is it not everyone allowed up there? I think that was my message, and immediately, and then I was taken up. If it's only me.
Peter, one main reason as to why the access was restricted is to control the amount of people coming up. Because if we have everyone coming up, the running and management of the system would be very bad. But that's why, yes, unless you spoke on your behalf, and then if we see the message, we can bring you up. That's why.
Thank you so much.
Take your minute, please.
Thank you so much, moderators. Thank you, Uncle Ian. Because it's always good for the outlets to be around. I think you've been doing your part. Thank you so much. Let me come to the topic. You know, first of all, we are Nuer community in this forum, and it doesn't mean that we will not have diverse ideas when it comes to the issues, whether it's our community issues, whether it's the country issues. So we all have diverse ideas on how to see them. Otherwise, thank you so much. First of all, we are South Sudanese. We have to appreciate that we have a place called country. It's a great achievement that we all appreciate, whether being Nuer, Dinka, Anyuak, anyone in that country. We always happy. It's because we fought for it, all of us. Whether those who are wearing front line or those who are just contributing resources. So it's all contributions, and we have to appreciate it. We appreciate it all.
But having a country does not mean that it's not coming with a lot of challenges. It does have challenges. Border issues with other countries, our internal issues, borders, state borders, counties, even Payams, they have issues. So those are our issues that we need to see, or we need to discuss if any of them come up. And that's why we have a discussion today, because something has come up. And we expected it. And it's not only us, the Nuer and Anyuak, to deal with this issue. We knew a couple of months ago, or 2 months ago, 1 month ago, it happened between Dinka themselves, not even with other community. And they're still fighting over it today. So that means this is a country-wide issue. Each community we have to always prepare ourselves for those events, if they occur. Now the question is how we're going to address them. Maybe each community view will always be different. Like we saw yesterday from idiot shows. Anyuak decide that they will address this issue violently. Now it's us now. Do we need to see it the same way? Do we see it, the solution as a violent, the way they view it, or we can see it differently? It's up to us. To me as a person, I don't see violence as a solution. I feel like Anyuak, like has been said by Johnson, your only close brother in South Sudan, they even learn about the law, what they may say. Look, these are people that they left a long time ago. These are no longer their brothers and sisters. Nuer currently, as we speak, are their brothers and sisters. Why? It's not just by blood, because I believe we have among us here, we have a lot of people that are maybe their grandmother were from Anyuak. They contributed too, if you look at it, by blood.
Brother Peter, as a reminder, you got to exhaust your minute, trying to come to your rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. You try to cut me off. Okay. The thing is, I feel like this issue had to be solved peacefully if there is a way to solve it peacefully, not through violence. That's it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just trying to stick to the time that I have promised to keep. And if we want to prolong our program, I think it would be necessary to be fair to everyone, not only yourself. The rule that we're trying to apply, it goes across the board. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm making. It's just like that. Like, this issue happened. I'm not happy the way they conduct their show yesterday. But do I need to respond the same way? The answer is no. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Peter. We value your time and we appreciate the fact that you did listen to us. Next person in line is TI.
TI, we cannot hear you, please. I believe you have got problem with the system. You can go out and come back straight away.
I'm not sure if TI, if you're able to hear us. We noticed that you unmute your mic. If you are not able to talk, completely exit out of the forum, and you could come back again. And while you're doing that, we'll allow the help me jump on. Who was the third guy earlier?
Yes, while Brother Thierry is fixing his mic and his system, it should have been Brother Elbow, but I cannot see Elbow. I think Elbow dropped out. The next one in line should be James Mayan. James Mayan should take his mic off or maybe unmute. Brother Mike, Brother James, yeah.
I think James Mayan. I think James has spoken earlier. You could give chance to another person.
It's a different James. Yeah.
Oh, it's a different James. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. This one is James Mayan. Yeah, James Lau. James Lau, yeah. Welcome, Kur.
Thank you, Simon and all moderators. If you allow me to go, I greet all the people who are down there, the previous speakers. I have been listening for quite a long time, but the conversation is very interesting, and many people who have spoken have touched a lot of points. My coming up to come and comment on this important discussion that you guys have organized. First, I have to say that this is a great and fantastic show that you guys have organized. You know, as many people have spoken, I can say this word as my first statement. Nuer community, whether in South Sudan or in Ethiopia, they are too big to be ignored, too spiritual and attractive to put aside. Yesterday or 3 days ago, when we were at that big forum that was conducted by our brother Edward and the elders from Anyuak community.
Gallo, excuse me, his situation can pause to stop you.
Okay.
Let me actually. Bashang was kind of comfort better like African woman. And let me let them know and go on. Medan China, one of our brothers. She China can miswa. She go mata belkona. Benu warun. Ke go la nang nyal ko baran invited. Kietedi. Mendonga de yermang Abel, Arun, and the rest of our brothers. Don't take interest. Can you please call our brothers Parliament? They initial nil. Go there to take a comment. Our cousin Parliament. Tom.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe you mean Philemon Tom now?
Yeah, Philemon. When they have
Philemon Tom. And Abel Medancha invited. Jeremy can respond. Some joke invited can respond. So don't we can cook and ignore go here and moderator? We can have power.
No.
So please can you invite it our brother to Parliament Tom? Thank you. Gallo, sorry, forgive me.
No. That is okay.
Let me just make this assertion. Sometimes it's good to understand how we run and manage a system. We have got no discretion when it comes to people wanting to join us on the platform. But there are always rules and regulations to be followed in order for us to manage our system effectively. We got a hand raise. If you cannot be able to see the hand raise, you can make a comment and ask for you to be brought up. Sometimes we are not mind readers. We cannot just assume certain person because he's from a given community might be able to come and join us to speak. So please, those who were mentioned, for example, Philemon Tom Dowd, we know him, Harun, we know him, and the rest. So if any of you feel like you want to say something and you cannot see the hand raised, you can put a comment down there so we can see. Some of us are actually looking at the comment section every minute. So for now, let us respect the time we allocated to our speakers. James Lau, come on, please.
Okay, thank you. I will also agree with the elders that some people has been speaking before that this forum could be looked at predominantly our community. It's good also if you have friends within our neighbor. It's good to include them. It's good to give them opportunity to add the opinion so that the interaction will flow well. But it's up to you, the moderators, to decide what to do and how to go about. Going back to my point that I want to make, I want to first comment on the show of our brother Edward with the elder of Anyuak community, claiming that rhetoric or propaganda of saying that Nuer have displaced Anyuak community in Akoba. I just want to say this generation of you Nuers have got a huge responsibility toward your community. And good enough we have our elders who are historians and who are with us. And if there is a forum like this that we want to respond or to talk about someone who has accused us of anything, it's good to let our elders give us some historical background of how we are coexisting with our neighbor. And what is the contribution of Nuer and the community, as brother Zul Kabir has mentioned it in regard to Ethiopia and even South Sudan. Edward was trying to expose Nuer community to other South Sudanese, especially our brother Equatorians that seem to be leaning toward Nuer community in South Sudan current political trends. That's why he brought this issue of land grabbing so that it will concurrent with what is happening in Central Equatoria or in Great Equatoria as whole, because Equatorian has now been crying out that the government or the Jain community are land grabbing their cities and they are taking places at their own. So Edward, with his leader from this small party that they call Real SPLM, are trying to score some point so that they can get supporters from so-called law brothers. You know, as our brother Johnson has mentioned it before, Anyuak are always going to be our neighbor, and they are always going to be the closest brother to us, whether they like it or not. But if they don't want to understand the language of peace, we have to respond the way our grandfather used to respond to them. We should not be soft or quiet at this time. If they take law into their hand in Gambela, we have to take law into our hand. If they take law into their hand in Akoba, as they were telling us yesterday that they are coming
and they are ready, and we are going to see it. Let also be ready, because this time the government in South Sudan, in many ways, is planning to make enemy to Nuer in any ways, and they are arming whoever say that you want to have something with Nuer. My second point that I want to bring to our attention, if other South Sudanese are playing politics.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off. You have 1 minute to put your closing remark.
Thank you. Thank you. If South Sudanese are playing politics, my brothers and sisters, let us also play that politics. If Anyuak or Luo are claiming that they got their brothers, this Denka that we fought with every day, they are our brothers, they are our cousins, especially the Padang group that are neighboring us, from Bentiu to Great Apanals. These people are our brothers. Let us play the same politics they are playing. If they will claim back Malakal, or if they will get all the places they have been crying out that they have been occupied by these communities. If this is what they want, if this is what Edward and all his brothers want, let's play that politics. Let us not be shy of what they are doing, and let us accept lie. In politics, you cannot tell the truth. If you tell the truth, you will lose your case. Thank you. I will stop there.
Thank you, James.
Can I ask? May I ask James a question? Seeing is from, I believe he's actually from Upper Nile State. Am I correct?
Yeah.
After what was done yesterday, actually by Edward, say that the issue of Anagdir is stable in the parliament in Upper Nile State, and you happen to be in that committee. What would be your position actually when Edward, a man who is actually fighting for his land, that is saying that he's fighting for his land, and now he's throwing the entire Nuer community under the bus with the Anyuak community? What would be your position, just hypothetically?
It's a good question. You know, as a human, you should live with the interest. If you are among other South Sudanese, if Nuer have to survive in South Sudan, they have to look where their interest is. If we try to value the interest of minority or the small group, as we call them, and they are now fooling around looking for people that they want to align with to be our enemy, we have to leave their cases. And if I happen to be in that committee, I will vote with whoever say that this area is now occupied by Padang. It's their own area, and I will pass that law. Because if they try to deny my interest, why do I have to fight for their interest? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. You can move it, brother.
Would you guys accept me to be the part of answering the question within the 5 seconds?
To be honest, we
have 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Okay, be very quick. Be very quick.
I'll be very brief. I'll be very quick. Yes. Sorry for that.
It's okay.
Well, the question, it is actually a very formal question, in which I would wish if somebody like Idwet Ashek would be here, so you can hear what that question and how people answer it. Look, the boundaries of 1956, it is the boundary that all South Sudanese are abide into it. Me, as the person from Eastern Jikany, who is actually habited in an area called Pine Laltan, and a big name that has been known by each and everyone, or Nasser, by the way, but I'm in Paran. So I know the boundaries. I came along walking on foot till I reached Milakal, in which there is a very good clue for me that I can give to each and everyone based on my knowledge for what I was actually witness and saw by my naked eyes. Look, I want to actually send the message to my brother, Engineer Edward Ashok. Edward Ashok, yes, he's in Nagdiar. But the question is us. Edward is actually ready to go back to Nagdiar due to political dispensation, the political discourse, the dynamic of the politics. Would Edward ready to go back to Nagdiar as his ancestor land of his or not, and why? Then Edward would be actually come up to answer. For my knowledge, Edward will not go there. Why?
Your point. We all know Edward will not go back to Anagdia without help of you or me. And that is why my answer was affirmative, that if he want to deny our interests, why do we have to fight for his interests? We know his place. Let's go and border Doar Nan in Chala, Nagdia, can have Bali, they won't Bonglai and Mungugi, but be come up, Nika Bonglai, La Naja, and imagine Kajani can attack. But if interest of South Sudan or politics of South Sudan become tarnishing the reputation of the entire community as they have done yesterday, why do we have to bend down for them? Let them face it.
Correct. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I will be simply leave it here and conclude because brother James Paul he actually put it right. My colleague, Engineer Edward Ashok, it is up to him to decide to go back and occupy Nagdia in a way that is actually will decide to occupy it. So, because if it will be simply because if Edward will say that government of Upper Nile will take me to Nagdia, all right, I will say yes, I'm a government. I will take him to Nagdia, but I will leave. I will go back to headquarters of Milakal, and I leave Edward in Nagdia. It is up to Edward to protect himself or to be chased by Matektek. If Matektek chases him and come to headquarters of Milakal, is it my problem, Ya Jama? Let me ask you. I need an answer. I need the correct answer. Yes, let me abide. I took Edward. I take Edward into Nagdia. Yes, is his own ancestor birthright. But Matekte came in the evening while I really went back to Milakal. It is up to Edward. He will protect himself and chase Matekte back to Bonglais, which is Waigara Kurja, up to him. If
if Edward is being chased to Milakal, do you think I will repeat myself to take Edward back to Nagdia?
Zul Kabir, for the sake of our time, as the moderator, we promise you to divide our time fairly. Allow us to be able to serve our audience.
Thank you, Zul Kabir.
In a manner where they will know they are given the needed time. Allow us, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator Kong and the rest. So, the reason why you guys see me not speaking at all, I'm interested in hearing the input from our fellow brothers, our countrymen, because if we keep talking, especially we, the moderators, we're going to be here for the next 24 hours. And also for those invited to speak, let me instruct all of us that please stick to your time. And if there is one question, you will be allowed to listen or hear the question and then answer it. We're going to accept 1 minute extra later. There's been complaint on the comment section that 5 minutes is way too short. With consideration to that, let us push it to 7 minutes per one person, and then allow 1 minute for questioning. And answer should always be within that 1 minute question, and within that time frame, the answer must come. If you come for a question, it must only be a question. There is no elaboration or explaining, because we are not having that time. Thank you so much. James Ball, did you conclude your statement?
Yes, I have concluded my statement because it seemed like your minute was running out, and Zul Kabir also take a few minutes from my phone. So, with respect,
due to that complaint, I give you 1 minute to make your final statement.
My final statement will go to all of us. The young generations. I will repeat the same word that some people has been saying, that we should not be proud of the history of our ancestors. We need our own history. What is happening now in South Sudan is affecting our community in many ways. And we need a unity of purpose. We need to have a common interest. That common interest would protect our community. So if you hear a Nuer person defending something that is interest of your community, you have to listen to it very carefully. So what elder of Anyuak community has been doing yesterday is really a damaging thing to our community, because you can see the number that came. But now with this response that you guys have done, you have done a great job, and we should not ignore anything that happened this time around. We have to respond quick, and we have to be very loud and clear. And this is what I can conclude my word with. With our leaders in Ethiopia, especially in Gambela, they need to be loud and clear that Anyuak should not play up with our people the way they are. We are one community in two countries. So what happened in Gambela affects us even on the side of South Sudan. And this is my conclusion. Let us remain united, and let us speak loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Query James Bull. Greatly appreciate it. Now moving very fast to the line. Thai, your system was not working earlier. I hope it's going to cooperate this time around. And you will be followed later on by our brother Elbo Chol. Thai, can you open your mic, please? It's your time now. And you will be followed by Elbo Chol. And James Ball, please turn off your mic. Thank you. Thank you. Young, we see you there. We see General. We see Rock. We see Moon. We see Chol. We see Nimeri. So all of you just stay put. We will get back. We will get to you soon, please.
And I'm sticking to the time. Thank you.
Yes, and Kong will stick to the time. 7 minutes plus 1 minute for question, if there is any. And if there is none, 7 minutes will be the best one. Tialia, if you are there, please open your mic. Thank you.
I call Tialia take internet problems.
Okay. All right. I think your uncle have got problem for sure. Yeah, yes, let's put him on hold there until when he fixes stuff. Elbow Chol, take the mic, please. Thank you.
Okay, yeah,
English, why not English? Okay.
Yeah, it's a national forum, I guess.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator, for this opportunity. I will be very brief. I have 3 questions to the Anyuak people who may be listening to me or not. My first question goes like this.
Elbow, if you can hear me, please try to get closer to your mic. Yeah, because your voice is very low.
Okay, can you hear me now, right?
Now it's beautiful, thank you.
Okay, yeah, so I have 3 questions that I would like to ask my brothers and sisters from Anyuak community. First question, within the entire Africa, or within the neighboring country, who are the most closest to Anyuak people? If they have problem, they can easily be rescued. Are they the Dinka, Shuluk, Asholi in Uganda, and Bahari, Luo in Kenya, Murle, or even Tsuri? None of the other tribes can come to Anyuak rescue except Nuer, and I have evidence. One evidence emerged in 2003 when the Anyuak massacre took place in Ethiopia. Many of our Anyuak brothers and sisters, they were rescued by the Nuer, hosting them in their houses, actually, especially in the new land. I think if you are Anyuak descendant and if you are Anyuak descent and you are in this group, you can verify this truth. And it is very self-evident that the closest people whom Anyuak can rescue or who are more close tied to are the Nuer, whether in the Boers border, whether in Gambela or in South Sudan. Even the Abish, the Highlander, can never come to rescue of the Anyuak tribe in Ethiopia when they are in critical danger that eradicate their existence. The second question, who are the most intermarriage tribe with Anyuak? Are they the Luo, the Shulu, the Dinka, the Asholi, the Luo in Kenya, the Murule or Tsuri, or Ethiopia or Abish, the Islander? I think the most definite answers are the Nuer. The Nuer are the closest brothers and sisters to Anyuak tribe in the entire Africa. So my question is, if this is so self-evident, first of all, the Nuer have no agenda to either eradicate the Anyuak or in part to decide to kill them. This is very historical evidence. So my question goes to Anyuak brothers and sisters. For how long are you going to keep holding these beliefs that the Nuers are your enemy? The Nuer who are living in Ethiopia. The truth of the matter in the 21st century is that the Nas that are existing in Ethiopia will never leave that land, no matter what. So the solution is never to wage war against them, but to come to concrete agreement on how to live side by side as brothers and sisters. Also, let me remind you, the Anyuak, they are the most endangered minority whether in Sudan, in South Sudan, or in Ethiopia. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because the existence of Anyuak people has been that it's very hard for them to share land with others. They always leave the land to you. So, and it is very important that Nuer people should realize that, let them reach to their brothers who are Anyuak friends to understand that the last people that the Anyuak should actually want to exist with, they are the Nuer. They are the Nuer. The Anyuak will never be part of the Asholi in the northern Uganda. Never. And they will never be part of the Luo of Kenya. And they will never be neighbor to the Luo Patit in the western Bargazal, or even the Shuluk of the South Sudan. The most closest brothers and sisters that will exist side by side to Anyuak, they are the Nuer. So when you realize this historical evidence and the truth is more reframed from the rhetoric of trying to eradicate Nuer or trying to think that they believe somebody is trying to interrupt me or us?
Africa, we have gone to church.
I hope.
No, I think it's Uncle Ian's mic.
Yeah, let him continue. You're hearing the point. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so I just want to highlight those points that the Nuer and Anyuak can and will always live side by side. And this is something that Anyuak should understand, that under the current situation we live in 21st century, the Nuer will never take the Anyuak lands. In the sense that if they are within the Bonga, okay, or Abol, or even the other side of the river in Dimma, okay, there are very critical lines that constitute that the Anyuak, the Nuer living in Ethiopia, side by side.
Zol Kabir, can you mute your mic, please? Zol Kabir. Thank you. Continue.
So I think Zol Kabir is trying to enlarge my speech because he's taking a lot of
sorry, Jama, forgive me. And all that
Continue, Elmo.
So here is the point I'm trying to make. There is one thing our brothers, either Anyuak, the Shuluk, in this line, or the Dinka should come to understanding. The Nuer naturally are what we call the lamb expansionists. The lamb expansionists is that the Nuer will want to live side by side with you, but in the end, you will end up adopting the Nuer way of life. This is something that the British try to contend, and it never materialized. Okay, because we can see today, even within the Dinka tribes, there are 9 Dinka clans that speak the Nuer, and they live the Nuer way of life. Okay, and there are no historical evidence that these Dinka were colonized through the forced assimilation. No, it's just that the more you live closer to Nuer, you end up adopting their way of life. This is historical evidence. It is written many times and over. So for me, I don't see Nuer and Anyuak as enemies, because Anyuak should understand that the closest brothers to them, they are the Nuer, no matter what. As long as they live in that Ethiopian land, the closest brothers that they should embrace living with, they are the Nuer of South Sudan. They are the Nuer in Ethiopia, either in Akoba side or within the Ethiopia region. So my point is this: people get tired. The Nuer will eventually get tired of being killed. Like now, when you push somebody to the limit, even the most humble lion can be violent. And I don't think it's something that the Anyuak should come into prayers, that they should fight face-to-face or head-to-head with the Nuer. It's not going to produce a very possible solution, because I know that they can live together as brothers and sisters. I know for sure there's a lot of Anyuak that are interested to live Nuer side by side with the Nuer, and also the Nuer the same thing. And also, to be very accurate, I can be corrected.
You have 45 seconds, sir.
Yeah. No, my 7 minutes did not finish. My 7 minutes did not finish. Yeah. So even within the Nuer, Eastern Nuer, there are percentage of the people with origin of Anyuak.
We give you 1 minute. You are being timed. It's okay. Yeah.
Okay, so
continue. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, so there is something the so-called Law Alliance in East Africa should come to term with. This alliance will never materialize because of the geographical locations scattered upon. Let's say the Anyuak. Actually, the Anyuak, they are not even Luo, they are Nilotics. Where did they get the ideas of being Luos? They are Nilotics. So whether they want to unite as Luo in the East Africa, this will never happen. This is an effort that should be focused to develop the Anyuak region by those thinkers, instead of wasting to mobilize the innocent Anyuak to embrace something that is impossible. Okay, so I feel like the Anyuak and the Nuer should live side by side, and time will come again that the Nuer may get tired within the region of Gambela, and they may respond, which may produce a very critical negative result toward our brothers who are Anyuak, because you are killing their brothers, you are killing their mothers, their sisters. This is not going to be a very good thing. So I would like to embrace peace rather than war, because this is how my ancestors bring me up. Okay. And I send the same peace to those neighboring the Nuer, like our brothers Chuluk. I don't know where did the Chuluk came up with the idea of hating the Nuer. We never take the Chuluk land. We never claim to take it. Actually, the people that should fight the Chuluk, or the Chuluk should fight again, they are the Jing, because the Jing are taking the West Nile, where the Chuluks are. But the Nuer never attempt to do that. So where did this idea of hating the Nuer came from? By the Shuluk. That now they are embracing.
Brother Elmo,
I hear them a lot talking yesterday. They are talking a lot yesterday. Okay, it's fine. So
yeah, brother Elmo, thank you for your input. It was great, but make your final statement, please. It would be unfair for you not to make a final statement, but do it within 30 seconds, please.
Okay, so my point is that whether you are a Shuluk in this line, trying to embrace to eradicate Nuer or hating them, whether you are Anyuak in this line, trying to eradicate the Nuer or hating them, the reality is that the Nuer will always exist either in South Sudan or in Ethiopia. So let us try to find a way to live in harmony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Elmo. Let us all be mindful that we are being timed by our moderator, Kong. He's the one responsible for timing. So if we talked about you having done your 7 minutes, just trust on him. Yes.
Before you give the chance to Brother Said, let me be clear here. I went further to allow Brother Helbo to talk for 11 minutes and 45 seconds. I know we paused you twice, and that's why we extend the time to give you a benefit of the doubt. Just give us a chance to divide this time among ourselves, so it should be enough. Go ahead, John. Thank you.
Yeah, now we trust you, Brother Kong. Thank you so much. Let's move to Thai again. Let's see if Thai will be able to speak this time.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know you guys if you can hear me.
Yes, welcome. You had problem twice now. Let's hope your mic and your system is going to cooperate. Welcome. This is your time.
Okay. Thank you. The first time, I'm sorry. I'm thanking the moderator and the rest of the listening. I just tried to give my time to Peter in that time because Peter was complaining, and I don't know if he is still over here and or he exit, and then he just tried to be complain about. They gave him a little bit time, and he wanted to speak more, maybe 2 minutes to 3 minutes. If he is still here, I will say that I can give my time.
You mean Peter Quiz?
Yeah, I think Peter Quiz.
Okay, that's great of you. Let's hope that he can come back up. If he's not, then that's okay. You can make your final statement in a second if that's okay with you. But if you can speak the 7 minutes allocated to you, that's okay.
Okay, yeah. So thank you to give me this opportunity to all of you. So and I think this one is just a very simple issue between us and our brother Anyuak. The problem, all of us, maybe we didn't even know what is the history between, they complain about between Cuba and everything. Maybe a lot of people, they didn't even know what is going on in that time. To make it short, there's no any Nuer chasing Anyuak away from their land. So this land is belong to South Sudanese or belong to Sudanese in that time. So you have a right to go anywhere and making your hours in that. There's no anybody will telling you why you should come over here and not to be participate to making your hours over here. But the problem between Anyuak and Nuer, Anyuak themselves, they don't want to integrate into the other tribe. It doesn't matter if it's a Nuer or a Denka or everybody. They cannot complain about it because there's no anybody chasing away from Akuba or from Nasser or from anywhere. And I'm not going to go to history where we come from and where we contribute our input into the system between Ethiopia and they don't have a right to telling us. I believe that they don't born in that area at that time. Late to 1900. I think they come from somewhere to come in their land. And we come from somewhere to become a neighborhood from them. If they don't like to stay and integrating into the system, living with the other tribe, the land is too big. They can just move in somewhere and stay like the way they've been doing right now. Not to killing people. And to kill the people of Benya is not good. And they know that. When they doing in that time, lately, 1970 to 1977 until 1980, they know that the Robin is more than what you studied before. So our brother Anyuak, they have to listening. Young people, they actually learn through the history where the system coming from. And they have to telling them actually there's no any Nuer occupy the land. We don't occupy that land. But if you're touching Nuer without there's no any reason, you killing them without no reason, the rebellion is gonna be there, even within Nuer themselves, not the Anyuak. They have to listen to that one. How we can live together, we have to live in peaceful way to making everything is gonna be okay. But if someone try to manipulate the history of these issues, like the my brother is speaking early, but I don't remember his name. That is why I came up with that one. Is try to telling the people that, oh, there is a Nuer going to a Anyuak area, try to steal the cow and everything, and then that Nuer was killing. That is a lie. Because when you're telling the people the lie story, it's not going to be good. There is the people who know exactly what happened in that area. There is the people who've been born in that area. They know what happened in that area. You're not going to just be hearing somewhere and then you will come and apply to the people who doesn't even know what happened in 1900 or
50 years to 60 years, 70 years ago. Let us tell our brothers this one. They is still our brother, no matter what, because we are intermarried. It doesn't matter. So let us.
Brother Jay, as a reminder, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to exhaust your time.
Let us tell our brother that we accept you as a brother to live together in a peaceful way, not the violent way. Because when the violence has become more than 50%, and then the rebellion is going to be over there, no matter what. They put you to do that. When the rebellion is coming and become more than violent, and then you're going to claim that, okay, these people, they come and making this one. That is what they're telling. I'm not going to talk about the Chuluk. Chuluk, they have to talk about their kids. We never go to their land and occupy their land. The same thing like what we did in Anyuak and what we did in Chuluk. What we going to do with this guy who making the show yesterday.
30 seconds.
Okay. We have to tell him that, please, don't accuse Nuer to do this one. Because we are a good people in our nation. And this is a gift for the Nuer. If they don't give it if God doesn't give it to the other people, this gift is given to the Nuer by God, not by the Nuer begging the God to give him what they do. And thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Kwar. It was great input. Let us also move quickly to. All right. Before we move quickly, let me just highlight this comment that I've come across. Friday, Awol, you say, hold on, somebody has called me. Yeah. Friday, Awol, you said you guys should allow Anyuak to explain themselves. To explain themselves. Yeah, you say you guys should allow Anyuak to explain themselves the way you were allowed yesterday. I don't think people were allowed yesterday to fully express themselves. If I tell you the ordeal that I went through yesterday, you will not repeat this statement. All right. So I was there, and the ordeal that was given unto me, you don't want to hear it. But what I have to say, though, we the Nuer people, we do not discriminate, anybody from airing their views or concerns, as long as they are logical. I have got any problem with you joining us if what you are alluding to is you, because you've said you should allow Anyuak, but I don't see any Anyuak that have raised up their hands to join us. If that Anyuak could be you, we have got no problem. But your statement, if you wish to join us, must be something that can be verifiable, not just bubbling. So thank you so much. And if you want, just say you want to join us. Don't generalize the Anyuak on your behalf. Thank you. So let us move down the line. Gernyang, if you are there, you are the next in line. Can you open your mic, please?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nuer House. Yeah, thank you, Nuer House. I'm just going to go a little bit with the history. There was a topic I raised a while ago. I was about to do show, and there are a lot of shows going. We, the tribe of Upper Nile, need to sit down and have a chat how to divide the land. Because those warring groups, they are the same family. We are called the children of Dambok, according to Nuer. The young would say, Mit Kadinga Book or Dengarang. The Luo, and the Jang and the Na. These are the same group, the same family. And the returning of the Nuer from the West, it should be celebrated by Anyuak because the situation Anyuak has been going through for many years in the hand of Ethiopian was so much. And then the coming of Nuer, it eased and it led the problem. The problem, our eldest people up at the top do not educate us why we are in this situation. This situation is brought to us because the Arabs and the Ethiopian, they chase us away from our mainland, which is in the north. And then we came into hiding in the Twitch, in the east bank of the Nile and the west bank of the Nile. Those areas are not our mainland. Our mainland are the north. So if the Twitch becomes very small, we need to sit down and we divide the land. Excuse me. So the Ethiopian used to kill Anyuak all the time. Now the Nuer in Gambela, they should be celebrating their brothers or cousin just came by. And the massacre that going on for many hundred years against them is not going to be there anymore. So particularly the Northern River, which is the Sobat, they should give it to Nuer and Anyuak can take the Gilo, along the Gilo. Then they can pay the foreign aggression. The Ethiopian took the entire land. Even there is a history in Dinka. We fought them in Blue Nile. And that is the first time when the Jiang were stepping into eastern bank of Upper Nile, the side of Paramjoko, all the way to Lil Kongo and to Fibor and coming to Madingbor to around Malakal. This is the first place where Jiang settled when we were coming from the north. There were two groups. Some were coming via Rang, which is along the White Nile, and other group divert into Blue Nile. Even we have a remnant of section that remain in northern Blue Nile over there. So the coming of Nuer is very good for Anyuak. It will serve them a lot. So again, the foreign invasion. Don't forget about the kingdom of Aksum. The kingdom of Aksum is what causing us suffering even today. We don't have a country. When they knocked down our kingdom of Kush in the north, so we are wandering. And those three tribes, they don't have a permanent home even today. The Nuer and Jiang and the Luo. We are moving around. We are moving around trying to find a good place to settle down. Along the Nile is very flooded. It's a flood zone like in Bintu and between Malakal and area is a very good land up to Benichengol. Those were our previous land, being occupied by Gelo and Amharic. We did fight Amharic and Tigray long time ago. So it need a big mind. We need a big mind to think. And the history of Nuer is a combination of Luo and the Dinka. If we go into reality, particularly the Gankir, we the Ngok, we raised the Gankir. So Gankir was the child of Anyuak coming from the Nile during that time. And then the Ngok raised it. So the Gankir is returning to their land where they were chased away. So,
Brother Gernyang, if you can hear me, I'm just wondering where you're taking us now with the Gankir and all this. But yeah, anyway, continue. But be sure.
He has 3 minutes right now. Allow him
No. I'm just trying to redirect him because I got lost with the Gankir and things like that. So, welcome again, Young.
You know, chunk of Gan Kir, the problem you are talking now, this is the river, along the river of Sobat. That is where the problem is occurring. And the Nuer are returning back to that area. So, and that is where you guys reason this topic. And the population is returning back to where they came from.
Shampoo, not a God Kira. Not a God Kira.
Yeah, this God Kira.
God Kira.
Was a deal.
Okay, God Kira.
So you cannot, not yet. And it hasn't been confirmed whether it's a drink or not. Hasn't been confirmed. No.
It's all right. Let him finish.
You guys are actually exhausting his time. Allow him to finish his time, and we'll take it from there. Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Welcome, Gerinyang. Sorry for that, man.
Is the returning of Ganki to their land. So because he was flooding from the east to the west, where later the Ganki was raised in the West Bank, and then the migration returned back to the east. That is what I mean here. If the Nuer are returning back to the east, that should be celebrated. It's very good. Then they can secure the eastern border. And the eastern border of Gambela need a very big population to be there. You can walk for many hours without no house, and it's just the bush in Gambela. I walk from Ngok up to, from the south of the river and north of the river. There are some places where nobody you cannot find. Even you can walk for a day, nobody there. So Anyuak should not be too much for that. Maybe around the area here along the Nile is crowded, it's getting crowded. So we need a convention, the Upper Nile tribe, how to divide the land. So then we can concentrate on foreign immigration by the Ethiopian and the Arab in the north. Then we have a time to return back to the north. And also some of the land we can turn it to agriculture instead quarreling all the time. Thank you, I can stop here.
Yeah, before you go, Brother Kenyang, the whole show is about condemning the atrocities. Can you please register your condemnation before you go down? Thank you.
So this is a part of condemnation in another way because there is too much repetition. Even if I condemn, another one will happen tomorrow and next time. So it would be worthless.
Okay. The team moderator.
Give me 1 second.
Yes.
Okay, this is Brother Kong. Yeah, I'll give you 1 second. Before I give you 1 second, I would like to introduce this guest to you guys. And Brother Friday, welcome to the show. I think Champot has spoken about you earlier, and if I could vividly recall, you was one of the audience at Brother Edward show, and to be specific, you one of the residents of Akobo. I know you have been raising a lot of questions where we could assume you're trying to reject the notion that Akobo has other residents that are living in it. As a son of this community, we acknowledge your presence, and we would like to hear from you, because I know that has a lot of background noise being made by the very community that you hail from, with the assumption not allowing anybody to talk. After allowing the other guy 1 minute, we'll give you a chance to be able to elaborate more regarding these atrocities that has been committed by
by your community. And we could see from you if you are going to tell us exactly what's going on and how we could coexist as neighbors. Personally, I was born in Akobo and Chankwas as well. And if you hear our rhetoric, we're reminding our community that let's live as one. Go ahead. Will allow Friday to go before the rest of the folk. Thank you, Chankwas. You could take it over.
That should not be fair, though. He should.
Yeah, I think
it's okay. That's just a suggestion, guys. Let's not take it to heart. Even Friday would understand that it would be unfair for everyone that has been waiting in queue for the last 3-4 hours. With respect to everyone in queue, I ask Friday to continue waiting until his chance comes by. That will be the order. I understand what my brother Kong was trying to do, but that will jeopardize the smooth running of our program. With respect to all of us, let us continue with our line. I was even tempted to give Guy Bull another chance, but because Guy Bull spoke earlier, let us just continue. We only have about 3-4 gentlemen that will be very quick, and then we'll be able to give each other a couple of minutes thereafter. The next one in line is General. General, can you unmute your mic, please, and take your 7 minutes? Zol Kabir, you have raised your hand.
Yes.
Yes. Hold on, General, please. Hold on.
Sorry, General Kustas, the very man I love most.
Jibril.
Brother, from our brothers.
Zol Kabir, you have raised up your hand.
Yes.
Okay. What could be the reason, please?
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I was want to actually ask my brother, Geryang Irbi. Geryang is the kind of the person whom I actually went discussing some of the issues concerning our situation. Not South Sudan affairs in general. And I would be happy to meet him up here and asking him a question. It is up to him to narrate his answer based of the knowledge that he knew who I am. Here, my question is here. You said that the three groups are the group of Rose, Yang, and Nuer. That the people come from the very long where they came from, and then they have a case. How they are means, it doesn't bother me. But my question is, let me ask you specific, and it is up to record the discussion that I went on with you about our harmonies and being the same state. All of us twice one day. It is not bad to remind you for what you have changed. I discussed it with you one day. When the discussion between me and you went head and head, you actually come up to the conclusion that I'm here, Lama. I'm not totally. Yes, it is a part of mine. That's why it's there. You told me, why you always concerned with other people, not you. You told me, you point blank, that those shuluks let them go into the west to the west bank. And let them remain there, stay there. You don't want them. You gave me the reason. The reason we discussed the reason. And among the reason you told me that those people, they ignore us. As they even went as far as they call us Jalfaj. قرن 21 إنسان اللي بيسمى other people إنه أنت Jalfaj ده مشكلة. You take it serious. يعني أنت كلمتني بعرف واحد أنت قلت لي نازل يا ين يا لم. They ignore us. They call us Jalfaj, and they say that they are the ones to taught us. So let them go to West Bank and stay there. We remain here and exercise our being together. Okay, my question is here then. My question is here, Young. Those people of ours, as you mentioned it, you say that, of course, there are 3 kin or 3 brothers. This is Gilo, Yekang, and Dimo. Young, let me ask you and give me the correct answer. These 3 brothers, what made them fight and they become enemies to each other? Into the extent that the language or the dialect, each of 3 of them is spoken now is not equal, it's different. What is the reason? Young, can you actually come up very clear to give the benefit for your best of your knowledge into this room based on this question? Please answer me.
Okay, thank you. For example, thank you, Ian. For example, you guys, the Eastern Nuer just left 30 years. If you spend 30 years away from other group and you met other group, your language is going to divert a little. The Luo, they went down south. They were the first group that migrated from the north, and they went south to Equatoria and to Barkazal. Upon their returning, they came with a different language. If you see actually in Equatoria, their language did not change very much. It's very identical to Jiang and Nuer, but the Chuluk, it changed totally. Even Anyuak language is still a little bit. So that is how the language changed. But they are our part of Gadeng or Wedding. These are the family of Deng Garang, which is the Na or Nei, Jiang, and the Jiluo. Those are the family. And our cousin that we left in Nuba and in Funy. So these are the group of Koch or Kuch people. And other people that if you move around too much, so the language will change. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, moderator, sorry for that, and thank you. I need you to, if you have chance, you have to bring up the Motektek. Motektek is down there. Thank you.
Hang on, bro, Uncle Ian. Let me just say something. We're wasting a lot of time, and I think questions are not necessary because we have a topic that we are here to condemn all the atrocities that Anyuak has done towards us. And let's remember, we have our people that are suffering in the hand of this community, and I think we're deferring from the topic, talking about history and all that stuff. That was not the purpose of opening this room. I think the purpose of opening this room is because we had a message to the Nuer community with their behaviors and committing atrocities and killing our children and women, and starting to become a habit. And I think this is why we opened this room. So can we please just be mindful of that, because I think we only have like about 3 hours until the recording finished. I think that's enough time. But if we're gonna go into questions, it's gonna take longer time, and then we're going to run out of the recording. Also, with the minutes, can I just, instead of having minutes, can I just encourage, please be mindful of how long you're taking, because I think we have enough time, but too much interjection, questions, all that stuff need to be left behind, because we only have literally 2 hours and a half, 45 minutes around there. That's what I just wanted to say. Because for the last 1 hour, 20 minutes, there's only like 2 or 3 people that spoken. And we're saying we're giving them time. Thank you.
Thank you, all the moderator, and please, the speaker, when you talk, try to pinpoint your point before you go to trying to cut corners. And then you don't have to make it seem as if I'm cutting off your time. Utilize your time well, and then I don't have to remind you. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you, the moderators. Let us continue with those in queue. Let us be mindful as well with the topic, because the topic is regarding condemning all the atrocities committed by Anyuak against the Nuer. These atrocities as it span over the years to the current situation. So let us delve in them, and let us minimize time, please. Let us minimize our time wasted. Yeah. General, welcome. Sorry for the delay.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't have that much to say, but first, greetings to all of you, the moderators and the people below. The relationship within the Upper Nile tribe is very important. We have lived for a very long time until this time, when the issue of land grabbing and a lot of things going on in South Sudan. But we have to be mindful that violence will not solve any problem. We need to seek wisdom of engaging with our communities so that we get solutions. If we go back in the past, our fathers, they have lived together, and though they were not like us today, they were living. They have come together in peace, and they lived in peace. But today, something terrible happened, and you will sense that something is not right. People are destroying relationships that was built before them. But my message is that we need to calm things down and let us look for solutions. Yes, any killing must be condemned, because the killing of human is not a funny thing. Especially when children and women have been killed, that's not nice. But we also have to expand our thinking that while this thing is happening, and I'm happen to be a neighbor, just like the Anyuak. We are surrounded here. Anyuak is not bordering us, but Anyuak bordered Nuer. Okay, so we are in the same area. When it comes to the issue of land, I prefer to say that if this issue of Akoba, it doesn't need all Nuer to come in and talk about it. You only need the section of the Nuer where in low Nuer they know how they come to contact with the Anyuak, so that then you will go take the political side of the story out, and then you bring your elders together with the Anyuak elders, sit together and solve it peacefully. That's what I always say. But mobilizing the old people is not going to help us. Yes, I agree with Peter, the one who said here, whether we like it or we don't like it, we need to live together. It is a fact. Whether I don't like to coexist with Nuer, I have to, because these are fellow South Sudanese. There's nowhere you can go, and there is nowhere you can take me. We need to find a formula whereby, yes, this is the problem, but how can we address the problem? How can we bring about the solutions? These are language we are looking for. But to say no, we have to mobilize ourselves and attack other community, it's not going to bring any solution to all of us. Trust me. I'm not that naive for piece of land. Currently, myself, we have an issue of land. Killing ourselves, something that is not even worth it at all. Because this land, when you die, you're not going to take it with you. You just die. But you inherit your land to your descendants and all. That's given. But the issue of the Upper Nile is very, very chaotic. We need to go back, like I said, we need to go back and ask question why our fathers in the past were living in peace. Why? And why today? What was their methods of coming together in contact with Nuer, Anyuak, the Moban, the Majingir, if you are in Ethiopia? Because there's a Majingir, there's some kind of room too in Ethiopia, in Gambela in particular. شفتها؟ فاحنا لازم نرجع ورا نشوف انه زمان اجدادنا كانوا عاشوا كيف بالسلام يعني. عشان انه بيجينا يعني على مستوى كده لازم we have to go back and investigate so that we got solutions. اما issue with that migration.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I will end here.
All right. Thank you, Gerald. Thank you so much for your time and your beautiful words. Let us move again to our brother Kwerchwal. You are next in line. You will be followed by Tontat and Friday. Chwal, take your mic off or maybe unmute yourself, please. Kwerchwal, can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you, Simon. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's your time. It's your time. Take your minute.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I thank you, moderator team, Simon, African woman, the Tai Tai, and all of the panels up here, plus the listeners. I know that yes, time is restricted. Yes, I have listened since the beginning of this show, but I had my phone. I always put it beside me there, and sometimes I don't see when raising hand is allowed. So I would try to raise my hand, but I would sometimes come in the wrong time. And then until I heard that yes, if you want to come up and contribute, then you can send a message. So yeah, I'm not bitter about it, but I could say that yeah, I was there since the beginning and also benefited a lot from our elders who spoken in length of narratives and histories of our coexistence from a long time ago until now. My interest, point of interest, will be very brief, and I'm happy that yes, our brothers, people like Brother Friday is here. Maybe if there is anyone else from Anyuak community or other communities. I listened yesterday to the show that were conducted by Edward, and I concluded with the same people who call it incitement. It came in the wrong time. At this time, that people should be sympathizing, should be condemning the atrocities and the terrorists activities that are being conducted in Gambela on civilian bases. It is wrong, and it will not help the coexistence of our community. That environment and time should be allowed, and if there is a need for such a room to be open, it should have been a different time. And I really condemn it because it will not help, rather than will increase hatred, because hate speeches and bad wounds were open to me for no reasons, because it will not achieve anything rather than you just tarnish someone's name, and then today it is finished, and then we go back to the community. My contribution will be a simple question. That yes, we've been existing for a long time. Say, for example,